Chapter 767. Alaz did not leave for long, but she was called back by Brando, for no other reason than that they still had to get information from Sheeta, the fat dragon. Unfortunately, this timid dragon whelp refused to meet anyone other than Alaz. Brendel had no choice but to ask a female dragon whelp to drag him out of his storage room. But after the guy was dragged out, the first question he asked immediately shocked Brando. "What? You mean, you exchanged a star-shaped stone for the heart of the dragon and let a wreck take it away?" Brando stared at the little fatty with a swollen nose and a swollen face in front of him, and his heart suddenly felt as if there were 10,000 antelopes roaring across the endless grassland of Central Africa. The little fatty nodded with an innocent look, as if what he exchanged was not a star-shaped stone, but a cobblestone casually picked up from the river. Despicable, shameless, insidious and cunning. He made an attribution in his heart, but still felt that it was not enough, and had to add, too insidious, too shameless. What is a star-shaped stone? Veronica looked at Brando's strange expression as if he had eaten a crab raw. She knew that there must be something wrong with this so-called star-shaped stone, but she searched her memory and could not find any relevant information. She thought that this must be a kind of gem, and there was indeed a type of gem called the star-shaped sapphire, but that was just a general luxury, and did not seem to have any connection with the current situation. Besides, Veronica felt that even if a wreck's brain had been swept by a dragon's tail, he would not have mistaken the star-shaped sapphire for the heart of the dragon. "Have you heard of the elemental frontier?" Brando looked back with a strange expression and asked. "I know, the elemental frontier is the border of Wonde, and Lady Martha put the code of law on the Sea of Magic to form a stable world. The 4 elemental worlds guard the 4 directions of Wonde, but scholars generally believe that these 4 directions are not in a spatial sense. The part of the elemental boundary that can be seen with the naked eye should be above the sky." Shido whispered. "Good answer. People generally think that the elemental frontier is an abstract or theological concept, but in fact, it really exists, and there are some special creatures living there. It is said that the giant whales of the heaven realm, which are as huge as mountains, swim on the elemental border, but they can only be seen on the day of the 3 moons." Brando paused for a moment, as if he was stuck. He really felt that this matter was too outrageous. It was simply unimaginable. As for this star-shaped stone, it's actually a more euphemistic name for it. Seriously speaking, I think it's better to call it the excrement of the heavenly whale. Huh? The Kurlut's noble officers present felt that they had seen or heard all the bizarre things in their lives today, and some even couldn't help but ask, "My lord, you mean this dragon? Lord tricked a wreck with a piece of the celestial whale's excrement?" These words were really a bit witty, and the crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. But Brando glanced at Sheeta, who was sitting calmly on the side. If that was all, of course, it could only be regarded as a funny anecdote, but he knew more. He coughed and continued to remind them, "In fact, it's far more than that, the star-shaped stone. Although it's excrement, it's not wrong to say that it's priceless, it's just that most people can't use it." "So, Brando, what's going on?" Veronica frowned suspiciously and asked carefully. "The heavenly whale feeds on energy on the elemental frontier, and its excrement is actually the residue of heterogeneous energy. It's just that the heavenly whale has a huge appetite. To what extent? It needs to eat enough magic power every day to sustain the Buga's floating city for 100 years. Because it's on the edge of the Sea of Magic, there's an endless supply of magic power for it to absorb." Brando stopped and asked, "Do you know what it means to have more heterogeneous magic power?" The Shire's face suddenly changed. "Wait, it can't be?" he muttered to himself. "You guessed right, the star-shaped stone is an unstable super bomb that can explode at any time. Most of the star-shaped stones will be destroyed when they enter the law of Tiamat. I don't know where Sheeta got this thing from, but I know that a wreck may be in big trouble soon, if he intends to put that thing on his precious portal." Brando replied in a daze. Veronica was also slightly startled. "How powerful is it?" Brando looked back at her. He wanted to ask the female Legion commander if she knew of a weapon called a thermonuclear weapon, but the latter obviously had not heard of it, so he thought for a moment and described it. It's enough to completely flatten Lushta from one end to the other. Are you kidding? Veronica blurted out. Behind her, the noble officers of Cruz sat there as if they had seen a ghost, and for a moment, they seemed to be petrified. No, what I said is true. I don't know how this thing appeared in Wonde. In theory, it should have ceased to exist before it entered this world. Brando murmured. At this point, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head subconsciously. Sure enough, he saw the hunter girl Paya's face turn pale. My brother. We have to find a way to stop them. Veronica also immediately reacted. Martha above, this thing will completely flatten the stained frost forest. Brando, the seal in the center of the stained frost forest, Brando nodded. In fact, he had thought of this for a long time. He couldn't help but glare fiercely at Sheeta. This guy doesn't understand the situation. Once this thing explodes, not only them, but even this damn dragon will turn into ashes. They can't escape from this place in a short time. Those guys spied on my treasures, of course they deserve this. Sheeta pouted and replied with an unconvinced look. Of course, the so-called treasures it was referring to was the food it had stored in several caves. Marcia above, this frost wyrm was not lying at all. If anyone dared to touch its food, it would rather destroy the world and take revenge. As for flattening the stained frost forest, what was that? Aren't you the guardian here? Shido stared at the little fatty in disbelief. Sheeta looked disdainful and replied, Tisk, I only agreed because that guy promised to give me delicious food every day, but the food he gave me was not delicious at all. Don't think I don't know that he used magic to conjure it. That food is really annoying, I didn't want to do it for a long time. The funny thing is that those idiots actually thought that they could lure me out by going to the holy cathedral of the hibernator. What a bunch of idiots, I might as well go back to sleep if I have the time. Before he could finish his words, he was hit hard on the head. Alaz glared at him and slapped him on the back of the head, almost sweeping the little fatty under the ice. You idiot, don't you have the least bit of shame of the dragon race? You actually sold yourself for a little food and became a watchdog for others? She was so disappointed that she could not help but scold him loudly. Also, you actually gave away such a fun thing so casually. That heart of the giant dragon or whatever rubbish, isn't it better to just throw it out? Fun thing? Fun thing, fun thing. Brando, Shido, and Veronica had the same thought in their minds at the same time. What was fun about this? This thing can take a person's life, okay? Have you two figured out what's wrong with it? Brando suddenly felt a little powerless and felt that it was a very wrong choice to give the lead of the topic to this little female dragon. He hurriedly interrupted them and said, Wait, don't talk about this first. I don't know. Sheeta's answer was so clean that it was obvious at a glance that the fatty was lying. But this time Brando did not intend to let Alaz come. He turned back and called, Haruz, come here. The little prince looked at him blankly and came over with the lion's fang in his hand. He asked somewhat puzzledly, Teacher, is there anything I can do for you? You go over and persuade him to tell us where Erek went. Brando said, pointing to Sheeta. Me? The little prince looked puzzled. I can. Of course, don't worry, he will listen to you like a dog in a while. But remember, don't give it all, don't sell yourself. Brando replied faintly. Give it all? Give what? The little prince blushed, but he could not go against his teacher's words. He could only bite the bullet and walk over. When Sheeta saw Haruz, his eyes lit up slightly, but soon showed a disappointed look and said loudly, What, he's obviously a man, I won't be interested in this kind of guy. Quick, find me a little girl, maybe I'll agree to tell you the news you want to know. Brando almost pulled out Halran Gaia and slashed at him immediately, so that he could cut this nasty and lecherous fat dragon in half. He took a light breath and told himself to calm down. The other party was a dragon, even if it was a young dragon, it was not something he could deal with. But this guy was really nasty to a certain extent. What was he thinking? Brando finally calmed down and saw that Sheeta's eyes suddenly became motionless, or to be exact, nailed to Haru's. Then everyone saw that this guy's eyes were blurred, and a line of crystal-clear saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth in public. At that moment, it was as if a group petrification spell fell from midair. Except for Brando, whether it was the crew's nobles, Brando's accompanying knight, even Shido and Veronica were stunned for a moment. What was going on? As the person in question, the young prince was shocked. He shouted, What are you doing?" But Sheeta seemed to have heard nothing and pounced on him. At that moment, Alaz could not help but look back. Brando laughed in his heart. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as what those guys mentioned. "You're obviously a child, and you're still pretending." He heard Haru's scream, but thought so in his heart. P.S. The strong in your hearts will never wither, 5 times a day, fighting the heavens and the earth. From today onwards, I've decided to change my name to 5 times Glaze. No, 5 times Strong Baboon. Okay, I'm asking for monthly votes. I'm asking for 5 times the monthly vote support. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for recommendation and monthly votes. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 769. Sheeta licked each of his chubby fingers one by one, and then looked up at Haru's with an unsatisfied look, scaring the little prince so much that he quickly covered the honey jar at his waist. That was bought by Brando from the hunters before entering the stained frost forest, although it was used a lot on the ferries. Do you still want it? Brando stared at the guy and asked to draw his attention back. Sheeta turned his head and nodded like he was pounding garlic. Yes, yes. Alaz could not help but snort in dissatisfaction when she saw this scene. This guy was really a disgrace to the dragon race. She could not believe that a proud dragon would be bought over by half a jar of honey. Half a jar of gems was more like it. The little female dragon thought angrily. She simply turned around and left, unwilling to stay here for a minute longer. If she could, she really wanted to pretend that she did not know him. Sheeta was completely unaware and just looked at Brando eagerly. His expression was naturally faked. Brando knew, but he still found it funny. Don't look at me like that, you know what we want to know. Well, those guys ran away from the other end. That tunnel leads to an exit outside. I can point it out for you. Sheeta pretended to think for a moment, and then his memory seemed to be restored by half a jar of honey before he answered slowly. Brando glanced at the direction he pointed, but did not change his expression. Instead, he asked, "You must be very familiar with this place. After all, you have lived here since the year of the venomous spider. More than 100 years is enough for you to figure out every passage under this glacier." "How do you know?" The little fat dragon opened his mouth wide and looked at Brando, dumbfounded. "Because of the documents, you fool." Alaz heard the sound coming from the entrance of the cave. She turned around and reminded him in annoyance, "Humans like to record all kinds of strange things on perishable paper, no matter how big or small they are. You don't think that if you rob them of their food, they'll be okay with it, do you?" Brando nodded and replied slowly, "Before coming here, I've borrowed the history of the Manowir region from Kirkle's archives. The first time you appeared was during the year of the venomous spider. You plundered a convoy transporting flour." "Wait, why did you rob the convoy that was transporting flour?" The little female dragon widened her golden eyes in confusion and asked while gnashing her teeth, "Are you going to bake your own bread? Why haven't I heard you mention this before?" Sheeta lowered her head and blushed. "I thought it was white sugar." "Enough." Alaz shouted, "Get lost, don't talk to me again, I want the patriarch to expel you from the clan." After saying that, she angrily ran out. Brando looked at her terrifying appearance and was afraid that this little female dragon would not be able to hold herself back and kill Sheeta. When he saw Alaz running out, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to ask, "So am I right?" "Almost." Sheeta replied weakly. "What's wrong?" Brando looked at him and could not help but be a little curious. "The dragon clan doesn't restrict you much, does it?" "It's okay." Sheeta suddenly became a little vigilant and glanced at Brando with his pair of small but bright blue eyes on his chubby face. "Humph, cunning human, don't think you can get any useful information out of me even if you tell me these useless things. What do you want to know? Not as cunning as you." Brando thought to himself, this guy's honest appearance is definitely a wonderful disguise, but in fact, only those who have dealt with him know the messy things in his head. He replied, "Since you know every passage under this glacier, you must know if there is a shortcut for us to catch up with a wreck, right?" "Why should I tell you?" Sheeta asked, rolling his eyes. Brando had expected this reaction and was not surprised. He only turned back to the little prince and said, "Haruz, give it to me." With that, he stretched out his hand. Haruz looked at him reluctantly. This forest was not as comfortable as the palace. The honey was his favorite candy, and he would only eat a little every day. If he handed it over, there would be nothing left of the honey. The little prince was not stupid. He looked past Brando and glared at Sheeta with some dissatisfaction. "Give it to me." Brando winked at him and insisted. "Teacher." The little prince did not dare to disobey. He could only walk up slowly, untie the jar tied to his waist, and put it in Brando's hand with a pout. Brando patted him on the shoulder and put a candy in his hand. This lactose was a new product of Tonajal. In this world where food was scarce, candy was a luxury that only the nobles could afford. However, it was very popular among the nobles of Erewhon. The Roman lady had been eyeing this business for a long time, and Brando had helped her with a lot of ideas. After all, compared to Wonde, the material life of modern society was much richer. Haruz held the ball of lactose and could not help but be surprised. He had tasted this candy in Tonajal. Although he usually only got a reward on the day he practiced swordsmanship particularly well, he would never forget the taste for the rest of his life. He carefully put the candy in his bag, and then sat back with his lion's tooth in satisfaction. Of course, Sheeta also saw this scene. He looked at the honey jar in Brando's hand and then looked at the little prince's actions. There was a strong light of curiosity in his eyes, but he resisted the urge to speak. Brando saw this childish action and could not help but laugh. "How about it? A piece of information for half a jar of honey. It's not a loss for you, is it?" He suddenly felt a little startled. He felt that what he said was like those strange uncles who used lollipops to kidnap lollipops. However, he did not have a lollipop, and the little fatty in front of him was not a lollipop. Sheeta was a dragon, and a very bad one at that. Even the dragons did not like him. There is such a passage. When Sheeta heard Brando's condition, he could not help but reply with saliva dripping from his mouth. He was really drooling. He bared his mouth, and silver silk flowed down from the corner of his mouth. After a while, it dripped all over the ground. This scene really made people wonder how this guy's saliva glands were so developed. "Can you point it out for me?" Sheeta nodded vigorously with the jar of honey in Brando's hand. Brando smiled and handed over the jar of honey. "You keep your word." "This is you dash, humph." Sheeta quickly hugged the jar and replied proudly, "You're a man of your word. You're much better than that blue guy. But I heard that you humans are extremely cunning. Why are you so stupid?" Brando almost couldn't breathe. He coughed twice and hurriedly said in his heart, "A child's words carry no harm, a child's words carry no harm." But even so, he almost wanted to directly activate his berserk talent and beat this damn little fat dragon up again. "That has nothing to do with you. Besides, this is not called stupidity. This is called honesty. I don't need to lie to a little kid like you," he replied with gritted teeth. "Sheeta, can you lead the way for us?" "No." Sheeta flatly refused, as if this sentence didn't need to go through his brain at all. Brando looked at him as if he wanted to hear this guy's reason. "Are you sure?" "Of course. It's too troublesome. That tunnel is very long and we have to walk a very long distance. Think about it. After walking such a long way, we still have to come back later. Even if you give me 7 or 8 jars of honey, I won't agree." Besides, Sheeta naturally added, it's so cold outside. It's so cold outside. You're a frost dragon, okay? Brando had never heard of a frost dragon being afraid of the cold in his life. Frost dragons even had the ability to control glaciers. They were born in glaciers. Legend has it that the cold was their breath. Every frozen fog on the ice field was their warm and comfortable home. And it was such a dragon that actually told him that it was too cold outside. Brando resisted the urge to go berserk with great difficulty. He calmed down and replied, "It's cold outside, but you're not that good inside, right?" "Nope, I have food here." Sheeta replied proudly. "Your food can go to hell." Brando screamed in his heart, but his face was as calm as ever. "How much food do you have?" "You rob those humans every once in a while, but they're getting smarter." "What can you rob? Jerky? Salted fish? Or hardened rye bread?" "Sheeta, these things you've collected are not food at all. In their eyes, they're just garbage. You can ask them if you don't believe me." Brando pointed to the crew's nobles not far away. Sheeta looked back curiously. Those nobles had already received the signal from Veronica's eyes. Besides, even at this moment, Brando was not someone they dared to offend. Besides, what Brando said was not a lie. Jerky, salted fish, and hardened rye bread. These things were only sought after by the poor. Nobles, even the smallest of nobles, would not touch these things. So they nodded in unison. Sheeta's eyes widened, and his blue eyes were sparkling. "Really? There's something more delicious than these things." Hoo. As he spoke, his saliva flowed out. Brendel did not know how to describe the dragon, because its saliva was actually dripping onto his black noble's coat. He resisted the urge to send the damn dragon flying with his sword and nodded. "Of course, you can't just rob and rob here for the rest of your life, right? The dragons can't agree with your values because they don't understand the true meaning of delicious food. If there's a chance, I'll take you to 9 Phoenix. It's said that they have the most exquisite food in the world." Sheeta's eyes sparkled, as if he had been immersed in a moment in the future. But he quickly wiped his mouth and woke up. Brando saw that Sheeta's eyes had regained clarity. He had to praise the dragon for being the most intelligent high-grade creature. He had completely calmed down so quickly. Unexpectedly, Sheeta rubbed his nose and said, "That's great. When are we going?" Veronica couldn't help but cough when she heard this. Brando took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Then he said premeditatively, "Anytime, but do you want to consider leaving here with me? I promise to provide you with enough exquisite food. I guarantee you've never heard of it before." "Wait, you're scheming again, human." The little fat dragon suddenly raised his head and looked at Brando with some vigilance. "But I have to eat a ton of candy every day." "You're a pig." Brendel almost blurted it out, but he clenched his teeth and said, "No problem. You know, I have a very large territory, and I have many sugar workshops. I can guarantee that I can satisfy your requirements." "Really?" Sheeta looked doubtful, but his chubby face was full of yearning. Pfft, Shido finally couldn't help but laugh. In her opinion, the dignified Count of Tonagel had become a sugar factory director in the eyes of this dragon. This was really too incredible. It was not until this moment that the scholar deeply understood this sentence. If you don't go out of the door, you will never know the world. At least until now, the majesty of the dragons in this world had basically collapsed in Shido's eyes. "Of course it's true." Brando replied snappily, "But do you understand my request? You've taken benefits from me, so you have to do things for me. You don't want me to feed you for free, do you?" He had to remind her because this guy in front of him was not reliable at all. Of course, if he could ally with a dragon, even if it was a young dragon, it would have a profound impact on Erwin's situation. Brando raised his head and glanced at the nobles of crews not far away. Those guys were obviously stunned and didn't think of this for the time being. Only Veronica and he looked at each other. The Legion commander smiled at him. Unexpectedly, Sheeta frowned and replied impatiently, "That's why you're really stupid." "Of course I understand. Isn't it just signing a contract?" "Humph, I signed a contract with that damn guy, but since that guy can't fulfill the requirements of the contract, I have now decided to unilaterally terminate the contract with him." He raised his eyelids and glanced at Brando. "How is it, have you written the contract?" Brando looked at this guy dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that this damn fatty was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Why did he suddenly speak so eloquently? What Won's contract and what not? It seemed that even he didn't know much about it except for the Roman. "Now." "Not yet." "Oh, that's okay, we can make a verbal contract first." When it came to food and contracts, Sheeta seemed to have become shrewd and replied, "I swear in the name of the dragon god." "You can swear in the name of Martha," but Brando was completely confused. He stared at this little fatty who suddenly became serious and wondered if there was some kind of conspiracy. Or was there some kind of setting in the game? Did the players try to kidnap this guy in the past? While he was thinking about these messy things in his mind, he blurted out a sentence that he would regret for the rest of his life without thinking. "Verbal contract? Do we still need to make a pinky promise or something?" Sheeta looked at Brando as if he was looking at an idiot again. The little fatty blinked his eyes as if he thought he heard wrong. "What are you talking about? I didn't expect Big Sister to have a crush on a retarded child." "Pfft, ha ha ha." At this moment, the Shire finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. "P.S. I'm so tired from writing yesterday. I'll only update once today to recover my energy. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 770. "Sir Commander, we have already walked for almost 2 miles. The mountain that was used as a landmark can no longer be seen behind us. With such a heavy snowstorm, I'm afraid we will get lost if we continue walking." The Night Cruise patted the snow on his breastplate and looked at the snowy sky with some worry. The biting cold wind pushed the snowflakes between the sky and the earth. This snowstorm came so suddenly that no one had time to prepare. The knight looked at the bad weather with some concern and expressed his opinion to the female knight in front of him. Freya stopped and sighed in her heart. Her face was red from the cold and her eyebrows were covered with frost. But Freya blinked and replied, "No, let's move forward another 500 meters. They are injured and can't run far." "Freya, if they were injured, we would have caught up with them long ago. No one can run too far in this weather." Maynard's voice came from behind. Everyone turned around. The female knight was as calm as ever. At the same time, she reminded in a cold tone, "There's something fishy about this. Have you forgotten what Brund and the others said?" But that could be an illusion on the ice field, the refraction of the sun, or the snowy shadow of the crystal forest. It could have produced a similar illusion. He said he saw wolves. "Do you know what that means?" Maynard interrupted her. "This storm was brought by wolves. This is not a good sign. The Myrnas fear wolves because wolves are part of the twilight, representing doom and the destruction of the world." "But, didn't the others not see it?" Freya was not sure. She looked at the white snow in the depths of the sky and felt that there was a pair of pale eyes watching them from behind the snowy shadow. The others were the same. They always felt that this glacier was malicious towards them. It was as if a stranger would suddenly appear behind them without a sound. It made their hair stand on end. The whistling of the wind was like an endless mournful wail. Maynard paused for a moment. Her voice was as cold as ice. She looked at the others coldly. "Nothing is impossible in the Black Forest. Everything is possible. If you have a premonition that something bad is about to happen, then it will definitely get worse." Of course, the Knight of Cruz had heard of this proverb and felt his scalp tingle. Freya was also hesitant. At this moment, a person suddenly stumbled out of the snow in the distance. That person was the second batch of scouts sent out not long ago. Their mission was to find the first batch of scouts sent out half an hour ago. But when Freya saw the expression on this person's face, Her heart sank slightly. Little Pero, Aaliyah, Sir Commander. Emerald and Anika. What's going on? Shut up, Aaliyah, let His Excellency the Commander ask the questions. Before Freya could speak, the knight behind her spoke first, but little Pero, who was next to Freya, turned his head and interrupted the man's words. The thin black-haired knight exhaled softly and forced his companion back with a cold gaze. It's okay. What's going on? Freya had no time to be distracted. She looked at the scout and asked, what happened to them? I don't know. When we found them, they were already. The scout's shoulders were almost trembling. Seeing him like this, the others' faces instantly sank. They were comrades in arms and had graduated at the same time. They swore that they would make a name for themselves in the upcoming holy war. But today, they were defeated in such a small place. Everything that happened here wouldn't even be remembered by anyone. How could this be? How could there be something that could kill them? In this damned backwater. The knight couldn't help but jump up and curse angrily. You shut up, Aaliyah. Little Pero still scolded him coldly. But he turned his head and his eyes fell on Freya. Freya's heart was also a little depressed. This was the first time her subordinates had suffered casualties. For a moment, she even thought of Bessa's face. However, the future Valkyrie blinked her eyes and shook her head. Who killed them? Was it those halflings? His Excellency the Commander. Emerald and Anika. The scout's face showed a look of fear. They died a little strangely. I can't say. We can't see what killed them. There were no obvious wounds on their bodies, but it was as if their blood had been sucked dry. But there were no vampire bite marks on their bodies either. He took a deep breath and said with wide eyes, that guy Lolo said they were frozen to death. There are ghosts in the ice and snow that will extract people's essence, but I think that guy is talking nonsense. Who is Lolo? Freya turned back. He has the blood of the mountain people and the Myrnas. He's a weird guy. Little Pero replied. Freya was a little surprised. She did not expect the Empire to not discriminate against the mountain people and the Myrnas. But her thoughts only stayed on this matter for a moment, and then she replied, take us there and have a look. Freya, have you thought about it? But on the side, Maynard frowned at this decision. Senior, Freya looked up, Brando abhors evil, and Erwin's people are not people who do not take revenge. Whether they are Cruz's people or not, they died at my hands. I don't ask for immediate revenge for them, but at least find out who killed them. I understand. Maynard replied faintly. She grabbed the reins of the Valkyrie, as if she had expected Freya to answer like this. She just said, I'm just reminding you. Have you thought it through? I've thought it through. Freya replied resolutely. Her words pierced through the wind and snow, causing everyone to shudder. But the Kurlutzians finally had a trace of approval when they looked at her. Leneret Aurelius looked at the silhouette of the figure that was becoming more and more obvious in the wind and snow. His slightly tanned face that was hardly like a member of the royal family had always maintained an unchanged expression, but this did not mean that he did not pay attention to everything that was happening around him. At least the young man who was slowly approaching him on a horse fell into his eyes. Your Highness Leneret. Haruz looked at the tall young man with some envy. The other party was also the first heir to the throne, just like him, but much calmer than him. For so long, other than announcing his name, the other party had hardly said a word. This steadiness made him very curious. Haruz was eager to know how to do better with his identity and how to appear so confident. Leneret Aurelius looked back at the young man and replied, Your Highness Haruz, under the rule of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, you and I are equal. You don't have to fall behind me. This is against the etiquette of the two countries. Haruz blushed. He didn't expect to make a mistake in etiquette all of a sudden. He didn't mean to, but he was used to following behind his sister or teacher. Reminded, he quickly loosened the reins and stepped forward. Your Highness Leneret, have you ever thought about the fact that you will inherit a huge empire in the future? Thousands of people, their future depends on your hands. Have you ever thought about what will happen if you do something wrong? I'm sorry, although it's very rude to say this, but I often think about it. Haruz asked in a low voice. That's not rude. Lenarette replied, of course I've thought about it. It's part of my power and responsibility in itself. As for the thousands of people, their future depends on my hands. You're right, if I do it right, they will sing praises, and if I do it wrong, they will bear the responsibility. Haruz heard these remarks and couldn't help but widen his eyes. How can this be? Because by then, I will be the supreme emperor, and in this capacity, I naturally have to maintain the majesty of the imperial power. It's the same for you. When you grow up to a certain age, you'll understand this. God has given us this power, and we should be careful to maintain it. Lenarette Aurelius raised his head and replied proudly. But shouldn't the duty of the royal family be to fulfill the noble's contracts and bring a happier and more stable life to his people? Haruz was dumbfounded. Who told you this? Lenarette turned back and asked. It's my teacher, and my sister. The young prince replied in a low voice. What they said is wrong. Your sister is only a woman, and that earl must have other plans. The eldest son of the emperor faintly replied. Haruz felt that there was something wrong with this statement, but for a moment he didn't know where to refute it. He couldn't help but stutter, but my teacher is a very upright and knowledgeable person. If you discuss it with him, Your Highness Lenarette, you will understand this. There's no need. Lenarette Aurelius replied, Haruz, you are the only one here who is qualified to talk to me as an equal. I don't have to listen to the opinions of the others. Even in your country, Your Highness, the Count is not an important minister so far. You should learn to choose your own rights. Haruz was slightly startled and nodded as if he understood. And at the same moment, Brando saw a certain silver fairy princess coming through the wind and snow. He threw a candy to Sheeta, who was not far behind him, and let the fat dragon run to the back happily. Then he raised his head and asked Medisha the first thing he said. Is Freya not back yet? I'm sorry, my lord, I didn't persuade her. Medisha frowned and shook her head worriedly. It's not your fault. Brando looked up at the changing sky and replied softly, I know Freya's personality. The weather is a little strange, but maybe we have to go against the wind. P.S. I wasn't feeling well yesterday and today. It seems that I won't be able to get full attendance this month again. I'm speechless. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 772. Several ice sculptures were either sitting or lying in the snow. Men and women had the same stiff and empty expression on their faces. Their eyes were almost frozen into ice as they stared straight at the sky. Freya felt a little sad as she walked past these ice sculptures. She silently touched their cold eyelids with her hand. Just like what the scout said before, Emerald and Anika did not have any obvious wounds on their bodies. Their skin was gray and white, losing moisture and shrinking together. Together with the corpse of the warhorse that was kneeling below them, they were covered with snow. On the surface, they looked like people who had frozen to death in the snow. But how could 5 or 6 people coincidentally freeze to death together? Moreover, Anika and Emerald were both gold-ranked warriors. This kind of low temperature should not affect them at all. Freya noticed Emerald and Anika's empty eyes. In her memory, there was a way to die that had similar eyes, and that was to be taken away by the spirits. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered the night when they escaped from Fortress Reden. Brando used the white stag to guide them. Under the dense night sky, the majestic creatures emitting fluorescent white light opened a path in the forest. But what she remembered most were those who died in the hands of the spirits. Their faces were pale, and they were sweating profusely. They also had the same empty look, as if they had lost their souls. Freya raised her head. She raised her head a little vigilantly. She and the team were already in a silver-gray forest. The whistling snow wind passed through the bare branches, and those branches made a strange sound, as if monsters were howling in the forest. It's ghosts. The monsters in the forest can absorb people's souls. This forest must be their territory. We have to leave here as soon as possible. Among Cruz's night, a dark-skinned young man said nervously, "When I was young, I often heard the old people talk about them. No one can kill them. Once they entangle us, we are dead." Enough, Rollo. You are a gold-ranked warrior. Not many of those spirits and ghosts are your opponents. If they come, we can avenge Emerald and Anika. The knight named Aaliyah replied impatiently. He turned back to look at Freya and asked, "Miss Freya, do you think there really might be ghosts in this forest?" The commander he referred to had also been upgraded to a Miss Freya, because Freya's decision had won the trust of every Cruz person present, and trust was the basis of cooperation. Anika is similar to you. They died without any warning. What can you do about it? Lolo was unwilling to let him off. He stared at him and asked, "So we should run away with our tails between our legs?" "Enough, don't mention Anika to me, it will only make me angry. Lolo, don't make me look down on you." Aaliyah replied angrily. "Aaliyah, shut up. Is this how you talk to your companions?" Little Pero finally could not help it. He tugged at the soft gray squirrel fur hood and reprimanded, then turned back to Lolo and said, "Lolo, a knight swears by folding his sword that he will never abandon his companions. I will pretend I didn't hear what you said before, but don't let me hear it a second time." The dark-skinned young man seemed to be a little afraid of him. After being warned, he did not dare to talk back. He could only stare silently. Aaliyah also snorted coldly and turned back. He grabbed his sword and looked in the direction of the forest. It seemed that although he did not believe Lolo's words, he had at least raised his guard. Little Pero turned back and looked at Freya and asked, "Miss Freya, what do you think?" "Lolo is at least right about one thing. Anika and the others died without warning. Even if it was a sneak attack, it was too peaceful. Anika is a veteran scout, not inferior to me in the slightest." Freya frowned. The bodies of Anika, Emerald, and the others did not look like they had experienced a fight when they were alive. They looked like they were walking and suddenly fell dead here, but those were 4 gold-ranked warriors. She looked in that direction and suddenly noticed a subtle detail. "Senior, did you notice their gazes?" Maynard raised her eyebrows slightly. Anika and the others should have been looking ahead when they were alive. That's the forest. There may be something in the forest that attracted their attention. Freya replied. "What exactly did they find in the forest?" Aaliyah asked. "It certainly can't be an attacker. If the attacker came from the direction of the forest, Anika and the others would not have no reaction at all." Little Pero replied. The others looked at each other and could not think of anything in the forest that could make Anika and the others relax their vigilance. After all, Anika and the others were professional scouts in the Folded Sword Knight Regiment. They were the best nightingales, soldiers among soldiers, and would never let their guard down easily. The wind and snow seemed to have stopped for a while, and everyone felt a strange silence between them. They could not help but look at the silver-gray forest, and suddenly felt a little creeped out. "Did you hear something?" Someone suddenly asked. The man was wearing leather armor and a dark brown robe. He was the only priest in the Cruz Knight Regiment. "What's the matter?" Aaliyah asked inexplicably. "Shoo, listen, there's a sound in the wind." Little Pero put a finger to his lips with a serious look and gave the others a look. Everyone shut their mouths. The wind carried a low but sharp voice from No. 1 high school. It sounded like a whistle. The sound came from afar, and suddenly flew up from the forest with a crash. Everyone subconsciously held the hilt of their swords and looked up, and then they saw a spectacular scene. A gray, crystal-carved bird flew up from the canopy and into the sky. The crystal-clear bodies of these birds reflected the blue light of the great demonic tide in the sky in mid-air, flashing into one. They flapped their wings and flew high in the wind and snow, making a clear chirping sound, and in the blink of an eye, they passed over everyone's heads. Everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect that this seemingly lifeless place would have so many beautiful creatures hidden in it. It's the crystal swan. Oh my God, these are elemental creatures that are rare even in the mountain of ceasing storms, so many of them. Shido will go crazy when she sees them. A knight suddenly shouted. It was indeed a spectacle, but little Pero and Maynard reacted much more directly. The two pulled out their long swords and reminded the others, shouting, "Be careful, there's something in the forest." More than a dozen cruise knights suddenly froze. After the crystal swan, there was the sound of trees falling down in the forest. Obviously, the crystal swans were startled by these things behind them. Everyone stared at the forest with wide eyes, trying to see what had attacked Anika and the others. But soon, they held their breaths. A huge shadow gradually appeared behind the wind and snow, and the shadow gradually moved forward and became clear. Then they saw a wolf, a huge wolf as tall as a mountain. Its silver mane fluttered fiercely in the wind and snow. Its ears were long and pointed, a little different from ordinary winter wolves. However, one of its eyes was golden, and the other was golden. Inside, there was a light of wisdom and coldness. It looked down at everyone from above. The forest was like a meadow under its feet, and the cruise knights present were like ants in the meadow. This is... Little Pero looked up and stared dumbfounded at the scene. Alpha Ekis. Maynard could not help but change her expression. Impossible, shouldn't it be sealed in? She suddenly realized something and subconsciously shut her mouth. What should we do? Everyone subconsciously turned their eyes to their only commander, Freya. But at this time, everyone noticed something very strange. Freya was gone. It was as if she had disappeared into thin air. Maynard's heart sank. But at this moment, no one understood that Freya was actually standing in the same place, and she was more surprised than everyone present, because what she saw was completely different from the others. At the moment when the wind blew, Freya first heard the howls of wolves in the forest. There was no crystal swan, nor was there Alpha Ekis. She only saw many pale eyes suddenly appear in the darkness, and those eyes gradually walked out of the shadows of the grey woodland, and then formed a huge snow-white wolf. Freya did not recognize these strange wolf-like creatures, but Brando might be able to call out their names here, the Pale Suns. One of the Alpha Ekis's favorite twilight species. Legend has it that they ran across the snowy plains, bringing storms wherever they passed. But their alpha, Lepizer, died at the hands of the sky dragon, Chili, and they also fell in battle with the frost giant king, Milos. Freya's eyes turned cold, and she immediately pulled out her long sword. But it was at this time that she discovered something very strange. The future Valkyrie found that the knight of crews around her, little Pero, Aaliyah, Rollo, and even Senior Maynard, were all standing on their horses with a blank look, as if they had not noticed the scene around them at all. Freya was shocked for a moment, and the death of Anika and Emerald instantly appeared in her mind, and she could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Senior Maynard. She hurriedly pushed Maynard, who was in a daze beside her, with her hand, and the latter swayed slightly, as if she had just woken up from a dream. She first saw Freya and was slightly startled, then frowned and asked with some confusion, "Freya, where have you been?" "Run, little Pero, and the others are dead, I'll help you block Ekis." "Wait, what are you talking about? Everyone's still alive and well." Freya hurriedly interrupted her, "We've been surrounded, get ready to fight, Senior Maynard." Fight? Maynard was stunned, and then noticed the scene around her. She was stunned on her horse and could not help but blurt out, "The Pale Suns? How could it be them? Where's Ekis?" As soon as she finished speaking, a scream suddenly came from the forest. "The goddess of war. This is impossible. Why would the bloodline of the goddess of war still exist in this era?" The voice was so sharp that it did not seem to be any intelligent creature on the continent of Wonde, as if two files were crisscrossing together, making a metallic noise. Freya and Maynard were startled and subconsciously looked in that direction, and they immediately saw a silver figure over there. That thing looked a little like a human because it had 4 limbs. It stood on 2 feet on the ground, and its hands were long and slender, reaching below its knees. Its entire body was covered in silver-white skin, but the most terrifying thing was that this thing had no eyes, nose, or ears. Its smooth face only had a black hole that could be called a mouth. And beside the human-like monster stood an old acquaintance of Freya and Maynard. Marquis Joachim. Freya looked at the man in disbelief and asked, "Aren't you dead?" Marquis Joachim smiled faintly. "I will not die so easily before I dedicate my life to the true God." "Freya, you and your lord should have arrived by now, right? In fact, we've been waiting for him here for a long time." Freya's heart thumped. "P.S. I wasn't feeling well 2 days ago, so I took a break. By the way, Amber is about to enter the magnificent main storyline, so I also need to organize my thoughts. I'll start updating today, but I'll have to slowly recover, so I won't make any promises. The only thing I can say is that everyone wait and see what's behind the continent of Wound. Also, the chapter, Eternity, involves a lot of content, so it might be a little long. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Chidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 773. With a thump in Freya's heart, there was a sharp sound, and the biting cold wind had brushed past her cheek, cutting off a few strands of hair around her ear and leaving a bloodstain on her cheek. "What's that?" The future Valkyrie widened her eyes and turned her head subconsciously, just in time to see that thing piercing Aaliyah's neck behind her. It was a sharp icicle, and its thin ice blade pierced into the knight's neck from the left side and came out from the other side. The young knight of Cruz screamed, and blood suddenly gushed out as he fell from the horse's back. "Aaliyah." Freya couldn't believe what she saw. She looked back and saw the dense pale suns in the forest growling. The cold air gathered together with their silver hair, forming a rotating mass of air. In each of these air masses, a sharp icicle emerged from each of them. Every single icicle seemed to be ready to move. Freya sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately realized the danger they were in. She did not even have the time to wipe off the blood on her cheeks. She immediately said to Maynard behind her, "Senior, think of a way to wake the others up. We have to think of a way to break out." "What are you going to do?" Maynard saw Freya grabbing the reins with one hand and rushing outside, and her heart moved slightly. "That thing seems to know me. Brando also told me something similar. Although I don't know what the bloodline of the goddess of war is, maybe I can try to attract their attention." Freya had already pulled out the Lionheart sword. She loosened the reins, clamped her legs, and rushed out with the warhorse under her without hesitation. Her last few words came back almost intermittently in the wind. Maynard looked at Freya's back as she walked away in the wind and snow. She froze for a moment, then immediately turned back with a cold face and pulled the Cruz army priest who was in a daze beside her. Joachim stood at the edge of the forest and rubbed his hands. He squinted and saw Freya charging alone from the hillside, and his eyes lit up. The thick snow-white cloak behind the girl fluttered in the wind like a pair of white wings, and the scene was very much like the scene of the goddess of war's charge described in the war poem. He smiled slightly. "Your courage is commendable. I didn't expect everyone to see such a scene today. Your Royal Highness is really amazing." But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted coldly by the monster on the side. "Why are you talking to them? Kill them before they wake up." The monster looked up, and although it had no eyes, it could still be seen that it had been looking in the direction of Freya. "I order you to kill that woman." "No, we should attack those knight, before they wake up." Marquis Joachim was stunned for a moment, then immediately retorted. "Listen to my order. I order you to kill that woman." The monster replied stubbornly. But Marquis Joachim still wanted to say something, but he was already sent flying by the silver monster. He crashed into a cedar tree, and snow fell from the pine needles and covered his face. He looked up and saw that the monster had issued an order to the wolves. "Quick, kill that woman." Marquis Joachim's eyes could not help but show a resentful light. "Damn idiot." The white wolves let out a long howl, and in an instant, countless icicles whistled towards Freya. The girl from the countryside of Butchie hurriedly turned her horse's head and changed direction to the side of the forest. This way, most of the icicles fell behind her, and only a few hit her cloak, turning that beautiful cloak into a few pieces of rags. Continue. Quickly continue. The silver monster could not help but scream angrily when it saw this scene. Another wave of icicles fell from the sky, and this time, Freya could no longer take the easy way out. She looked up and saw the glittering icicles rushing towards her, and could not help but tremble nervously. Although she had seen similar scenes in Ampere Seal, this attack was directed at her alone. So this is how Brando felt when he was fighting alone. Freya could not help but think of this in her heart. This flash of thought calmed her down at the last moment. She gritted her teeth and swung the Lionheart sword in her hand forward with all her might. The wind from the sword moved forward in an arc, and a large number of icicles were turned into powder. However, dozens of icicles still passed through the line of defense, piercing the girl's shoulders and waist, and sent her flying from the horse's back. Freya rolled in the snow, leaving a trail of blood, but she immediately gritted her teeth and got up. She looked up, and a white line reflected in her vision. Under the command of the monster, the white wolves in the forest rushed out, and they seemed to have abandoned the crew's people and rushed towards her. Lady Martha, what is going on? Freya could not help but feel a little puzzled. She did not recognize the monster at all, but it seemed to have identified her. The pale suns rushed out like a white wave, and she, who had fallen off the horse, could not escape at all. She saw that she was about to be surrounded, and at that moment, she could not help but feel her hands and feet turn cold. Brando, but it was at this moment that Maynard finally shook the priest awake. Quick, create a protective spell. She ordered the priest coldly. What's wrong? The priest's eyes were a little blurred, as if he had just woken up from a dream. But Maynard did not want to talk nonsense with him and pushed him back. See for yourself, she said coldly. The priest looked up and noticed the current situation. Martha above, pale suns, isn't this the descendant of the twilight? He sucked in a breath of cold air and could not help but blurt out. But when he turned his head, he immediately noticed Freya's situation and was shocked. He hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hold on, Miss Freya." At this moment, there was not enough time for him to chant the spell. The priest only hesitated for a moment, then pulled the flame emblem from his robe and threw it in the direction of Freya. As everyone knew, the emblem worn by the priests of the Holy Cathedral of Fire was enchanted with powerful spells. In the blink of an eye, a crimson light fell from the sky, forming a protective shield that enveloped the girl from the countryside of Bucci. The leading snow wolf crashed into the shield, and its huge head was completely broken with a crack. The pale red shield shook violently, but the brain matter of the pale sun was also smeared on the pale red light wall. Freya was startled, but then she breathed a sigh of relief. She turned her head and gave the priest a grateful look. At this time, Maynard woke the others up one by one. Cruz's knights seemed to have just realized their situation, and were naturally grateful to Freya for saving their lives. But unfortunately, although their commander was temporarily saved by the protective spell, he was still trapped in a tight encirclement. Everyone understood this. We have to find a way to cut into the wolves, separate them from Miss Freya, and rescue her. Little Pero saw this scene and replied. But he frowned again, showing a worried look, "But the wolves are too thick, I don't know if we can do it." "We can only try, Miss Maynard. Can you take the injured Aaliyah away from here, so that we can give it a try?" The other knight echoed in unison. But at this time, the priest of Cruz, who was responded with gratitude by Freya, turned around. "I suggest you don't do this, I have a better plan." "Mr. Priest, what do you have in mind?" Little Pero was slightly startled and looked at him. "Leave it to me here." The priest glanced at everyone and replied, "I will separate the wolves from Miss Freya. There are only a few minutes, you have to seize the opportunity. What do you want to do?" "I will pray to the path of the golden flames, the flames will burn away all evil, and the Flame King will be with me." The priest smiled at everyone. "Don't worry, the pale suns were destroyed by the gods of order in the legends, and it will be the same today, Mr. Priest." The priest waved his hand. "Go, remember that you are the pride of the people of Cruz, don't let the lady wait too long." With that, he dismounted, gently touched his robe with his hand when he landed, and then walked in the direction of the wolves. Maynard looked back at this guy, and couldn't help but shout, "Wait! What is the lady's order? What is your name?" Maynard asked with a frown. "I am an attendant of the Golden Flames. My name is not important to me, but you can call me Million." The priest replied with a smile. Maynard nodded silently. "I will remember you, Million." With that, she turned her horse's head, and all the other knight of crews looked at her. But the female knight did not say a word. The cold wind was biting cold, but there was a strange meaning in the wind that was as cold as a knife. The knight formed a charging formation. Million faced the direction of the wolves, took a small breath, and then raised his hand. A golden flame separated the gloomy clouds above the sky, fell from the sky, and swallowed his body in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the priest of Cruz shouted, "Sage, today I will fulfill the promise engraved in the golden flame to you. The descendant of the eagle will never bow to injustice and evil. Please give me your authority, let me do your will, and sweep away all the evil in this world." The pillar of fire became bright in an instant, almost completely enveloping the priest, and the golden light illuminated the whole forest. It lit up the eyes of Maynard, Cruz, and the other knight of Cruz, and also made Freya, who was fighting the white wolf, look back in shock. Everyone saw this scene. Million raised his hand high, his body was almost completely burned out, and his whole person turned into a flame. This was because the unbearable divine power had completely destroyed the mortal body, but at the last moment of his existence in this world, he raised his right hand and slashed from top to bottom. At that moment, in the dark night sky, a giant golden flame soared hundreds of meters long appeared above the forest, and the blade fell from the sky, like a meteor falling heavily among the wolves. The moment the blade landed, a bright explosion engulfed countless white wolves in an instant, and the brilliant sparks were Million's judgment on the ground under the pretense of the authority of the golden flame. The flames burned fiercely, and the wolf pack had been divided into two. Maynard turned her head, the golden flame still illuminated her cheeks, but the female knight said nothing, just loosened the reins. "Little Pero, take Aaliyah and leave. The rest of you, follow me." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 774. Golden flames exploded in the sky and spread in all directions of the gloomy sky like a ring. The wind rolled up the snowflakes. Such bad weather was just like the end of the world predicted by the Myrnas, but the dazzling flash still lit up the sky for dozens of miles, and under the layers of clouds, it was a vast expanse of white. "My lord?" Medisha turned her head from that direction, and the light reflected on her cheeks, making her cheeks pale. "Let's split up. This is the high-level magic of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. It seems that Freya is in trouble." Brando also looked up at her and replied. Veronica nodded in agreement. "Let Brun take everyone else over, on our side. You stay behind, teacher stay behind. I still have my 3 attendants, Scarlet, plus Alaz and Sheeta. These highest combat powers are enough to deal with that old fox Arek. As for Prince Lenoret, he's with us." Veronica glanced at him and answered first. Brando understood, no matter how bold Cruz's people were, they would not let their future crown prince take unnecessary risks. However, Freya must be in trouble, this was obvious, but the Valkyrie had to go her own way after all. He couldn't always protect her, that would eventually hurt her. This world was not as peaceful as the girl expected. She had to pay for what she wanted, otherwise it would be unfair to others. Brando lowered his eyelids gently, not to mention Maynard was also by her side. There shouldn't be any problems, he could only think so. "Then it's decided, Haruz, you're with us too." Brando grabbed the reins again, and the little prince beside Prince Lenoret quickly nodded to him. He turned his head. "Miss Shido, I'm with you too." The scholar looked at Veronica, then at the Count, and answered them. "Well, Mr. Brund, do you have any questions?" "As long as there is a horse dash," the young knight with golden hair replied proudly from atop his Pegasus. He checked his sword and tied a dagger to his shoulder armor like all knight of the folded sword. This tradition is said to have originated from the legend that Gretel once fought with the king of the spirits in the Black Tomb and fought to the death with the dagger after his sword was broken. The cold wind made his cloak flutter. These summoned heavenly horses will last until tomorrow morning. You must pay attention. Medisha replied. That's enough. Bruns saluted Veronica and then nodded to Brando. He turned his horse around and whistled. The whistle spread far and wide in the wind and snow, like a bird chirping through the canopy, bringing the whole forest to life. The dark procession turned in the heavy snow, and the cruise knight left the main road in a mighty manner. Many of the men and horses began to move in the direction of the forest a few miles away. As far as the eye could see, the snow-white area was filled with dense black dots, but after a while, they connected into a small area, leaving only a thin line on the horizon. Brun turned his head back for the last time and signaled to them with his sword that flashed with a cold light. He raised his sword, indicating a good omen of success. Don't worry, they're all excellent children. Veronica said, Miss Freya will be fine. I hope so, I believe in her. Now it's our turn. The dragon told us there's a shortcut, and we're already on it. That road is not easy to walk. It has to pass through the ice gap under the glacier, and only the dragon has walked that road. Passers-by may not be able to walk where the dragon has walked. There are dangers lurking under the ice, and there are many creatures from the mythological era. But Grand Duke Erek is heading for the holy cathedral of the Hibernator, and we must catch up with him before that. Brando, tell me, what is Erek trying to do? He has already gotten the heart of the dragon, so why didn't he choose to leave here, but continue to move deeper into the glacier? Veronica narrowed her eyes. Brando did not answer immediately. He would rather believe that Erek might want to kill two birds with one stone, using the power of the demon to open the ancient seal in the holy cathedral of the Hibernator and release the descendants of the Twilight sealed underground. But he always felt that things were not so simple. Erek would not be unaware that he would anger the guardian of this place, Sheeta. Intuition told him that Erek might have already arranged a series of plans for this trip. But to expose the other party's trick, Brando felt that he first had to find out what was really hidden in the center of the stained frost forest maze. In response to Veronica's question, he just shook his head. We'll know soon enough. Brando, Shido is very familiar with such glaciers. She has a wealth of geographical knowledge. She may be able to help you. No need. I'm also very familiar with this place. What I need is a guide with a wealth of survival skills, not a scholar. Peya was such an excellent guide, but the hunter girl had become a little depressed since witnessing her companions in the town being killed by Erek. She could not ride a horse, so she could only ride with Scarlet. She wrapped her arms around the waist of the mountain girl woodenly and said nothing. The sky soon darkened, or it was darker than before. The night on the snowy plains was pitch black without a trace of light, and no team could continue their journey in such an environment. Therefore, everyone had to stop and camp in the lee of the wind. The direction of the forest was quiet, and there was no news at all. Just like that, the night passed. In the early hours of the morning, Brando finally found the shortcut that Sheeta had mentioned that led to the ice gap. He finally knew why this road was called a shortcut, because it crossed the entire glacier blocking the north side. Brando remembered that there was such a passage in the game, which was called the Blade's Edge by the players. Because crossing it was as dangerous as crossing a blade, no one would choose this road if they were not in a hurry. The next few hours were spent in darkness and cold. The team sometimes moved along a long and narrow glacier, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared over the abyss. The terrain under the glacier was intricate, which was an eye-opener for everyone. But the one who gained the most was obviously the scholar. As soon as she had time to stop, Brando saw her take out a small book from her backpack and write and draw. The whole morning was peaceful. Two blind ice demons lurking in the ice gap wanted to attack the team, but Mephistopheles found them in advance and killed them with a sword. They should be the bosses in the nearby area. Brando found that the Ash Sword Saint could also gain a lot of experience by killing monsters, but unfortunately nothing dropped. There was no concept of time in the dark underground. Almost 2 or 3 hours after Mephistopheles killed the ice demons, the team came to a natural open place. At this time, Shido and Haruz, who were slightly weaker, were almost exhausted. Brando put the torch between two icicles and then asked everyone to stop to rest and replenish their strength. At this time, Alaz came to him. The little female dragon pulled Brando out of the crowd and pulled him aside. Her golden eyes flashed with a dangerous light. She stretched out her claws to Brando and whispered, "Brando, someone is following us, did you notice?" Brando was slightly startled, and then a serious look appeared on his face. "I vaguely felt it, I thought it was an illusion." "Why, can you feel it?" Brando was not lying. Because of some experience in the game, he trusted his intuition very much, which was why he asked the team to stop. These glaciers and the cracks below were caused by the war tens of thousands of years ago. No one knew what would be under the ice. According to the strength calculation in the game, it was not impossible for a boss above level 60 to appear. In terms of combat power, it was equivalent to the existence of the peak of the law. Even though Brendel's teacher had one foot in the ultimate realm, but fighting in this kind of environment, strength sometimes did not mean anything. Brendel did not forget how Andesha failed miserably in such an easy task. "Huh? You can actually detect it?" "I asked your Ash Sword Saint teacher, he didn't seem to feel it at all." "How did you feel it?" Alaz was a little curious. "It's just my intuition, it has nothing to do with strength." But Brando frowned. He faintly felt that it might have something to do with dark perception. Unfortunately, he still could not wear the Gemini ring, otherwise, he would be able to sense the lurker more clearly. Your intuition is quite strange." "To be honest, I just have some intuition that something is following us." "Didn't you notice that there are too few monsters under the glacier, much fewer than the number of monsters we encountered in Shida's lair?" "You judged based on this?" Brando took a closer look at the little female dragon, somewhat surprised by her attentiveness. "More or less." "What about Shida?" "He's the local snake here, and it's said that he's passed through this ice gap several times." "What did he say?" "What's down here?" "He said he didn't know." "Do you think he doesn't know?" "You mean he's lying to me?" Alaz was a little annoyed. "He wouldn't dare lie to me." "But have you ever thought about who asked it to guard here?" "He never said the other party's name." "Alaz, Shida just looks like an idiot on the surface." The little female dragon stopped talking. She looked surprised, which then turned into anger. "Damn it, he dares to lie to me, I'll go find him." "Wait, don't go." Brando grabbed her arm and tried to pull the little female dragon back, but he did not expect Alaz to be so strong that she almost sent him flying. Brando managed to steady himself and shouted, "Alaz, wait a minute, I don't think Shida lied to you. What do you mean, Brando? Why do I not understand what you're saying more and more?" Alaz turned back and replied in a huff. "I mean, Shida may not know the other party's name himself." "Impossible," Alaz immediately retorted. "You said it yourself, Shida is not really an idiot. I know him very well. He may be a little stupid sometimes, but he is a smart guy. I mean, do you know those existences?" Brando lowered his voice and replied, "The Guardians." Alaz was suddenly speechless. She stared at Brando, dumbfounded. "How do you know all this?" "No, wait. Author's note, kakaka when someone come and kill me, it's so annoying. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 775. The crisscrossing ice crevices were deep and winding, like the blood vessels of a giant beast intricately distributed under the glacier, but there was no blood pulsing inside, only darkness and silence. Water droplets dripped down from the several-foot-long icicles, occasionally making a tinkling sound, breaking the silence and solitude. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps broke into the dreamlike silence. The footsteps seemed to be being chased, but also seemed to be chasing something. It passed through one ice cave after another, and then a young man came into view. The young man's skin was dark, and his clothes were tattered from head to toe. There were even bloodstains on them, but under his long messy hair was a pair of eyes that emitted a dazzling brilliance. Yeruta panted heavily. Since entering the stained frost forest, the sword wounds on his body had not healed, the high fever continued, and the surrounding scenery was sometimes clear and sometimes blurry to him. When his condition worsened, the ice-blue pillar even produced double images in his eyes, but in the dark, he could always see the figure that was sometimes far and sometimes close. It seemed to be a person, but there was always only a back view. For 2 weeks, it had been floating and always walking in front of him. It was as if there was a kind of magic urging him to cross the forest and the glacier, always following behind it, all the way here. But Yeruta already had a splitting headache, and his mind was groggy. He could not remember much, but he at least remembered his father, his sister, and the hunter who died outside the stained frost forest that day, when he was curled up under the carriage, feeling the wound on his chest and abdomen bleeding, his body getting weaker and weaker, light as a feather, as if he was about to lose all consciousness. A voice entered his mind, and he only remembered that it was a neutral, emotionless voice. Do you want to live, mortal? Stand up if you want to live. Save me, save me. Yeruta remembered groaning in a daze, but he did not get an answer. He coughed hard. You want to save me? I can't save you, but someone can. Yeruta opened his mouth wide, feeling that he could barely breathe, let alone speak. But soon after, a cold aura spread out from his chest, allowing him to regain some of his consciousness. You must come to me, you can only save yourself if you obey my orders. During this period, I will temporarily protect you, but you don't have much time. Yeruta's body was injected with a trace of power. He barely opened his eyes and saw a huge, pale blue phantom standing in front of him. It was like a ghost, but he did not have the strength to look up at the other party's face. He could only see the loose robe. Why did you save me? Where are the others? You and your sister might be related to the 12th legacy. But that's not the point. You need my help, and I need yours. Sister? Yeruta heard this word and became excited. Sister is still alive. She won't die. Someone will save her. What about me? Can I still see her? Don't worry, you will eventually reunite with your sister, as long as you listen to my orders. But who are you? I'm Crystal. You mortals like to call me that, but I prefer my original name, Lucas. However, what you saw was not me, but a message. It's hard for me to explain it to you, but you just need to understand that you need my help, and I need yours. You need my help? Yes, I need you to come to my side. Side, aren't you right in front of me? The blue figure did not answer, but looked down at him, and then slowly turned around. Yeruta felt that his body seemed to be recovering faster, and there was always a voice in his heart calling to him. Somehow, he followed in a daze. They walked into the forest one after the other, as if no one noticed them. He passed by the Black Knight under a wreck, who was unaware. Then they passed through the forest, through the valley, through the snowfield and the glacier, without encountering a single monster. Every night after that, the blue figure would reappear, walking unhurriedly in front of him, the distance erratic. Day after day, Yeruta forgot his surroundings, even forgot hunger and cold, and forgot time. But gradually, the other party walked faster and faster, leaving him less and less time. Yeruta, you have to accelerate faster. You don't have much time left. The teenager also gradually realized. His body was getting heavier and heavier, and the sword wound that had not healed was like a painful brand that constantly tugged at his nerves. His steps were no longer as brisk as when he first stepped into the forest. His mind was sometimes clear and sometimes muddy. Most of the time, Yeruta could only maintain a limited amount of calmness. His vision was getting narrower and narrower in front of him, and the surrounding scenery was getting darker and darker. Finally, there was a moment. He saw the blue figure in front of him disappear. His feet went soft, and he suddenly slid down the side of the ice. There was a series of sounds of broken ice rolling down in the darkness, and then it quickly returned to silence. Wake up, there's not much time left for you. Wake up, I need your help. Brando suddenly opened his eyes, and his pale forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. What time? He looked up in confusion. The ice above his head was always a magnificent blue, and the whistling sound known as Jupiter's whispers echoed in the distance. It was the sound of a cold current passing through an isthmus in the north. At one end of the isthmus, there was a huge glacier connected to the ground. The sound had been going on for years, but it was still far away. It often made people mistakenly think that there was a howling monster locked in the underground abyss. Brendel stared suspiciously into the depths of the cave for a while. His eyes were as deep as a puzzle that could not be solved. He gathered the blanket that did not seem to be too tight, and only then did he realize that he had a dream. He had a strange dream. In the dream, many people passed through a shining snowfield. They wore strange clothes, black and white robes, and rode wingless dragons. Gradually, black, huge, obelisk-like buildings appeared around them. The buildings emitted a strange metallic luster and were covered with a spiderweb-like crystal grid. Brando recognized that those were the remains of Milos. It was said that the closer to the center of the glacier, the more such remains there were. Brando saw such a scene in the dream. He saw those people pass through these ancient ruins and come to the edge of a huge rift. There, they held a grand sacrificial ceremony, pushed the slaves down the valley, and then threw a huge shining box into the abyss. Time passed slowly in the glacier. He saw those people then settle down and become neighbors with the cavemen on the ice. But suddenly there was a dispute among them, and then there was a split, a war, and they were divided into two factions from the inside. The losing side continued north, while the rest stayed. The good times were gone. Many old people froze to death on the glacier. The young people tried to leave the glacier for the forest, but they fell one by one on the migration path. Only a few people were left. The person he dreamed of watched on the glacier day after day, watching his people fall one by one. Death was like a plague, and finally fell on him. Brando vaguely remembered the last sunrise he saw in the dream. The sun rose from the west, red and huge, and the world became blood red, as if it was a sign of something. Brando looked away. The cave was quiet, and everyone was asleep. There was a bright light in the far end of Brando's vision. It was a bonfire. It should be the latter half of the night, so the ones keeping watch at the bonfire were Medisha and the Shire. He could even occasionally hear the low voices of conversation coming from there. But Brando did not intend to get up. He leaned quietly in the darkness alone. He did not understand the meaning of his strange dream. When he completely calmed down, he had realized that the scene he saw in the dream might be what the Myrna people saw with their own eyes. And those people he saw were probably the Myrna people who crossed the glacier. The Myrna people were driven away by Gretel at the end of the War of the Holy Saints. The time was about chaos. 1024, which was before the year of the Golden Hoof, and earlier than the age of runes and swords. Not long after that, the last great demonic wave happened. According to the records in the scriptures, the population of the whole continent was reduced by almost 1/3 in that disaster. That was the worst disaster Wonde had experienced after the War of the Holy Saints. He suddenly remembered the red and huge sun he saw in his dream, and remembered a passage in the Black Prophecy: blood fell from the sky, and the disaster stopped from the west to the east. Wasn't that the description of the last great demonic wave? But why would he suddenly dream of a scene that happened 1,000 years ago? Brando himself did not understand. He only felt that it was indescribably strange. He also remembered the box that looked like a golden ark that the Myrna people threw into the abyss in his dream. He faintly felt that his dream might have something to do with the box. But as for what was in the box, he knew nothing. There were no records of it in history. Brando sighed softly. The feeling of being spied on rose in his heart again. He subconsciously turned his head. The surroundings were silent. The ice cave was like the body of a sleeping beast. It was sometimes so quiet that it made one's heart palpitate. But Brando looked around vigilantly. He clearly felt that there was always a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness. Brando, That can't be the protector dash. He could not help but turn his head and look in the direction where Alaz was sleeping. He remembered the conversation between the two in the afternoon. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 776. Since the Battle of Babel Fortress, the legend of the Guardians had spread. Legend had it that the Guardians had always been in a secret place that no one knew of, guarding the knowledge of the gods from the ancient times. They were a special group of golden people, created by the Dragon of Fury, Alphonse. But when the dispute restarted, they would return to the earth. But in fact, there is no such thing. Erek smiled coldly. That is just a legend made up by the mortals to comfort themselves. The real guardians have never existed. The knowledge of the mortals is lost, scattered on the earth. They're sad fragments of knowledge about magic and order. After saying this, he raised his head. Above the towering ice stairs, there was a huge stone door. There were no decorations on the stone door, and it looked like an ancient fortress. Erek stood at the bottom of the stairs for a moment, then slowly went up with his entourage. The icy wind whistled, and the entrance of the holy cathedral of the hibernator stood in front of them. It seems that the dragon has been confused by us. Devard could not help but say a witty remark. Erek glanced at him, and he felt a chill in his heart. In order to fight against the twilight, the gods created the dragons to manage the world on their behalf. The platinum dragon Bahamut, the war dragon Tiamat, the raging dragon Alphonse, the knowledge dragon Crystal, the elemental dragon Blazing, the calamity dragon Azure. The dragons also created the first generation of warriors. The people of blood and fire, the golden generation. Legend has it that the golden generation each had their own duties. The dragons mastered the law, the Myrnas mastered power, the witches mastered magic, and the creations of the knowledge dragon and the raging dragon never appeared on the earth. This is the origin of this legend, but in fact, this is just an agreement left by the raging dragon Alphonse, Odin, and the Azure Knight. Odin? Devard was slightly startled. Sir, you mean the darkness dragon? What did they agree on? Erek nodded. That's our biggest enemy. The funny thing is that those mortals gave him a nondescript name. Odin was never a dragon, and he doesn't need to exist as a dragon. No one knows what they agreed on, but one thing is for sure, it has something to do with the silver generation that appeared later. Odin has always been waiting for an opportunity, especially since the ring of the world split. There are voices within the gods who doubt that the creation of the golden folk was a mistake. After that, the subsequent legend was released by the Buga people, but its authenticity is doubtful. This statement is likely just an excuse made up by the Buga wizards to maintain the legitimacy of the sacred covenant. After Erek said this, he suddenly fell silent. What really remains in this glacier isn't the guardian race at all. It's very likely that it's just a remnant will of Milos. The will of a god? Erek raised his head and saw the heavy stone door slowly opening in front of him, but the gray color in his eyes remained unchanged. He smiled with some disdain. Don't worry, it's just a trick. There's nothing to fear from a god who has lost his throne in the sky. The will of Milos is here, which means that the legend is true, and we will soon have the honor of witnessing it all. He turned his head, his face full of twisted fanaticism. The Twilight Dragon may never have been defeated. Brando suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the darkness. The sound came from far to near, like something crawling on the ground. He became alert, grabbed the hilt of the Halran Gaia beside him, and narrowed his eyes to look in that direction in the darkness. After only a short while, he saw the outline of a person over there. Brando was slightly startled because he saw the huntress. What is she doing at this time? A thought flashed through his mind, wondering if this girl was a spy left behind by Erek, but then he shook his head. There seemed to be no point for Erek to leave this spy behind. Just as he was in a daze, Peya had come to his side. The huntress didn't seem to realize that Brando had woken up. She quietly came to the Count's side and exhaled softly as if she was nervous, and then dared to look at Brando cautiously. But it was this glance that made her freeze there. She saw Brando's bright eyes in the darkness, looking at her in confusion. Ah! Peya almost shivered in fright and froze in place for a moment. Peya? What are you doing? Brando asked calmly. He had reason to be calm because the huntress posed no threat to him. The huntress had a complicated look in her eyes. She bit her lower lip, and it was difficult to see her face in the darkness, but there was a wild and determined look in her dark eyes. She suddenly lowered her head and looked at Brando with her dark eyes, and then moved closer to Brando with some fear. Her whole body snuggled down and she gently rested her head on his neck. Brando was stunned for a moment. He felt Peya's body trembling slightly in his arms and his heart pounding. But he didn't understand what she meant by this action. What are you doing, Peya? Brando was completely shocked by the huntress's actions and completely lost his previous calmness. He hurriedly pressed her shoulders and pushed her away a little, staring carefully into her eyes. He thought that the huntress was possessed. After all, there were often some ghosts in the dark underground that could control people's hearts. But the huntress's eyes were very clear, and there was just a hint of embarrassment and shyness in her eyes as she looked at him. Brando suddenly understood something. He put her back a little and then sat up. Peya, do you want to beg me to save your brother? The huntress grabbed her collar with one hand, and the eyelashes of her sincere eyes under her thick black hair drooped down. She trembled slightly and said hoarsely, My lord, I dreamed of Yoruda. A nightmare? Peya nodded in fear. I dreamed that he was unconscious, in an ice cave, with a lot of corpses around him. She looked up, her eyes full of fear. Brando breathed a sigh of relief and comforted her. It was just a dream, Peya. A wreck didn't kill your brother, you saw it. No, the huntress shook her head vigorously. I saw it, he's not far from here. I also heard that voice, he told us to hurry and save him. My lord, But Brando was slightly startled. He suddenly remembered his dream and could not help but frown. You heard that voice too? He saw the huntress looking at him puzzledly and explained, the voice in your dream, what kind of voice was it? I don't know, the huntress shook her head vigorously. It was like in my heart, it made me feel very warm and made me want to believe in him. Brando had confirmed by this time that it was the same voice that appeared in his dream, and he frowned, feeling that the situation was a little unusual. Obviously, there was something under the glacier that wanted him to know something, or take him somewhere, and its power might not be as strong as imagined, so it had to resort to such means. It was not that he had never encountered such a thing in the game, it was just that he did not feel the same way in the real world. He thought for a moment and asked, Peya, your dream, do you remember that place? I remember, it was in a deep valley, not far from here. The huntress hurriedly replied. She looked up at him pitifully and hopefully. I see, go and get the others up. Brando nodded. He took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. Although it was not yet dawn, it was a matter of life and death, not to mention why Yoruda would appear here, which made him very curious. Brando already had some guesses in his heart. Peya's dark eyes seemed to be lit up for a moment, and she looked up gratefully, but then she felt that something was wrong. The huntress lowered her head humbly again and knelt in front of Brando, holding Brando's right hand in both hands and kissing his fingers. This kiss had nothing to do with the feelings between a man and a woman, but the servant's humble gratitude to the master. The huntress looked up at him cautiously and asked, Sir Knight, is your manner still short of a hunter? My father was once the most outstanding hunter in this area, and I learned from my father to be a good hunter since I was a child, and I believe that I am not inferior to even the most seasoned hunters, Peya. Brando was a little embarrassed. I didn't help you because of that. No. I will definitely satisfy you, as long as you say the word. Peya is willing to do anything for you. The huntress knelt down before him and pleaded in a low voice. It had to be said that the huntress had the capital to say such words. Except for her rough skin and dirty long black hair, her beauty was not inferior to any woman Brando had seen in any region. What's more, Peya had a wild beauty, which seemed to be hidden in her powerful figure, ready to burst out with her movements at any time, full of tension. For such a stubborn woman to say such pleading words, Brando saw the huntress kneeling beside him, and although he felt very awkward, it was not impossible to say that he was not moved at all. He took a deep breath and managed to calm himself down. He shook his head and said, "Peya, you are our guide. I said that I would save your brother if I had the chance. This is my promise. Don't let me make a mistake, okay?" The huntress was slightly startled. She stepped back a little in confusion, but looked at Brando in a daze, as if she did not understand why Brando would say that. It was difficult for Brando to explain to her how he was different from other nobles, so he could only smile at her awkwardly. This smile was different from the one Peya had seen on any other nobles. It was either contemptuous or greedy, and was unsettling. "Go," Brando replied. The scene before was a little too explosive, and he was a normal man. He suddenly felt a little envious of those damned nobles. This envy turned into a kind of resentment, and in the end, it turned into a commanding tone. "Hurry up and wake everyone up. Tell everyone to get ready to depart. Your brother is still unconscious. Have you forgotten?" "Thank you, Lord Knight." Brando watched Peya retreat and breathed a sigh of relief. But he still had another problem to solve. He turned his head and said to the darkness, "Have you seen enough, Miss Shido? If you are well rested, we will be ready to set off." He had thought that this sentence would scare off the scholar who had been quietly peeping, but he did not expect Shido to be much more generous than he had imagined. She smiled politely at him from over there. "Mr. Brando, they say that you are the model of the ancient nobles, but in terms of romance, you are far from it. In the face of a noble and beautiful lady who is willing to sacrifice herself, you have chosen to refuse. How disappointing." Brando almost spat out the water in his mouth. But the poet added, "But I admire it very much, Count. You have shown me a noble character, and its name is refusing to take advantage of others." The scholar smiled and nodded to Brando before retreating into her tent. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 777. Just as Brando and his party began to move, on the other side, Freya was struggling to move forward in the silver-gray forest. They had been with Brun's men for a day and a half, but this did not change their situation at all. There were more and more pale suns in the forest, and in order to deal with these terrible beasts, they had to flee northwest along the forest. In the early hours of the morning, they hastily ate some hard-to-swallow dry food, and the scout cavalry found traces of white wolves on the outskirts of the forest, and the team had to set off again. Marquis Yoakum and the monster seemed to have great interest in them, and had been chasing after them. But the most terrible thing was still the monster. Freya checked Aaliyah and another knight on the stretcher, who were feverish, and the wound on Aaliyah's neck had begun to turn black. The icicles fired by the white wolves seemed to carry some kind of curse that could slow down the healing time of the wound and accelerate the decay. Freya herself had many such wounds, and she was well aware of it, but she did not show the constant pain on her face. The other knight, on the other hand, seemed to be completely dehydrated. He had just blocked the silver monster, and it was as if all his flesh and blood had been sucked out of his body. Freya saw with her own eyes that the humanoid silver monster was besieged by 7 or 8 gold-ranked cruise knights. It was wounded all over, but it suddenly pounced on one of them, and after draining the man's flesh and blood, the wounds all over its body healed as if nothing had happened. She had never heard of such a terrible ability, not even vampires. At that time, almost all the knights in that battle were left there, and only the one in front of her managed to escape. Later, in order to block the monster, the whole team left behind more than a dozen knights, and even the female knight named Rogi died in that battle. She could not help but glance at little Pero, and she only later learned that the female knight was his fiancée. The wind has stopped. Little Pero's face was almost expressionless, but he looked at the canopy that gradually stopped shaking and said this. This was almost the only good news in the past few hours. However, the bad news was that when there was no wind or snow, the distance in the forest would be further and the smell would linger for a longer time. But where exactly should we go? It's already impossible for us to meet up with the Count and the Legion commander. The other party clearly doesn't intend to give way to us. Brund stared at the crude map drawn last night on the ground and said. In just 2 days, his cheeks had lost weight and deep dark circles had appeared under his eyes. Continue heading north, Maynard replied. They don't want us to meet up with them, so we'll do as they wish. The others nodded. Joachim should be hoping to weaken the forces around Veronica and Brando, but everyone present at the moment knew how strong the forces around Brando were. In fact, they were not lacking at all. It seemed that the main force of the Folded Sword Knight Regiment was here, but the other side was stronger. Freya, Brund, Maynard, and little Pero were very clear in their hearts. Brando asked Brund to lead all the Folded Sword Knight Regiment away, not necessarily to numb the other party. In that case, it seemed that they could beat them at their own game. Marquis Joachim is fine, but that monster seems to have gone crazy. I don't know what it's trying to do. Brund glanced at Aaliyah, who was lying on the stretcher, and could not help but say with some annoyance. But everyone present turned their eyes to Freya, and Freya herself frowned. Brund did not know, but the people who were with her first knew in their hearts that the silver monster was obviously coming for their commander. It was just that no one knew what the so-called bloodline of the goddess of war was. Senior Maynard, do you know something? Freya turned her head and whispered to the female knight beside her. Maynard shook her head. I've never heard of the legend of the goddess of war, but I only know that this bloodline does seem to have something to do with you. Brando should have mentioned it to you, but like him, I don't know why that monster knows all this. I don't know what it has to do with you. This was not the first time Maynard had answered like this, and Freya could not help but sigh anxiously. She opened her backpack and glanced at the slate lying quietly inside. Brando once said that this slate would answer her questions, but so far she had found nothing. Maynard saw that Freya was lost in thought, and she turned to the others and said, It's almost dawn, and since the movements of those white beasts have been found on the periphery, it means that they will soon appear in this area. We'll continue to circle northwest along the forest and buy time for our lord and your lord commander. Does anyone have any other opinions? The others did not speak. In the previous 2 days of battle, Maynard had shown extraordinary command, and although it was not enough to make these proud young people admire her, she had at least won their recognition. I have a question, only little Pero thought for a moment and replied, what if the silver monster comes after us again? This question made the atmosphere in the camp drop to freezing point. Everyone still remembered the battle last night with lingering fear. Nearly 1/5 of the knights of the Folded Sword Knight Regiment had died, just to block that terrible monster. Maynard also seemed a little hesitant. Sometimes plans were very pale in the face of absolute strength. The silver monster was at least above the elemental activation level, and it was not something that they, as gold ranks, could stop. Let's take it one step at a time. She could only answer so. But it was at this moment that there was a sudden commotion outside the camp. Stag! Stag! Everyone was screaming. What's going on? The young knight present stood up at the same time, with one hand on his sword, and looked out. They saw Freya stand up as if she had been electrocuted. The future Valkyrie looked up and saw a blue stag standing proudly in the forest not far from the camp. This scene seemed to pull her thoughts back to that night in the year of flowers and summer leaves in an instant. The blue stag looked at the knight in the camp and twisted its beautiful neck, as if to signal everyone. It turned around and then slowly walked into the forest. Quick, follow it. Freya seemed to wake up from a dream and hurriedly said to everyone. Wait. Little Pero looked at the forest and frowned. Sir Commander, that's the holy cathedral of the Hibernator. The heavy stone door slowly opened, revealing a dark and deep space behind it. It was like an obsidian passage. The cross-section of the whole passage was trapezoidal, and the surface was covered with bright red polylines. A thin layer of fog was deposited on the ground, but as the stone door opened, the cold wind that rushed in from the outside had already blown it away, revealing the dark ground below. Erek walked up the frosty stairs, and his eyes first fell on the skeletons that were scattered on both sides of the passage. These skeletons were clearly divided into 2 categories. On one side, there were tall humanoid creatures, still wearing the armor they had when they were alive. The armor was simple in shape and covered with patterns that were incompatible with the aesthetic style of this era. Most of the weapons used by these skeletons were heavy broadswords or battle axes. These dusty weapons still had remnants of the aura from the previous era, heavy and vigorous, as if each of them was a divine weapon, but the magic on them had long since fallen apart with the passing of their owners. However, there were still some weapons that were luckily preserved. Enrich passed by these corpses and casually picked up a sword. He injected a little bit of magic power and chanted a strange word. The sword became bright and was surrounded by lightning. The Duke casually threw the sword, and it shot out like a bolt of lightning. It hit the wall on one side of the passage with a loud bang, and then bounced to the side, drawing a beautiful blue and white line. It hit the floor again, leaving behind a trail of sparks, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Devard came closer to take a look, only to find that the place where the combat sword hit the wall did not even leave the slightest scratch. He could not help but change his expression and asked, "What is this temple built with?" "The previous blow with the weapon was almost equivalent to my full blow. This wall, this is not a building, Devard," Enrich replied. "Milos fell here." "Who built these buildings? The Myrnas, or the Cruz people? They can't make it." "No, Milos is the follower of the Dragon of Fury, Alphonse. This is his body." "Ah. Don't be surprised. Why did the gods shape their images according to human imagination? The myths of the Myrnas are barely reliable. The Cruz people have never experienced those tragic ancient wars. What do they know? They dare to claim to be orthodox in front of all for one? They are just some clowns who took the opportunity to steal the throne. Odin doesn't care about them, but we are not such fools." Enrich's words echoed in the passage. He slowly passed by the skeletons of another kind of creature, which were obviously wolves. But their skeletons were much larger than their descendants living on the earth now. The skeletons of these wolves were like the skeletons of giant dragons, with thick forelimbs, two particularly sharp tusks, and oddly shaped bone plates and long horns on their heads. These were the so-called ancient species, the first generation of Ekis descendants. Enrich admired these skeletons as if he was admiring a work of art, but he did not have any other intentions. He just walked through them. The group moved slowly along the passage, followed by the Knight of the Order of the Dead of All for One. Enrich looked for a while, then turned back to the Wizards of All for One and asked, "You guys unearthed those things in the periphery?" "Yes." The wizard replied respectfully, "This is exactly the same as what is recorded in the Dark Prophecy, and also in line with some of our books. Milos fought a long battle here with Ekis, and at the same time, the Lord's Second Legion participated in the battle." "The Second Legion? Is it the Crystal Cluster?" "No, the Crystal Cluster came from the Seventh Legion. They attacked the wings of Earth on the extreme plane, so it's impossible for them to appear in the inner world on a large scale. It should be the No Race here." No Race, Ekis, the name of the abyss. I'm getting more and more curious. Enrich could not help but squint his eyes, and faint stripes began to appear on his pale face. "You will see one of them soon." As soon as the wizard finished speaking, a hall appeared in Enrich's vision. More skeletons appeared in the spacious hall, but at the center of these skeletons, a breathtaking corpse involuntarily attracted everyone's attention. It looked like a fox, with astonishingly beautiful silver fur all over her body. She floated in the center of the hall with her eyes closed. If it wasn't for the fact that she was already dead, perhaps people would have thought that she was just sleeping. "Dim Ko Hua, this is Ekis' eldest daughter." Enrich could not help but murmur to himself, "I didn't expect her to fall here." "My lord, you'd better come and see this." After Brando slowly slid down a layer of gray-white ice from above, he heard Medisha, who had gone down first, shout from below. He bypassed a dense patch of icicles and saw Medisha half kneeling at the entrance of a dark ice path in front of him. There was a figure lying next to the silver fairy princess. At first, he thought it was Paya's brother, but when he got a little closer, he found that it was not. It was a skeleton, at least 6 or 7 meters tall. The skeleton was wearing heavy armor, with its head down and sitting on the ground against the ice wall. Its fatal wound should be on its chest. Brando noticed that there was a fist-sized hole in the chest armor of the skeleton where the heart was, apparently pierced by something. This is the skeleton of a frost giant. Brando glanced at the skeleton's physique and made a judgment. It seems that Sheeta did not lie to us. This road does lead to the holy cathedral of the Hibernator. Are they the guardians of this holy cathedral? Medisha asked in a low voice. They used to be. Brando replied, Is this what you want me to see? No, there are more similar skeletons ahead. But not all of them are frost giants. There are some strange corpses that even Miss Shido can't recognize. The Silver Elf Princess replied. What kind, wolf? Seeing Medisha shake her head, Brando could not help but be curious. It was well known that Milos had fought Ekis here, but what other corpses would there be here besides the bodies of frost giants and the bodies of Ekis children? Human? Unlikely. Brando knew that the scholar lady would never make a mistake on such a matter. He motioned for Medisha to lead the way, and then followed in, and soon found the scholar lady with a puzzled look among the skeletons. Shido was staring at a strange corpse in a daze. To be exact, it was not a corpse, nor was it a skeleton, but a pool of silver, human-shaped liquid. This pool of liquid lay among the corpses of 7 or 8 frost giants, and there was a frost-blue combat sword stuck in it. If it were not for this sword, others might have missed this corpse and just thought it was a pool of ice water. What is this? Brando saw this thing and could not help but be stunned. P.S. Yesterday I had a discussion with Mother Z and sorted out my thoughts. I'm back, you know. Well, as for the strong heroes who were on their way to kill me yesterday, please go back. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 778. The silver liquid looked like mercury in Brendel's eyes, but judging from the distribution of the frost giant's corpses and the sword that was stuck in it, he was almost certain that it was the corpse of some kind of creature, or perhaps a monster. Some kind of metal-type subspecies of sludge monster? No, the body of a sludge monster obviously can't be preserved for tens of thousands of years or even longer. Besides, I've never heard of a sludge monster among the dusk monsters. Brando shook his head subconsciously. In his long experience in the game, he had seen most of the monsters in Woned, including their state before and after death. Beasts and humanoid monsters generally left behind corpses after death. Elementals would fall apart and return to their origin, and demons would be expelled back to their original plane before death. Only freshly dead sludge monsters or water-type elementals, including their ice-type subspecies, would turn into a pool of water after death. But obviously, the situation in front of him did not make sense. Brando slid down the ice wall and came to Medisha's side. He squatted down next to the pool of silver liquid and reached out his index finger to touch it. But the moment his fingertips touched the liquid, he suddenly withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted. Mercury was not sticky, and it did not feel like the body fluid of a creature. It was more like an inorganic substance. But that was not what made Brando alert, but the moment he put his hand into the liquid, he felt a slight loss of power. Brando's hair stood on end. He could clearly feel that the liquid was absorbing his power, and it seemed to have a consciousness. Be careful, this thing is weird. Stay away from it. Brando immediately pulled Medisha up and reminded her vigilantly. Ah! At that moment, a scream suddenly came from the ice cave to their left. Brando turned around. It was the voice of Ms. Scholar. Shido? His face changed. Oh no, Miss Shido said she was a little curious and took Scarlet to check the other corpses. Medisha replied anxiously. Damn it. Brando immediately heard the sound of fighting, followed by the muffled sound of a human body hitting the ice wall. He didn't know if it was Scarlet or Miss Scholar who was hit. But Brando heard 3 consecutive footsteps on the ice. The footsteps were heavy and sounded more like the footsteps of a tall male creature, not Scarlet or Shido. Brando frowned. Before Medisha could react, he turned around and pulled out his sword. As soon as the pitch-black Halran Gaia was unsheathed, a silver light flashed in the direction of the ice cave, and a strange creature came into view. If Freya was here, she would have cried out in surprise, because the humanoid monster that appeared in front of Brando and Medisha was streamlined, silver-white, and oval-shaped with no eyes, nostrils, or ears on its oval head. There was only a big cracked mouth that seemed to be laughing silently all the time. The monster stopped at the entrance of the cave, looking a little surprised. It probably didn't expect that there would be other people in this direction, but it suddenly opened its mouth and waved its right hand forward. Like flowing liquid metal, it stretched out 5 or 6 meters, forming a silver blade that slashed towards Brando and Medisha. The silver blade was like a flashing belt of light, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Medisha. The silver fairy princess was taken aback and subconsciously tried to block with her spear. But Brando shouted, "Be careful." He pulled her behind him, and at the same time, the Halran Gaia was raised up, and the power of resonance summoned a stalagmite from under the ice, which smashed the silver blade into pieces. Brando saw with his own eyes that the silver blade in the monster's hand hit the stalagmite, and together with the hard rock, it scattered like a waterfall, scattering into countless tiny silver water droplets and gravel. But when the water droplets fell to the ground, they didn't soak into the ground, but converged on the monster like mercury, and in the blink of an eye, they merged into one, and the silver monster immediately grew a new arm. "Be careful, this thing isn't so easy to deal with." Brando protected the silver fairy princess with one hand, and only then did he have time to finish the second half of the sentence. "Don't have any contact with it. It may absorb energy to maintain its regeneration ability." Ah. Medisha had never heard of such an ecology, and couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. But when the monster heard Brando's words, it turned its head. Although it didn't have eyes, Brando unexpectedly realized that the other party was looking at him. He suddenly felt a vicious murderous intent in his heart. The silver-white humanoid creature paused for a moment, and then pounced again. Its movements were astonishingly fast, and when its body moved, it was like a silver light. Not to mention Medisha, even Brando almost lost his target. It has at least the physical quality of an elemental rank. Brando's heart tightened. The thing was actually out of his sight, but he didn't even look at it, and swung his sword back. With an angry scream, Brando felt that his blade had pierced something. He turned his head and saw that the monster was almost split in two from its ribs to its chest, but it was still rushing forward with one claw covering the wound, and was about to rush up the ice slope on the other side. Damn it! Brando didn't expect this thing to be able to escape with such a serious injury. Fortunately, Wond had similar monsters, and he reacted in an instant. His right foot stopped, and he raised Halran Gaia with his right hand and slammed it down on the ground. With a dull roar, a stone dragon was seen extending from the tip of Brando's sword towards the back of the monster in a straight line. The silver-white humanoid monster was astonishingly fast, but the stone dragon that came out from the ground was faster. One after the other, they caught up to the monster's feet in the blink of an eye. The resonance effect of Halran Gaia was equivalent to the full damage of the attacker, which meant that this attack was equivalent to Brando's full-strength attack. With a loud bang, the terrifying impact from the ground directly blasted the monster into the sky, and its right leg, which took the full brunt of the damage, turned into countless silver splashes. The monster was still flipping in midair. Brando immediately let go of Halran Gaia and raised his right hand, and the ring of the Wind Empress immediately began to charge. The Lord bared his teeth like a beast, raised his right hand high, and let out a low hiss from the depths of his throat. The next moment, the wind bullet spun and shot out, instantly hitting the monster in midair. The wind bullet almost pierced through the center of the silver liquid, piercing through the monster's heart, forming a bright ring. From the moment the monster passed by Brando, to the moment it was sent flying, and then Brando released the wind bullet, the whole process was just a blink of an eye. The battle that broke out even stunned Medisha. This was the first time she saw Brando fully display his combat talent in the game. The Silver Elf Princess reaction was a little slower, but she still saw the whole process of the battle, and her eyes could not help but shine brightly. Brando was a human, and if one ignored the Earl's title, he was just a young man in his 20s. But the reaction speed he showed at this moment, in Medicia's eyes, was completely in line with the standard of an ordinary silver elf warrior. But if the silver elf princess knew that in fact, the current Brando was far from his peak level, and even slightly regressed, who knows what she would think. In fact, since the battle with Ebden, Brando's enemies were either too weak or too strong. All along, he had been a little out of practice in the game. The monster was completely smashed, and it fell to the ground like a pile of mud. Brando hoped that he could kill it in a few seconds, but things did not go as he wished. The silver liquid quickly wriggled, and almost in the blink of an eye, it turned back into a human form and slid up the ice slope at the same time. Its movement speed was simply beyond common sense. Even when it was smashed, its speed was still faster than the rushing river under the glacier. When it turned back into a human form, it was already nearly 100 meters away from Brando and Medicia. Even if Brando wanted to chase, he was a step too late. Not to mention that the quality of the monster's body was not worse than his, and the speed of the two was just about the same. Brando saw that the monster had reached the top of the ice slope in a few seconds, and could not help but cry out in pity. Because he had already seen that the silver monster's skin had become gray, just like the silver liquid he saw before. It was no longer as bright, and this meant that the magic that maintained the monster's vitality might be on the verge of exhaustion. What a pity, if only there was one more. He was annoyed, but it was at this time that he saw a figure appear at the top of the ice slope. Brando was slightly startled before he realized that it was the eldest son of the king of the Cruz people, the young man who proudly declared to him that his name was Leneret Aurelius. Leneret apparently also discovered the monster rushing towards him at the same time. He reacted quickly and immediately pulled out his sword from his waist. "Be careful, don't touch it." Brando knew that the eldest son of the king was only at the level of a mid-gold rank, and his actual combat power might not even be as good as the lower gold rank. The royal family had always been used to using some extraordinary means to cultivate their descendants, but their actual combat experience might not be as good as expected, so he quickly reminded him. However, the eldest son of the king of the Cruz people reacted with frightening calmness. Almost at the same time that he heard Brando's reminder, he took a step back and slashed down with his long sword. The power from the gold rank poured down into the ground, and immediately cut off the ice that was nearly 50 meters wide in front of him. After the ice fell off, it caused a terrible landslide. The disintegrated ice and snow pressed down on the monster head-on. The monster had no choice but to smash a huge icicle with one punch. This punch probably consumed a lot of its strength, and the color of its skin was even dimmer. It had no choice but to jump up and try to jump over the layer of ice that was rolling down. But Leneret seemed to have expected it to do so. He raised his head and stretched out his left hand. The ring on his left index finger flashed white, and a wind ball flew out and hit an icicle above the cave. With a loud bang, the icicles smashed down with almost half a meter thick ice. This time, the silver monster could no longer avoid it. It was covered from the sky with a loud bang, and then fell into the ice that was collapsing. It rolled down and was pushed to Brando's feet. This scene stunned Brando. He could not help but look up at Leneret, wondering how this guy's fighting style was exactly the same as his. If he could use the environment, he would never do it himself, and he was so calm that it was frightening. If this was the other party's first battle, then it was a little too scary. "My lord, his ring can also release wind balls." Medicia could not help but sigh in a low voice. Brando nodded. He could not help but give the eldest son of the Cruz people a thumbs up. He had to say that the previous battle was really beautiful. If it were not for Leneret's quick reaction, this thing would have run away. But the eldest son of the Cruz people glanced at him and did not respond to his praise. The man checked the stability of the ice slope with a straight face, then turned and walked back. Damn! Brando was so angry that he almost died. He put down his hand and turned to Medicia and sighed, "That's why I hate the Cruz people. These guys seem to have the word arrogance written on their faces. Martha above, you simply don't know how their self-esteem grows." "In fact, the silver elves are similar, my lord," Medisha replied with a smile, the cruise people are not worth mentioning in our eyes. Is that so? Why don't I feel it at all? Because we have to maintain the necessary elegance. You see the silver elves smiling and being polite to humans, but in fact, they are saying in their hearts, ignorant guy, you don't know what you're talking about. Brando suddenly turned his head. He stared at Medisha and said, enough, Medisha, I understand. Don't smile at me anymore. The silver elf princess could not help but cover her mouth and giggle until she bent over. P.S. I spent time doing a small experiment today and it feels pretty good. If nothing goes wrong, it should be able to basically solve the problem of rune block. But it will probably take some time to test it out, so I'll post a chapter first. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidyan.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 779. Medisha was laughing so hard that she could not stand up straight, and Brando could only shake his head helplessly. But he was more worried about Scarlet and Shido, so he turned to the little princess and said, don't worry about this for now, let's go and have a look. Shido and Scarlet are still over there. Only then did the silver elf princess nod her head and stop smiling. The sudden encounter surprised everyone, and Brando was a little worried that there would be more similar creatures of chaos, dusk species, lurking under the crisscrossing ice, but he immediately dispelled this worry. Scarlet sat down against the ice wall, her face slightly red, because the Lord was very close to her, so she did not dare to breathe too loudly. In fact, the bruise on her shoulder was not a big deal, but Brando's actions made her heart pound. Brando checked the injury on the red-haired girl's shoulder and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not a big deal. The Highlander girl lowered her head and also breathed a sigh of relief, but the relief she felt was obviously not the same as Brando. I'm sorry, Scarlet, I'm sorry, Mr. Count. Shido stood beside the two, holding her thick notebook with both hands, and looked at the two apologetically. So, what's going on? Veronica turned back and interrupted her. She and Mephisto stood on the left and right of the landslide, and farther away, Haruz, Faraz, the Shire, and Cruz's princes had already cleared the broken ice. When the huge ice blocks were removed by the Shire's magic, the silver-white corpse under the snow gradually revealed. Brando glanced at the monster. It was obviously not killed by the collapse of the ice layer. The skin of the corpse was far less shiny than it was when it was alive, but dull and gray, as if the surface of the metal was covered with a layer of frost. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. This thing died because the magic in its body was depleted. No, it was not accurate to say that it was dead. To be precise, it was just in a state of dormancy, and once new magic was extracted, this thing might come back to life again. Brendel furrowed his brows and looked back at the human-shaped silver liquid. He had never heard of such a monster in the game, not even one that was close to it. This ability was too terrifying, and it sent chills down his spine. At this moment, Faraz whistled not far away, and the lucky young man looked at the corpse and could not help but be surprised. Haruz, Your Highness, did you notice that this thing looks a bit like the lost man? A nameless person? Leneret Aurelius looked at him in confusion. I forgot, Your Highness, you should not have encountered these things when you entered the forest from the direction of Fort Valendon. In short, they're just some nightmares, but they're surprisingly similar to this monster. Philas was slightly startled, then replied in realization. Lorena nodded in agreement. Yes, a little bit. However, she gave her fiancé a strange look. After experiencing such a scene in the dream, she really did not know how Philas could face His Highness, the eldest prince whom he had killed, so calmly. It seems that the lost man wandering in the stained frost forest has something to do with these things. Brendel replied. He was also a little surprised. The Buga books in the Amber Sword only discussed the reasons for the creation of the lost names, but bewitching them into depravity had always been an unsolved mystery. But now it seemed that the answer was close at hand. The body of the thing was melting, like ice melting under the hot summer sun, and the silver liquid flowed down, and in the blink of an eye, it gathered into a silver puddle under its body. This scene confirmed Brando's previous speculation. He looked up, as if he had finally finished thinking, and asked Shido, "Where did you encounter this thing, Miss Shido?" "I'm sorry." The scholar girl blushed a little and replied shamefully, "I didn't encounter it anywhere, and I don't know how to describe it." "Seriously, it was supposed to be dead." "Dead?" Faraz turned his head and looked at the body of the monster that was turning into a pool of mercury at his feet with some surprise. He pointed to the thing and asked, "You mean, this thing can be resurrected?" But Brando interrupted him and skipped the question. "How did it come back to life?" "I was a little curious, so I put a magic moonstone in it." Shido replied with a blush. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault for acting on my own and causing Scarlet to get hurt for me." As she spoke, she glanced at Scarlet gratefully. If the half-dragon girl had not reacted in time, the monster's first counterattack would have killed her. She was a scholar, not a warrior. Brando finally understood the origin of this thing. No wonder a living dusk species would jump out of a pile of corpses from tens of thousands of years ago, and no wonder this thing was so weak. It turned out that it had only absorbed the power of a magic moonstone. Although the magic moonstone was a mid-quality magic crystal, the magic it provided was only at the level of a wizard who had just entered the gold rank at his peak. He felt a little helpless. Although he didn't know how the scholar lady knew that this thing could extract magic from his body, it was still a little too reckless. In the dark forest, especially in a place like this, any careless move could cost one's life. "Miss Shido, now you should understand that this is the periphery of the holy cathedral of the Hibernator. The monster you encountered before is likely to be a dusk species that invaded this world with the dusk dragon tens of thousands of years ago, and a superior chaos creature. You and I cannot guess their power, so please be careful." Brando sighed and reminded her. "I'm sorry, Count, I already know." Brando glanced at her and was too embarrassed to continue reprimanding her. After all, she was a child who had participated in an adventure for the first time. One must know that when he first went on an adventure, he made a lot more stupid than this. "Brando, what are these things?" Veronica finally asked after listening to the conversation between the young people. "I don't know." Brando shook his head. "I've never heard of such creatures, but they should be dusk species. These things are a little weird. They don't seem to really die, but enter dormancy. They draw magic from the outside world and slowly regenerate." Immortality? Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. The undead of Madara pursued eternity, but the eternity they pursued was only the so-called temporary immortality. There was only one thing in this world that was eternal, and that was chaos. The believers of All for One were fanatically superstitious about this. They believed that believing in chaos and becoming one with the dusk dragon was the only way to return to immortality. The four holy cathedrals had always thought that this was just ridiculous nonsense, but now it seemed to be a ready-made example. The dusk species that were immortal. There was a pin-drop silence in the ice cave for a moment. This goes against. Veronica was a little speechless. "There's no need to be superstitious, it's just a guess." Brando stared at the monsters, and he could not believe it himself. These dusk creatures that fought the frost giants head-on tens of thousands of years ago were just dormant after death. The frost giants were the bravest and best of the golden folk, and even they could not kill these monsters. Brando found it hard to imagine that anyone in this era could completely eliminate these monsters. He shook his head, and at the same time asked in the spiritual world, "Lady Saint Tossol, I know you're here. Have you seen anything similar?" "I haven't seen it, but I always feel like I've heard of something similar there." The voice of the elf came immediately. "Are you sure?" "It wouldn't be, seems, if I could be sure." "Are you an idiot?" Brando shrugged. He had to comfort the others. "But at least we have good news. It seems that they are not lurking under this glacier, but fell in the fierce battle tens of thousands of years ago. As long as we don't provoke them, it doesn't seem to be too much of a problem." "Tens of thousands of years, Mr. Brando, are you sure they won't slowly collect the magic power drifting in the air and revive?" Lorena questioned, somewhat puzzled. Do you feel the magic power in the air? Brando asked rhetorically. Everyone was slightly startled, and then they realized that the space in the ice cave seemed to be terrifyingly clean. The magic power drifting everywhere in the world of Wonde was completely absent here. Veronica and Mephisto's faces changed in an instant. Only Brando was slightly indifferent. He had already learned this from the Shire. Wizards were much more sensitive to magic power than warriors. What's going on? Faraz was the first to ask. A seal. Veronica glanced at Brando, her face a little solemn. This is the seal of the Holy Cathedral of the Hibernator. It turns out that these things are sealed under this cathedral. After the magic power is cut off, they can never be revived. How is that possible? Shido heard this and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Sir Commander, this is the Holy Cathedral of Milos. Could it be that even the gods can't eradicate these monsters? At this point, her face suddenly changed and she subconsciously shut her mouth, feeling a little chilled. The others were similar. Brando glanced at Faraz and Lorena, both of whom had a solemn look on their faces. Veronica was the same. The crew's goddess of war suddenly thought of a possibility. Brando. I'm here. Do you think Erek wants to open a portal here and connect the lower level of the Sulphur River to the Sea of Magic here, if that's the case? Miss Scholar's face turned pale. If that's the case, once these terrible monsters are fully released, when they re-enter the world of Wonde, they will forever break free from the shackles imposed on them by the Holy Cathedral of the Hibernator. Brando couldn't help but swallow when he thought of this. He could only think of one sentence: the returning Twilight Army. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 781. Under the uneven light of the torch, the dark blue ice layer formed an arched cavity. The low temperature caused the water to form a thin mist, as if it had frozen the sound. Brando. Veronica's voice carried a buzzing echo. The lady turned her head, her emerald eyes reflected the flickering light of the torch. How long do you think it will take for Erek to reach the center of the temple? Half a day, or forever. It depends on how well Erek knows this place. Brando understood Veronica's question. He looked into the depths of the ice cavern with the light of the torch. His eyes were silent. However, Erek's cunning has been proven by the poet's ballads. He rules the highlands with an iron fist. Would such a person seek his own death? His fanatical belief in the unification of all things may cause him to do so, but it does not mean that he is stupid. I have dealt with those guys before. I know them very well. Veronica looked at him and replied. So we have half a day? That is the worst case scenario. Maybe more, but it is not worth counting on. Brando replied. Can we make it before that? Brando did not answer the question. He looked back and stared at a certain person, no, a certain dragon. Sheeta, who was stared at by him, was unhappy. The little fatty wiped the honey from the corner of his mouth and muttered with a frown, "Don't look at me like that. This road will be faster." I swear. What do you swear on? Brando asked carefully. For example, the third golden scale under Bahamut's neck? Ah, you bastard. Sheeta yelled. In the second war with the Dusk, the Midgardian serpent Jormungand bit Bahamut's neck. The third golden scale fell off and was lost as a result. It was like a warrior's scar was a badge. Perhaps out of the same mentality, the dragons saw the lost scale as a symbol of eternal courage and honor. The oaths made with this golden scale were the most sacred oaths of the dragon clan. Even for someone as cynical as Sheeta, he did not dare to disobey. Do you know what you're saying? You actually want me to make a sacred oath? Little Fatty shouted in exasperation. But what's even more unfortunate is that you work for me, but I have to make my employees swear an oath before I can believe your words. Is there any boss in the world who is more unfortunate than me? Martha watched everything that happened in the mortal world from the sky, but there was nothing more absurd than this. Sheeta, someone told me not to trust you so easily. You should know why. Brando glanced at the little female dragon before answering slowly. Sheeta opened his mouth and then replied, "That's to the enemy, that's not lying. Since it's not a lie, swearing doesn't hurt anyone's honor, does it?" Brando smiled faintly. Shido and Scarlet, who were standing beside him, felt that at this moment, the Earl's smile truly resembled that of a noble, a lord. Confidence, hidden cunningness. Okay, Sheeta replied dejectedly in front of everyone. I swear by the third scale of the dragon god that all of this is true. This road will definitely be the fastest shortcut. I bet we'll be ahead of that old human man, as long as we don't go the wrong way. Sheeta muttered in a low voice. You won't lead us the wrong way on purpose, will you? Brando looked at him. Enough, I know. Little Fatty almost became a little neurotic because of Brando and couldn't help but scream angrily. Brando turned to Veronica, meaning that this was the answer to the question. The lady looked at him with some reproach. In her opinion, it was a little too much to offend a dragon for such a small matter. Although this dragon was still very young and its behavior was a little strange. We must stop a wreck. She replied, and this sentence made Shido and Lorena behind her nod. But Brando thought of a question. He raised his head and looked at Shido. Miss Scholar, what prompted you to use the magic moonstone to activate those liquid monsters? Shido was startled by Brando's gaze. Her slender eyebrows trembled slightly, like moth feathers, but she quickly calmed down. I really just wanted to try to activate them. Count Tonajal, at this time, the eldest prince who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Lenorette glanced at Brando and reminded him faintly, Miss Shido is a descendant of the Thun family. Would you like me to remind you of what we crews used to defend our honor? Brando turned around. It used to be iron and blood, and now it's pride and prejudice. Okay, stop arguing. Shido called softly, interrupting the two, Mr. Count. Brando shook his head. I'm not suspecting you of anything, Miss Shido. My question is, why did you suddenly think of using the magic moonstone to activate them? Shido's eyes lit up slightly, and the spark of memory within her flashed away. She looked up. Yes, it's like this, I found something. Something? Some very strange discoveries. You must want to see. Shido paused. I'm sorry, I was too nervous before and forgot to mention it for a moment. It's okay. As expected, Brando turned his head. He frowned, and his gaze followed the direction of the torchlight spreading along the ice wall into the darkness. He seemed to have gotten the answer he wanted. On the other side of the ice cave, the young lord's gaze swept over the skeletons half immersed in the darkness. The skeleton was a little more than 5 feet tall, and the others were no more than 6 feet tall. This was obviously not the body of a frost giant. He lowered the torch a little, and the flickering light rippled along the ice like water ripples, reflecting the full appearance of the skeletons. The first skeleton was wearing a robe, and the robe was frozen on the ground like a piece of paper. Brando squatted down beside it and tore off a piece with his hand. The fabric was a little strange, it didn't look like cotton. This is Lansha linen. It was Shido's voice. She had obviously already examined the remains. The slanted texture is their most prominent feature. Are you familiar with it? Brando asked without looking back. No, Mr. Count, the development of the textile industry and clothing is not within the scope of my knowledge. It's just that it's very famous. Brando finished her sentence with confidence. Shido looked at the Count with some surprise. These dead are human? Veronica suddenly asked. But why would humans appear here? Lorena asked, a little puzzled. Maybe they're explorers. Philas confidently put forward his own opinion. These people are very famous in all parts of the world. The mysterious unknown lost in the ancient ruins attracts them like moths to a flame, like a deadly poison. I've read a lot of stories like this. This is not a story. Lorena bluntly shattered his fantasy. But, Miss Lorena is right. It's wealth that attracts explorers. It's greed, not dreams. that makes these people fall one after another? Medisha's voice replied faintly. She smiled as always. In our time, there were many explorers who were actually no different from tomb raiders. They didn't have a good reputation. It's the same now. Lorena rolled her eyes at her fiancé. Philas pursed his lips and shrugged helplessly. These people aren't explorers, are they? Veronica didn't have to participate in the young people's argument. She came to Brando's side and asked in a low voice. Doesn't the same style of armor on their bodies say it all? Brando turned back and looked at Veronica with some amusement. I don't believe you can't see that, my lady. They're soldiers, but which side? Erewhon people or Highland Knight? Neither. Neither? Do you see this? Brando picked up the scrap of cloth in his hand and shook it. Linen? Veronica frowned. The Legion commander seemed to be thinking, but a piece of linen seemed to be difficult to make any associations. It could only trap her in a maze of thoughts. Fortunately, Brando didn't intend to waste any more time. He just kept her in suspense and answered, Luensa linen is only grown north of the Silver Bay. The cloth it makes is no longer mainstream today, but it is indeed a very famous plant. He put the piece of cloth on the page that Shido was holding in both hands. Miss Shido, you answer. I. Luensa linen is famous because the Myernas once planted it extensively. The cloth made from it was once the main material of the clothing of the Myernas. Shido froze for a moment, but immediately answered. Myernas? Veronica raised her head in disbelief. Brendel, you're saying that these people are from the Myerna Empire? The Myernas were originally humans. Modern humans are their descendants. Whether it's the Crews, Erewhon, or the mountain people, in fact, in terms of appearance and height, they are no different from the Myernas, if they all become skeletons. Brando replied. You mean the Myernas have been here before, and the legend that they crossed the glacier is true? Who knows? Brando's mind suddenly recalled the dream from before. The huge canyon repeatedly appeared in his mind, so clear that it seemed to be within reach. The Myernas wearing black linen robes were dancing a strange dance on the edge of the canyon, and then a team of priests came up carrying a golden box. They were chanting something loudly, but their voices couldn't penetrate the dream. In the end, those people shouted in unison and threw the box down the canyon. Brando shook his head, dispelling the illusion from his mind. He instinctively felt that these Myernas who died here might have some mysterious connection with everything he saw in his dream. But he didn't want to think too much about it. After a moment of silence, he turned back and asked, Shido, what else did you find on these people? I found that their armor and weapons have lost their magic, and this. The scholar walked over and took a small pouch from each corpse. Those things should be their money pouches. Shido opened the money pouches one by one and poured out the contents. There were many small diamonds, but they were dim and looked more like glass. The Myernas use magic crystals as currency, but the magic in these crystals has long dissipated. Brando glanced at these diamonds and understood what Shido meant. He replied, no, these magic should have been absorbed, so you suspect. He raised his head and glanced at the puddles of silver liquid in the middle and west of the ice cave. Shido nodded. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 782. After listening to Shido's words, Brando pressed his right hand on Halran Gaya's slightly smooth and cold hilt, and silently pulled out the Halran Gaya that had been sheathed before. The dark blade came out of the scabbard, faintly revealing a heavy aura like mountains and rivers. He raised his head and took in the panoramic view of the entire underground world under the glacier. Around him, Veronica, Mephistopheles, and the little female dragon all did the same. The ice cave was shrouded in a fog, and for a moment, only the sound of weapons being unsheathed could be heard. These Myerna people obviously came here after the Twilight Era. The people of the ancients all died here, and it goes without saying what killed them. The magic equipment and crystals on the corpses of the Myernas also proved this point. Shido, before you resurrected that thing, are you sure it was in a dormant state? Brando did not look back and only mentioned it. His flat voice was not loud, and merged into the ice, absorbed and disappeared without a trace. Shido nodded behind him. The eldest prince, Leneret, pulled out a long sword with his right hand. The emblem of the golden eagle on the sword's hilt reflected the light of the torch, shining brightly. There was not much expression on his somewhat dark face, and his brows were drooping, as if he was explaining a matter of course, that is to say, there may be other such monsters under this glacier. Brando turned back. Sheeta? Don't look at me, I've never encountered these things before. Sheeta's chubby face frowned. I've only walked this path once. At that time, I turned into a dragon and went under the ice, driven only by curiosity. I've seen these corpses, and they were almost all over the glacier, but I didn't encounter anything like that last time. Count, I think there's a problem here. Shido suddenly interjected. She had been thinking about something with her head down, and only now did she look up at Brando and Veronica. Brando also looked at her. Speak. He replied, and he actually had the same doubts in his heart. For whatever reason, the Myrnas must have had a fierce battle with those monsters here, but the final result was like this. The answer he saw in front of him may not be really correct. There was another crucial problem. He looked at the girl from St. Eberson's Academy, which represented the highest academic level in the Kurlutz Empire, and wanted to get the answer from her mouth. Although this scholar lady was somewhat unworldly, in her field of expertise, at least based on her previous performance, it was impressive. Her wisdom did not need to be described too much by others. I disagree with your highness. If there are other such monsters here, then I have some doubts. Why didn't they resurrect their own kind? Why did they wait for a wreck to do it? I've checked the corpses in advance. Almost all the magic power in the Myrna corpses has been sucked clean, but there are still a lot of magic power in the armor and weapons of the frost giants. If they're still alive, why don't they use the magic power in these magic equipment to revive their own kind? Shido faced everyone's gazes, but she did not panic. Her blue eyes flashed with the spark of reason as she carefully put forward her own analysis. Brando pursed his lips. This was exactly what he was puzzled about. But it wasn't a simple answer. It was just one of the inferences. It was the same as solving the quest, which needed to be peeled off layer by layer. Brando still remembered how to solve a series of plot quests. In the Amber Sword, there were no quest prompts for any quest, and all clues needed to be repeatedly inferred and tempered by the players themselves. He was most familiar with the process. He glanced at the eldest prince of the Cruz people. He needed someone to help him prove his falsehood, but the young man from the Aurelius family's dark face was as expressionless as ever. He neither rebuked nor agreed, as if Shido wasn't against him. The future emperor of the Cruz people was really not an ordinary person. Brando thought to himself, but at this moment, someone finally spoke. It was Lorena who raised the question. It's not that they can't absorb the magic on the weapons and armor of the frost giants. I mean, these are the existences of the Twilight Age. The frost giants are their mortal enemies. Maybe there's some way to restrain them? Impossible, Sister Lorena. Shido shook her head. She suddenly smiled and looked at Brando. The Count has also noticed this. I noticed you shaking your head slightly just now. Can you help me explain it to them? After all, Shido's words alone are not very convincing. Brando saw the scholar girl winking at him and that kind, playful smile, and understood what the latter meant. The scholar girl wanted to use his reputation in Veronica's heart to explain this matter. But Brando wasn't annoyed. He looked at everyone and asked, have you noticed the weapons stuck in the mercury? What good idea is there in those broken weapons? Philas was taken aback. But not everyone's brain was structured in a straight line, especially when Lorena looked back at the weapons of the frost giants and the Myrnas. Then her face changed. All the weapons stuck in the mercury had completely lost their magic. The Count's observation is very careful. In fact, I've also done experiments. The result of the experiment is that the mercury can also react to the magic equipment of the frost giants. It's just that there's not much magic left in these magic equipment from the ancient times. I'm afraid one or two of them may not be enough to resurrect them. Shido sighed and continued to answer, unfortunately, I was too reckless later. I shouldn't have used a complete magic moonstone to do the next step of the test. Otherwise, we wouldn't have encountered those troubles later. If we hadn't encountered those troubles, we might not have been on high alert now, Brando replied. Let's put this matter aside for now. What do you think after hearing this? Veronica had been listening until now. A cruise soldier like her seemed to have a natural calmness, just like His Royal Highness. The lady tapped the silver hilt of her sword before asking, one or two pieces of magic equipment aren't enough to resurrect them. That means more will do. If there are more similar creatures under the glacier, then we won't see any magic equipment left with magic power today. Is that what you mean, Shido? Shido nodded. She continued to answer, in fact, I think we've entered a misunderstanding, Lady Veronica, the Count. When we saw the bodies of these Myrnas, we thought that the monsters who killed them must still be alive. But if you think about it carefully, this assumption isn't necessarily true. It's entirely possible that they were also killed here, and their bodies are a pool of silver liquid in this ice cave. Wait, I understand what you mean. You're saying that these Myrnas were the final victors back then. The corpses we see now are just the warriors who died together with these monsters back then, and these monsters are all left here. But how is that possible? Lorena retorted with a frown. It's possible, Sister Lorena. We always presume that these silver monsters are terrible and impose an invincible impression on them in our hearts. But that's not the case. Didn't Your Highness just kill one of them? The Myrnas are descendants of the Golden Folk, so why can't they defeat them? Shido looked back at the female knight and explained clearly. Lorena opened her mouth and couldn't help but be speechless. But... She paused, feeling that something was wrong, but after thinking for a while, she reluctantly found a reason. But I don't understand. If there are still Myrnas alive, why didn't they clean up the bodies of their companions and leave them exposed in the wilderness? Brando shook his head. This is normal because they are Myrnas, not Cruz or Erwin. The Myrnas revere brave warriors, and leaving the bodies of their companions on the battlefield is a form of respect for them. So it was really the Myrnas who were left behind back then. Did they stay here? Did we run into them? Brando also shook his head, and at the same time, the illusion of the dream suddenly appeared in his mind. The images of the Myrnas meandering across the glittering glaciers lingered before his eyes. He closed his eyes, as if resting silently for a while, and then replied, No, although the Myrnas are known as descendants of the Golden Folk, they are not the ancient Myrnas after all, and they do not have the long life force of the dragons. That's good. Philas heard this and finally breathed a sigh of relief and replied loudly, whether it's the Myrnas or these monsters, since they are all dead, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Brando glanced at the careless fellow and thought that sometimes recklessness and ignorance were bliss. At least he didn't feel nervous or afraid. But was it really that simple? Not necessarily. Shido's reason was reasonable, but he never forgot what kind of place this was. This was a dungeon, Philas, what we said is just speculation. No one knows what dangers are hidden under the ice. If you let your guard down, you'll be making a big mistake. Shido sighed. It was obvious that this was not the first day that she had met our lucky knight. Little Shido, you're scaring me again, aren't you? Philas laughed. I'm afraid not. Brando's hand never left his sword from the beginning. He looked up and stared at the dark shadows between the intersecting glaciers. Have you ever considered the question, why did the Myrnas come here? Weren't they fleeing, the late King Gretel, he? Shido whispered, but her voice was getting smaller as the scholar saw Brando gently shake his head. Brando did not answer this time, but in his mind, the scene of the Myrnas throwing the golden box into the rift was replaying over and over again, like a clip from an old movie, the dancing Myrnas witch doctor. The sacrificer. The golden cabinet. The rift. The bottomless abyss. he pursed his lips and an inexplicable aura emanated from his back. Everyone around seemed to be afraid to speak again. Only Veronica whispered, "Brando, which direction should we go next?" "Go, call Peya and ask her where her brother is." Brando answered without looking back. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 783. Brando, do you feel it? The hunter maiden's thin figure struggled along the cliff in front of her, teetering on the verge of collapse. She had said that in her dream, she saw her brother passing through a sharp, knife-like ice wall. The cold wind was bitterly cold, and the surrounding environment was like a labyrinth hall made of hundreds of ice prisms. The crowd passed through the ice tunnel filled with ancient corpses, and this was the scene that appeared in front of them. The underground glacier seemed to have been cut off abruptly, and the entire section appeared in front of them. The section extended from the bottom of the earth to the surface nearly 1,000 feet above, forming a precipitous abyss. Standing on the edge of the ice section, looking up was the gray, cold, howling sky, and looking down was the bottomless abyss. The north wind, wrapped in disordered magic, whistled past hundreds of feet away, and the vast expanse of whiteness resembled tens of thousands of ghosts. It was like the winter colt that drove the goddess of the north wind, Jupiter, in mythology, or an ice-blue stream, like the waves of a river, surging endlessly. This scene was just as Peya had described before, and when everyone came here, they couldn't help but be stunned. Using dreams to find answers sounded outrageous, and although the witches believed that dreams foretold reality, most people thought it was absurd. Even Veronica, who supported Brando, couldn't help but think that the young lord's ideas were a little too presumptuous, and Lorena and Shido were even more skeptical. The Empire's eldest son was non-committal, as if that cold look was his trademark. The only ones who supported Brando, apart from those who had followed him since the beginning like Scarlet and Medisha, who firmly believed in his decisions, were the witches and Faraz. As for the latter, there was no need to ask. Our Mr. Knight was willing to believe in anyone he saw eye to eye, no matter how ridiculous the reason for believing was. But Brando himself had a hunch in his heart, and in fact, he had been having this illusion all day. Something was guiding them. He remembered more than once his strange dream and the pair of eyes behind him that he couldn't find the reason for. "You mean the voice on the ice?" A long-lost familiar voice suddenly rang in his mind. Brando was slightly startled and immediately reacted, "Lady Saint Tassol, you're awake?" The voice on the ice had been following them since they passed through the crisscrossing cracks under the long ice, and the low rustling sound was imperceptible hundreds of feet away. If it wasn't for the flow of dark magic, Brando would occasionally even think it was just an illusion. But he was not the only one in the team who noticed this, as Alaz and the Ash Sword Saint were on high alert. Other than the glacier worms, the only things that can move under the ice are those unknown things. But the glacier worms rarely travel between the faults, and I'm very clear about this. I'm not talking about that. A part of the blood in your body is becoming restless. Haven't you noticed that, little guy? Sonorso's voice was a little lazy, but it soon became serious. She said in her unique, serious and slightly mocking tone, "You're not in a good state of mind right now. Do you expect me to be able to sleep in such a situation? Not mental state. What do you mean?" Brando was a little puzzled. Since entering the Black Forest, the Elf Queen had very little time to talk with him, and only occasionally discussed with him about the War of the Holy Saints. Most of the time, she urged him to learn swordsmanship and the lost knowledge of the Mist Elves. Today, she suddenly woke up, and she must have noticed something special. "Confusion, you were affected by the dream. Something here is calling you, and it is trying to affect your mind." Saint Tassol replied seriously. Brando remembered the golden box as if he was pricked by a needle. He calmed himself down first, and then asked, "Lady Saint Tassol, did you notice something?" "I think it's that thing. I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky." The Elf Queen sighed. Brando was slightly startled. Back then, We drove a group of Myrnas to the south and chased them from the plains north of Erewhon to the south, which was still covered by the Black Forest at that time. After the Dark Dragon was sealed, they stole one of the seals from Yasu and wanted to enter the loop of trade winds to gather the other seal. We and the Silver Elves chased them until here. We thought that they escaped from Butchie to Madara and formed the descendants of the Myrnas there today. But we didn't expect them to split into two. One went through the stained frost forest and went to the east. Wait. Brando was shocked. He suddenly stopped the words of the great sage of the Mist Elves and asked, "You said that they stole one of the seals from Yasu and wanted to enter the loop of trade winds to gather the other seal. You're not talking about the Grey Gem, are you? Other than that, what else?" Saint Tossel's voice became a little angry. It seemed that the chase didn't go very well. Brendel understood something in an instant. The golden box that the Myrna people threw down the Great Rift Valley once again appeared in his mind. He raised his head and glanced at the cliff that was as smooth as a mirror, his expression a little strange. "Do you understand?" "I understand, but I don't understand why they didn't take the seal with them and brought it on the ship. Why did they leave it here?" Brando asked in his mind. He was faintly looking forward to it. If the first seal of the Dark Dragon had brought him endless benefits, then the frenzied power brought by the fool's talent was now one of his greatest trump cards, not to mention the loyalty of the witches. Although Saint Tossel's words didn't sound that happy, Brando could understand her feelings. No matter what she said, this elven sage was probably still worried that the Dark Dragon would resurrect again. It wasn't that Brando didn't have such worries, but he saw this power more as a kind of data in the game. It was really difficult to feel any sense of danger when it was written in black and white on the character panel. At least until now, for Brando, as long as it was related to the game, there was almost nothing that he didn't expect. Therefore, he had reason to believe that this strange character panel wouldn't cheat him on this issue. Unless this damned system was created by the Dark Dragon. But this wasn't very likely because Odin was just a planeswalker. In fact, Brando had a faint premonition that the system in his body had far more authority than a planeswalker because this system could perfectly accommodate a planeswalker. As a modern person, he had never heard of a low-level system that could completely accommodate a high-level system. This was illogical. Saint Tossel glanced at him in his mind world. Brando vaguely saw the elven lady with her arms crossed. She obviously knew what Brando was thinking, but as usual, the sage didn't criticize Brando's disapproving thoughts. She just replied with a proud look, "Who knows? Maybe they can't take it away. You have to know that they have our Forest Brigade army and the Silver Elves Dragon King cavalry behind them. They have the Dark Dragon's seal on them. It's just wishful thinking for them to leave this land without anyone knowing." Brando was skeptical about the elven lady's words. If the Mist Elves and Silver Elves were really that powerful, the Myrnas might not be able to pass through the Lion Pass on the border between Erewhon and Cruz. Of course, the kingdom of Erewhon didn't exist at that time, but the Lion Pass had been built since the first battle. But he wisely didn't dwell on this issue. It was impolite to rashly offend an elf lady, but it was unwise to offend an old lady with outstanding strength. He decisively skipped this issue and asked, "Sage, you mean that the Grey Gem isn't far from us? Can we find a way to get it back? Do you really want to get it back?" Saint Tossel glanced at him again. "Of course, I need strength now, Saint Tossel. You understand. I will deal with it carefully, please rest assured." Brando replied. The elf lady suddenly laughed. "What are you worried about, little guy? I didn't say that you can't get it back. Rather than letting you absorb the seal, it's better than letting it fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Besides, Odin also approved of you, didn't he? There aren't many people who can make that arrogant guy like you. I still don't understand what he likes about you." Saint Tossel thought for a moment and nodded with her hand supporting her chin. "It seems that I have a good eye. Then?" Brando was a little excited, as if the depression of being watched during the day had been swept away. "Don't be happy too early, little guy." Saint Tossel snorted. "You want to know the location of that thing? Actually, there's no need for that. It's not far from you, and it's getting closer. Getting closer? Brando was startled. The leader of the Myrna people is called Sabers Onsu. You may not have heard of his name, but in our time, he was a very famous guy. The crew's people called him the last Frost Earth Guard, which means that after him, there was no more outstanding Frost Knight than him. Saint Tossel suddenly said casually, if he wasn't murdered or usurped, then the grey gem should be kept by him. A Frost Knight will make an oath, and once they make an oath, they will always keep their promise, from life to death. You know what I mean, right? Brendel's jaw dropped as he looked at the elegant elven lady in front of him. The great sage's eyes were as deep as the starry sky, shining with a cunning glint like a little girl who was waiting to watch a good show. What kind of joke was this? How could he not recognize Sabers Onsu, the leader of the Myrna people's Black Crow clan, the last Frost Knight Lord, and the man who guarded the Winter Whistle Pass alone during the final war, making Cruz's White Wolf Legion not dare to move an inch, and became a laughingstock. To this day, the mountain people still talked about his figure at the mountain pass. The lone wolf painted on the red stone slab was his personal glory. Such a hero that only appeared in legends and epics, and now it seemed like Saint Tossel was going to find trouble with them? What kind of joke was this? This guy's opponents back then were people like Flame King Gretel, Wind Queen Saint Tossel, Archbishop Fanzan, and the Mountain Crown Eloranta. What was Brando? But Brando suddenly turned his head with a strange expression. As soon as Saint Tossel's voice fell, a creaking sound came from above everyone's heads. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles, Alaz, and Veronica looked up at the same time, and they only saw a visible crack in the center of the ice above their heads that was spreading forward at a rapid speed. Be careful, Peya! Lorena suddenly cried out. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 784. Less than a minute before Lorena spoke, the hunter maiden rushed forward as if she had lost her soul. Her thin body stumbled through the biting cold wind, as if she would fall off the cliff at any time like a kite with a broken string. If Medisha had not been instructed by Brando in advance to follow the young lady, something like this might have happened. But Peya could not care less about this. She finally found her brother's figure under the ice wall in front of her. The place was exactly the same as what she saw in her dream. She saw her brother lying between pieces of broken ice as if he was asleep. The hunter maiden let out a beast-like growl from the depths of her throat. The emotions that she had suppressed for days finally broke out at this moment. She rushed forward like a madwoman. The steep ice and difficult terrain were nothing to her at this moment. Her hand quickly cut through the sharp icicles, and the striking red blood flowed up the cliff made of ice like a line. Ahead was Peya, who was climbing up like a female leopard. Medisha was surprised to find that she could not keep up with her, let alone whisper a reminder to be careful. She only saw Peya leaning toward the place where her brother was lying like a madwoman. Her black hair fluttered in the wind like a blooming black rose. It was at this moment that the silver elf princess suddenly felt the ice under her feet begin to tremble slightly. She looked up subconsciously, and a conspicuous crack spread over her head, heading straight for Peya in front of her. Be careful, Peya! Lorena's shout came at this time, and at the same time, there was a loud crack. The ice above Peya's head collapsed as if it had collapsed. Almost everyone saw a white shadow flash, and then the hunter maiden fell into the hands of someone else. It was a knight. Sabers Onsu clenched the long sword in his left hand with the finger guard, and the cold blade of the long sword was placed on Peya's neck. As for the hunter maiden, she was frozen there as if she had been enchanted. She was motionless and could not even move her eyes. Who are you? Brando did not see Sabers speak, but his rumbling voice had swept through the hearts of everyone present like rolling thunder. Whether it was the Ash Sword Saint, Veronica, or the two dragons, they all felt like they were facing a real giant at that moment, and they had to look up. And who are you? Out of everyone, only Alaz was able to open her mouth with much difficulty and ask a question in return. But the little female dragon frowned and looked extremely uncomfortable. Ever since Brando met her, he had never seen her show such a serious side. "Who am I?" The knight standing next to Peya repeated the question. His tone seemed a little uncertain, but his voice still swept through everyone's hearts mercilessly, like a sharp thorn, piercing everyone's face until they turned pale. Sabers frowned. The Myrnas did not look much different from humans in appearance, but as the former golden folk, their pair of golden dragon-like eyes were their most conspicuous symbol, not to mention that the pure-blooded Myrnas also had hair as black as the deepest night. He had only been a little confused for a moment, and someone had already recognized his identity. "A Myrna?" Shido exclaimed. "No, it's a ghost." Lorena's judgment was only a step later than the scholar, but what she noticed was Saber's translucent figure shrouded in fluorescence. Sabers had long hair that draped over his shoulders. Judging from his appearance, he was at most in his 40s or 50s. His nose was high, his cheekbones were flat like the legendary Myrnas, and his lips were very thin. He looked dignified without being angry. He wore a silver-gray armor, a thick gray fur robe over the armor, and then a cloak that almost dragged to the ground. This outfit looked like a typical lord from a remote area. Fighting with monsters all year round, he looked like an outdated country bumpkin. But at this moment, no one could laugh. Everyone's eyes fell on Saber's sword. The long sword in his left hand was a one-handed sword that was almost twice as long and wide as an ordinary longsword. The longsword had a barb near the guard, and the guard was a cross-shaped guard that was rarely seen in this era. The blade was a little gray, but the color of frost flowed on it as if it was alive. The sword in his right hand was slightly shorter, but it was also the length of a long sword in this era, but it was thinner and looked like an elven rapier. The sword was made of red metal and was blood red all over. Brando recognized the origin of the sword at a glance. Demon sword, Fingus the Soul Detainer. There were not many swords in the world of Wone that could be called holy swords, but there were not many that could be called demon swords. Even the sword of damnation that Brando had just obtained was far from this level. But Fingus the Soul Detainer was definitely one of them. This sword was made by the most famous forging master under Odin, the fire dwarf Gur. This guy was also one of the 7 main generals of the Wings of Earth Legion, and was also the most troublesome enemy of Saint Tossel the Wind Empress and Eloranta. Legend had it that Geger was the last person with half the bloodline of the divine people after the beginning of the First Era. In other words, he was a true demigod. He had a son when he was alive, but he died in the war. He picked up his son's heart from the battlefield and forged this demonic sword. The soul of Fingus the Soul Detainer was his own son, the descendant of a demigod. There were tens of thousands of legends about this sword, and he might not be able to finish talking about it even if he spent a few days and nights talking about it. But to him, this sword had a simple attribute that was enough to suppress all the words. In fact, this sword had appeared in the Amber Sword before. The first to obtain it was the guild that made the fastest progress in exploring the stained frost forest labyrinth. As long as a player obtained it, the attributes of the weapon would most likely be known to everyone. The attributes of this sword were excellent in all aspects, and it was only a step away from being a divine artifact. But its only curse attribute was the real reason why it was called a demon sword, Soul Detainer. When the player holding the demon sword, Fingus the Soul Detainer, dies, the demon sword will be destroyed. At the same time, the player's character level and experience will return to the original state. When the player holding the demon sword and Fingus the Soul Detainer hits another player, the other player will lose experience equal to the damage. At the same time, when the player holding the demon sword and Fingus the Soul Detainer kills another player, the killed character will lose double the level and experience. When the above status occurs, the wielder will absorb half of the experience. This sword was once called the sword that surpassed the system by players. How could Brando not know? At that time, the guild leader held this sword and used his guild members to level up. At one point, he was at the top of the Amber Sword's level leaderboard for 3 months. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Not long after, this person and the sword disappeared from Wone's history. He didn't need to think to know what happened to the other party. But in any case, the terrifying reputation of this sword had been passed down for a long time in the Amber Sword. Even a few versions later, players still called it the first demon sword. Brando's face turned green when he saw this sword. If he was hit by this thing, he would lose a level. Against a guy with a demon sword, Fingus the Soul Detainer, he would become weaker and weaker while his opponent would become stronger and stronger. Brando, be careful of the sword in that guy's hand. That's Fingus the Soul Detainer. It will absorb your strength when it attacks and use it to strengthen the wielder's power. Although Saint Tossol was waiting to watch a good show, he still reminded him at this moment. I know. Brando replied. He already knew how terrifying Fingus was, but he was more concerned about the other sword in Saber's hand. For a swordsman like Saber's, the sword in his hand was definitely not ordinary. Although he didn't recognize the other long sword that was shaped like the ice crystal blade, he knew that it was definitely not inferior to Fingus the Soul Detainer. You know? How do you know? Saint Tossol was slightly startled. Fingus the Soul Detainer was the most notorious weapon in our era. In order to prevent people from coveting it and causing unnecessary trouble, after the victory of the war, we sealed off all information related to it. Brando was speechless for a moment and quickly changed his words. I already heard it. Tell me about his other sword. I'm not too sure about that sword, but Gretel seems to know that sword. He said that it was Frost Chant Cinna, but to be honest, I've never seen sabers use that sword's power on the battlefield. Saint Tossol replied. I know. Brando groaned in his heart. He already knew the origin of the other sword. Frost Chant Cinna, the legendary ultimate weapon of the Frost Earth Guard. It was not a divine weapon, but it was more powerful than one. He fully understood why sabers rarely used the sword's power on the battlefield. It was because Frost Chant Cinna was a legendary divine weapon against the army. Its only flaw was that it could not distinguish between friend and foe. It was once called an AoE sword by players. This sword had only appeared on the official website of Torrential Rain. The Guardian of Frost Soil was a class that dealt additional damage and lacked AoE. This sword perfectly made up for the only shortcoming of the class. It was said that the official plan was to release this sword as the Guardian of Frost Soil's class artifact, but in the end, it was left undecided. Brendel had heard people say that it was because the sword was too buggy, so the officials had put it into the game, but it was removed in the end. Everything about the sword was actually a mystery. But this mystery was now in front of Brando. Spirit Gatherer Fingus, Frost Chant Cinna. Any Frost Knight who had one of these two swords could be regarded as one of the best among the players at that time. And to be like sabers who had both swords, Brando could imagine how abnormal that would be. It was no wonder that sabers alone could scare an entire army of the Cruz Empire. Brando now felt that Cruz's people were not stupid. Frost Chant Cinna was used to clear out random soldiers. It was simply a nuclear bomb-level existence. But the problem now was that the terrifying existence who wielded such a pair of divine weapons was in front of all of them. And looking at the situation now, it seemed that their relationship was not on the friendly side. In fact, the moment sabers appeared, Brando already knew the identity of the other party. A hidden boss that did not have to be killed in the dungeon. Frost Knight. Veronica's voice came. Veronica's voice was finally heard. She looked at the sword in Saber's hand and seemed to be stunned for a moment before she recognized Dudian's identity. Dear Marcia, this class has not appeared in people's sight for nearly 300 years. Who the hell is this guy? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 785. On the steep ice cliff, both sides were silent for a moment. Sabers looked down from above. The cold wind blew and the ice dust formed a white vortex behind him. The scene was so quiet that even time seemed to have frozen. The Frost Knight King from the War of the Holy Saints whispered quietly, "Who am I?" His voice was like a chant, echoing in the wind. He slowly raised the blood-red rapier in his right hand. His movement was so gentle that it felt like a dream. But the moment he raised his hand, an invisible wave of air shot out from the blade. The wind blade split the ice dust in front of it, and with a slight inclination, it went straight for Medusa, who was at the front. Wherever it passed, the air would become turbulent due to the turbulence in its path, forming a cyclone. Psionic shield. The silver elf princess frowned and shouted. A translucent spherical grid shield instantly appeared in front of her. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, the wind blade was already in front of her. With a loud bang, the wind blade hit the shield head-on. The translucent grid flashed, and the wind blade was squeezed on the shield, deformed, and separated to both sides. It hit the ground behind her, leaving 2 deep scratches that were nearly 10 meters long on the glacier. When a warrior reached the elemental level, there would be an additional option for basic swordsmanship. Using skill and strength to compress the air to form wind blades, attacking the enemy within 100 feet range. From then on, the warrior's melee attacks would be extended to long-range attacks. Generally speaking, a swordsman who had just entered the elemental activation realm could have a range of about 100 feet. At the peak of elemental activation, the range of the wind blade would not exceed 200 feet. The distance between Medusa and sabers was a full 100 meters. You are sabers. Why are you here? Medusa raised her head and asked in disbelief. I recognize you, little princess. Sabers raised his head slightly and smiled. What's the meaning of memories in the past? History, dust, worthless. Who am I, little princess? I am a wandering soul. What a feast, there are whispers in the north wind. Sabers, you actually turned yourself into an undead. Medusa gritted her teeth and stared at the Lord of the Frost Night, one of the supreme beings of the Myrna people. You have fallen so low, a boring agreement, Sabers replied faintly. Not smarter than the trifles of mortals, and not more foolish than the worries of sages. Honor, sacrifice, worthless. Obsession. Medusa enunciated each word clearly. Who did you make an agreement with, the dark dragon? Sabers, you're still guarding the secret of the Myrnas. You know you can't make a comeback. Sabers glanced at the silver elf princess. His indifferent gaze made it seem as if the world was just a speck of dust in his eyes. Even the oath he had sworn to protect was meaningless. The past and the future were all illusions. He suddenly moved the blade away from Peya's neck, and then slowly drew a line in front of him. Life, death, this is the boundary. Mortals, back off. What I guard is too heavy for you. Death is a straight line in my eyes, but in your eyes, it is fading away and parting. This is the crossing over the river Styx. While the trifles of the mortal world are still colorful in your eyes, back off. There was silence. Sabers, if Medusa's name did not mean anything to the others present, but Brando's next words were enough to make them understand the weight of the name. Be careful, he is Sabers Ansu, the Lord of the Frost Night of the Myrnas, one of the leaders of the final battle. You Cruz people should know him. You gave him a title, the Lone Wolf of the Highlands, the Executioner of Winter, it's him. Veronica, Mephisto, and Lorena's faces all changed. The commander of the Azure Skies even subconsciously pulled out her sword from its sheath. Shido screamed in fright. Even His Royal Highness, who was suspected of having facial paralysis, could not help but raise his eyebrows. Regardless of whether he was an enemy or a friend, Sabers was still a hero of the previous era. His era of fame was the most magnificent period of Wone's history. To put it bluntly, in front of Sabers, Veronica and Mephisto were not even children. Medusa, how are you? Brando whispered again. I'm at the peak of the elemental enlightenment level. I'm fine, but his attack seems to be a test. Medusa stretched out her right hand, and a blazing white light formed a long silver shuttle in her palm. But she seemed a little nervous. My lord, Saber's strength was far more than this when he was alive. I know, Brando interrupted her, I know, the key is that you're fine. Medusa opened her mouth and did not answer, but her heart was slightly warm. Brando raised his head and looked at the Myrna lord who was looking at them from above. He used to call the wind and summon the rain, and the meaning of power and majesty could still be found in him. Lord Saint Tossol, he called in his heart. The king of the Frost Night was bound by an oath to turn himself into an undead. At most, he retained less than a quarter of his strength when he was alive. No, this thing can't be considered Saber's anymore. At best, it can be considered a body trapped by obsession. But it must have inherited some of this body's abilities when it was alive. Plus, the oath itself gives the undead extraordinary strength. You've seen the White Knight Ebden. Be careful, Brando, the strength of this body is far more than what you see. Saint Tossol reminded him in his heart. But she suddenly stopped talking. Brando, he seems to have found me. That's impossible. Brando was stunned. He did not believe that anyone could see through the world of thoughts. Even if there was, it would not be Saber's. Lord Saint Tossol, he seems to have something that can be connected to me. Only the dead can understand the sentiments of the living. He sensed my existence through that thing. Saint Tossol frowned in Brando's mind and interrupted Brando's words with a hurried tone. Something that can be connected? Wait, I understand. It's the ring of the Wind Empress. Saint Tossol suddenly took a deep breath. No, I'm wrong. That thing is not on him. It's on that little girl. Little girl? Brando suddenly reacted. You mean Peya? The Wind Empress nodded slowly. Brando looked up and saw sabers turning towards him. His eyes were golden, but his gaze was as sharp as a sword, which made Brando shiver. The Frost Night King seemed to have seen something. His eyebrows twitched slightly, but his face was still indifferent. What a long dream. The elves of Roshaven, the elves of Alfheim, are all gathered here today. Fire and dust, you seek the ashes of rebirth from the ruins. Mortals, you are blind and ignorant. Among all the people present, probably only Brando and Saint Tossol understood the meaning of these words. The Mist Elves came from Roshaven of the Howling Peak, and the Silver Elves came from Alfheim of the Holy Silver Valley. They were respectively referring to Medisha and Saint Tossol, but this was a secret that only a few people knew. Brando saw the Silver Elf princess turn around and look at him with a somewhat strange expression. Veronica was a little nervous. Few people saw the Legion commander holding the sword in her hand tightly. Her whole body was as taut as a bowstring. Every time Saber's undead made a slight movement, she resisted the urge to go berserk. She even trembled slightly. Her reaction was not excessive. As the most powerful person in the Crew's empire, she maintained a good relationship with the Holy Cathedral of Fire. No one knew better than her what the title of Frost Night King represented. Sabers had personally fought with the Flame King Gretel, and Gretel was lucky enough to escape unscathed. This was recorded in the Pale Poem. You didn't read it wrong, the Flame King was lucky enough to escape unscathed. As one of the 9 most powerful Myrna lords under the Darkness Dragon Odin, Sabers was once the most troublesome enemy of the 4 saints in history. But Sabers just glanced at her. Little girl, do you understand what it means to point your weapon at a stranger in our etiquette? The undead knight smiled carelessly and asked lightly. Sabers, I am a descendant of the Flame King Gretel. You and I are enemies, not friends. You should understand my pride. Veronica took a breath and replied in a low voice. I understand your pride. Sabers nodded. The pride of an eagle should spread its wings above the sky, not walk in the shadows. You are a Crew's person, I will give you a chance to fight. After saying that, he sheathed Fingus the Soul Detainer, passed Frostchant Cinna to his right hand, and raised the blade. Come and challenge me, just like your ancestors did 1,000 years ago. Honor, loyalty, worthless, but that is your choice. Legion Commander. Legion Commander. Shido and Lorena spoke at the same time. They knew the Legion Commander's temper very well. If she had made up her mind, she would probably fight to the death with this terrible undead here today. Veronica reached out to stop her 2 subordinates and replied, Shido, Lorena, remember, the Myrna people will always be the enemy of the civilized world. We are the descendants of the Flame King, and we have no right to forgive them. When Veronica raised the long sword, Brando was having a heated discussion with Saint Tossel. "Brando, what do you want to do? I don't think we really have to fight him." "Do you really think so? Let's wait and see." Brando looked up and suddenly called out to Veronica, "Wait." He turned back to Sabers and asked loudly, "I know who you are, Frost Night King. I even understand why you are waiting here. It's been 1,000 years, Sabers. It's time. I know who you are waiting for. Sabers, the inheritance has returned from the dark abyss. Get out of the way, we are not mortals. Get out of the way of your treasure." Sabers was slightly startled. He lowered his head. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 786. Amidst the ice and snow, there was a long sigh. So. That's how. The bone-chilling sound was like a gust of cold wind that passed through the crisscrossing ice caves, sweeping up the sparkling ice dust and rustling it. It also seemed like it blew through the crowd, causing the originally bone-chilling temperature to drop by a few degrees. At that moment, Erewhon's people, Cruz's people, mountain folk, Ash, the Sword Saint and the 2 dragons were all alarmed, and the lines of law around the few people who had stepped into the elemental realm immediately became bright. Brando and the little female dragons were golden, Sheeta's was silver, Veronica's was cyan, the Ash Sword Saint's was gray, and Scarlet's flashed by like lightning. The general cyan and the pale white of Medicia's spiritual essence. But these were meaningless. The cold wind continued to move forward, and in an instant, all the lines of law collapsed completely. This is. Brando heard Veronica's incredulous voice, and the Ash Sword Saint's amazement. This was indeed worthy of amazement. Martha's law seemed to be the most superficial force in nature. It collapsed in front of them, and it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. This was an unprecedented spectacle. The whistling wind wrapped up the ice dust, forming a flowing white cold wave. It passed by everyone, and everyone felt that their movements were thousands of times slower, as if time was about to stop. Vader's speed was also stretched, and became heavy. Brando's pupils widened slightly, and his eyelids became extremely heavy. But because of that moment, he still felt an incomparably familiar power. This was the breath of the bronze, returning to the origin, the most primitive and majestic power from nature. Then everything around him was erased, and only the Frost Night King could be seen in the infinite wind, like a silent statue, standing not far away from him. Between the two, everything seemed to be frozen, and the figures of Medicia, Peya, and Veronica dissipated with the wind like sand. Time had become meaningless in this place. He could even see the ancient glaciers beginning to melt. Time seemed to have been stretched thousands of times. With the two of them as the center, the mountains and rivers moved, the earth sank, and the valleys rose. Forests and lakes were formed, and the land and the sea were eroding each other. In the blink of an eye, everything had changed. Lush vegetation grew on the barren land, and then it formed a boundless plain. That instant was an eternity. The glacier seemed to be a scene of the past. What appeared in front of Brando's eyes was the distant horizon gradually dyed with the color of fire from east to west. Then, a lonely setting sun hung on the horizon. This warm and weak golden setting sun burned after dusk, and it swayed slightly as if it was plated with gold. On the meadow. It was dusk. When the wind blew through the meadow, the grass rustled. So. That's. Saber's sigh turned into a meaningless sigh. Brando only felt that his body was loosened, and he regained control of his body. However, he was still standing there. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His mind was still recalling the magnificent scene from before. He knew where he was. This scene was not the real transformation of the world, the continent. The change was not the reversal of time, but the scene from 1,000 years ago. This was the extreme plane. The absence of magic in the wind told him the answer. In the blink of an eye, Sabers pulled him into his territory in front of everyone. This was his second time in this life. Including his previous life, the number of times he came here was uncountable. However, it was difficult to express the shock in the game. It was as if 10,000 years had really passed in an instant. The blink of an eye turned into eternity. No matter how realistic the game was, it could not simulate such a scene. However, the power of eternity could. The beautiful sunset of my era is still so enchanting even today, 1,000 years later. It's a pity that even if time stops, mortals still have to move forward. You must have never stopped to look at the scenery along the way. Mortals, fighting and killing is so tiresome. Sabers looked at Brando's calm face with admiration. He did not know that Brando was already used to it. He only thought that it was a rare quality. However, Sabers' expression was still cold. To the undead, memories of the past were only left with the pain and regret of torturing the soul. Brando was not in a hurry to answer. He still had other doubts in his mind. You said that he was only at the peak of the law. Master Saint Tossel, I don't think that the power of the peak of the law is enough to pull someone into the extreme plane. I also said that it was not his true strength, Saint Tossel answered matter-of-factly. Brendel wisely chose to shut his mouth. After all, he had a deep understanding of this elven lady's arrogance. As long as the Wind Empress had a reason, then she must be right. Even if she didn't have a reason, then she might not necessarily be wrong. Trying to argue with a lady who could be both positive and negative. There must be something wrong with his brain if he were to debate with a lady who had 200 examples from history. This was an existence that mortals called a sage with 1,000 years of experience. Even if 1/3 of the time was spent sleeping, it would still be 300 years. Brando's experience in this life was 15 times more than what he had seen in his previous life, and 3 times more than what he had seen in his previous life. In other words, this was 3 times more of a slap in the face. Brando did not feel the need to experience all this. People could make mistakes, but they must not make the same mistake again and again. The former was a problem of meticulousness, while the latter was a problem of intelligence. He raised his head. The Frost Knight King of the Myernas did not just pull him into the extreme plane to discuss the scenery with him. Memories for the undead are full of regret and pain that tortures the soul. Every memory is a kind of torment for them. They linger. In these memories, they were waiting for release. And Sabers' release was the oath that he had sworn to protect. He must have brought him here for the blood of God that flowed in his body from the darkness dragon. That was the inheritance of the fool. The king of the Myernas. Little guy, let me ask you. Are you the one chosen by that guy? Sabers paused for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. If the guy you are talking about is your king, the darkness dragon Odin, then I have to nod my head, Brando replied. Barely, Sabers replied slowly, but do you think that you have one of the 7 seals in your body, so you are qualified to negotiate with me on an equal footing? Brando shook his head, that's your opinion. I don't need any reason to be on an equal footing with anyone. In my opinion, everyone is equal. Interesting, Sabers said thoughtfully, then what qualifications do you have to save those people? You are not a savior. Some people are destined to struggle in the fire, but you changed their fate. Brando was slightly taken aback. What do you mean? You know, history always shows a surprising similarity. The undead of the Frost Knight King drew a circle in the air with his fingertips, whether it's an empire or a kingdom, from its rise to its peak, and then to a touch of dust, history always faithfully follows its rules. You try to grab its reins and pull it back on the right track, but you don't know that this in itself deviates from the original meaning of history. Going against the heavens, the actions of the fool, you can see my memories. Brendel finally showed a surprised expression. Sabers' words were obviously an evaluation of his actions, and he had not said a single word to this guy in front of him. In fact, they had only met for a short while, so how could this guy be so arrogant? How did he know about his past? The only possibility was to read his mind. But this did not exist in the game, and it was also forbidden black magic. No, Sabers opened his mouth, revealing a soundless smile. Brendel could finally see the soulfire dancing in his eyes. It's just a little trick. You should have heard of this spell before. You should be happy, after all, under this law, Martha at least recognizes you as a hero. That spell. Brando suddenly remembered the spell and couldn't help but be a little stunned. Isn't it not allowed to be used on players? Players? Ha. Brando suddenly felt that he had made a mistake and quickly shook his head. It's nothing. You can see all of my past. He suddenly became a little cautious. Everything about the previous world was undoubtedly the biggest secret for him. Those things must not be revealed. Once it was revealed, what awaited him would only be the end of being regarded as a heretic. Everything about the game was too difficult to explain. No, it's just a small part. No one can become a legend when they are born. But you are special. Your life before the age of 19 was completely blank. It's a little strange. It seems that there is something blocking the effect of this spell. Is it Martha? It doesn't seem like you are the chosen one. The chosen one. Sabers shook his head as he muttered to himself. Brando breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, but what are you trying to say? Sir Knight, you didn't pull me here just to ask me these inexplicable questions, right? Inexplicable? Is that what you think? The Frost Knight King glanced at him, but this is indeed the question in my heart. Don't you think your behavior is ridiculous? Trying to change the law of history, who can you save? You are not a saint, little guy, you can't give others the fate they want, and you can't know what they want? He looked up. Let me ask you, how can you be sure that everything you do is right? Maybe you can save this kingdom for a while, but at some point in the future, it will always fall into a sea of fire. There is no eternity in this world. Maybe it will even lose the chance to redeem itself because of your unauthorized changes. You think you have saved everyone, but you have harmed them in the future. There will be a time when they will blame you. Everything you have worked so hard for is in vain. Don't you think your behavior is very shallow and ridiculous? The Frost Knight King's tone was a little agitated, so much so that Brando always felt that the other party was implying something. He frowned slightly and looked at the other party. I don't have an answer to your question. No one can decide right or wrong, but at least I have a clear conscience. A clear conscience? How ignorant. Sabers suddenly pulled out his sword. In his hand was the blood-red soul detainer. The Frost Knight King's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, as if he was a gentle questioner a moment ago, and the next moment, he became a murderous butcher. He replied coldly, Then I want to tell you, little guy, your answer to this question made me very dissatisfied. Because of your shallow answer, I have decided to kill you here, so as not to shame the noble bloodline. When you die under my sword, I will ask you if you have a clear conscience. As soon as his voice fell, the sword flashed. Brando didn't even have time to react before he saw a line of red in his vision. At that moment, there was only one thought in his mind, damn, is this guy crazy? Why did he attack just like that? P.S. This time I am stuck for a week. Sigh, anyway, this is my bad habit. You all know that I don't know why, but I always feel that the writing is not good enough, and then I am very conflicted. I can only guarantee that the time I am stuck will be shorter and shorter. It will definitely not be like Kanan, which was broken for a few months. Last time, I posted a chapter of Kanan on April Fool's Day. I wanted to tell the old readers of Kanan that if there is a chance in the future, I will still finish Kanan. As for whether I will start a second chapter or continue it, it will depend on fate. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 787. The soul detainer Fingus' long and narrow crimson sword was like a red line that constantly changed its trajectory. Even the Myrna Lord's movements on the ground could not be seen. He suddenly left the ground, and his whole body shot towards Brando like a cannonball. How long was that moment? It was as if Brando had opened his lungs to complete a breath, but his chest was still not there. Before he could expand, Saber's pale, cold, wrinkled face with soul fire burning in his eyes had already appeared in his eyes. As the distance was so close, he could even see the deep crisscrossing wrinkles engraved on his opponent's face. Fast. Brando was horrified. Among the magic flowing in the air, the two lines of law from the shallow sea and the mountain of ceasing storms did not move. The elemental power of the pivot also did not move. This was not the skill of the Frost Knight, so this Frost Knight King may have only used the skill of the sword to reach this speed, almost surpassing Flash Strike sword art. How much time was left for Brando to react? Close to zero, and there was no way to retreat because before he could tighten his muscles, the blade of the soul detainer Fingus would hit his left shoulder. From there down, from left to right, it would cut open his chest, and the sword's trajectory would pass right through his heart. Therefore, even if he had the indomitable talent, Brando did not dare to try. Then, should I raise my sword to block? No, it's still too slow. This Frost Knight King will definitely change his move. Brando's calculation was like a flash of thousands of thoughts. If the long and narrow blade retracted and slashed diagonally upwards, he felt that he would not be able to block it a second time. There was only one chance. Sabers slashed down with a cold face. The blade cut into Brando's body from his left shoulder like a hot knife cutting through butter, but Brando did not seem to be injured. He still raised his sword and stabbed towards the Frost Knight King. The wide and thick blade of Halran Gaia was pointed straight at Sabers' chest. Huh! Sabers raised his eyebrows slightly, but Brando's movements were too slow in his eyes. However, the blade of Halran Gaia was still about 2 inches away from his chest. Sabers calmly retracted his sword and gently patted Brando's sword with the back of the sword. The entire image of Brando froze for a moment, then turned into countless tiny magic particles and dissipated with the wind. The Lord of the Myrna people seemed to have expected this. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward with his right foot and slightly retracted the spirit gatherer Fingus in his hand. It was as if as long as he found the direction Brando was retreating, he would open his claws and fangs like a falcon pouncing on its prey. But to his surprise, after those light blue magic particles dispersed, there was nothing behind them. With a muffled bang, a huge force suddenly came from behind. Although the undead could not feel the tearing pain, he still had to bear the impact of this blow. Sabers staggered forward, his face showing a mixture of disbelief and pain at the same time. Because he was unprepared, Brando's sword had almost shaken his soulfire. Sabers turned his head, and just as he turned around, the long sword wound on his back began to heal. Brando even saw the armor fragments that he cut off fly up from the ground and reassemble on the body of the Frost Knight King. But he knew that this was just on the surface. The source of the undead's power came from the dark twisted soul. He was certain that his sword had at least left a mark on the soul of the undead. Sabers' frown was the proof, and another proof was the pale damage number that appeared on the undead's body. He really guessed that I know the 9 luminaries' sword art. Brando tilted his head slightly and said in his heart. As I said, he must have discovered my existence. This guy is a terrifying warrior. Your 9 luminaries' sword art has no advantage in front of him. Saint Tossol's voice replied. What a good fight. Sabers sighed faintly. Flash Strike sword art, 9 luminaries' sword art. For thousands of years, they appeared on the same person at the same time. I can't help but sigh. But why don't you let me see the other inheritance? Is it the Dragon of Fury, Alphonse, or the Dragon of War, Tiamat? He raised the blood sword in his hand again. But unlike the previous surprise attack, Brando was prepared this time. He quickly took a small step back, lowered his center of gravity, raised the Halran Gaia in his hand, and put on a defensive posture. This guy is indeed sharp. He guessed our trick immediately. It's just your trick. I said that Sabers was born to fight. He rose from the status of a commoner to the position of a lord. He is a Superman, a legend among the Myrnas. Saint Tossol replied calmly. But I always feel that this guy is testing me. Brando whispered in his heart. Why do you say that? Although the attack just now was stunning, I felt that it was still not the full strength of that guy. Even the power after the perfect bronze body is not just limited to this. If he attacked with full strength, I would have been dead by now. Besides, this is his extreme plane. If he used the power of the law, I would have nowhere to run. I feel that he deliberately suppressed his power. The power of the body is only at the highest level of elemental activation. The exchange between the two was completed in an instant. In fact, Sabers had already launched his second attack. It was an ordinary straight stab without any special characteristics, but it was as fast as lightning. It was impossible to dodge, and the only way to block it was to raise a sword. Brando split his attention to block the sword to the side, but before the blade of the Halran Gaia touched the blade of Fingus the Soul Detainer, Sabers had already retracted his sword and stabbed towards his lower abdomen. Both swords were classical swordsmanship. If it was any other sword saint from the same era, they would have been flustered. It was not because their skills were inferior, but because most of the technical specifications of ancient swordsmanship were very different from today's. However, other than Brando, he had experience with swordsmen from ancient times. In the strange dungeons of Amber, there were plenty of opportunities. Since the players in the game had developed a way to obtain ancient skills, they naturally would not be unfamiliar with many things from that era. The battle formation swordsmanship of the Myrnas was just a so-so. The moment humans blinked was less than 1/5 of a second. Very few people would pay attention to such minute movements of their own kind. In the moment of blinking, humans would close their field of vision and then switch it again. It was like a continuous switching of frames. However, in the moment of this frame, Sabers stabbed, Brando deflected with his sword, Sabers retracted his sword and stabbed again, Brando blocked with his sword hilt, Sabers slashed horizontally, Brando retreated and parried with his sword. The two exchanged movements 3 times. It was as if their movements were faster than the speed of sound. After a round of exchanges, Saint Tassol heard the crisp sound of 2 swords clashing. The Frost Knight King raised his head. You can predict the trajectory of my sword? What's going on? I noticed that one of your companions is the little princess of the Silver Elves. Does that mean that you've mastered their unimaginable battle technique? The Myrna leader's voice buzzed. What's going on? I noticed that one of your companions is the little princess of the Silver Elves. No, wait, not only that, although the Silver Elves' battle technique is amazing, it is just a preemptive move. Your reaction is even one step ahead. You knew in advance how I would attack. Brando took a deep breath. He was not as free as Sabers and had the time to worry about these problems. The combat skills of the Frost Knight King were beyond his imagination. Although the latter seemed to have suppressed his strength to a certain range, his swordsmanship alone was enough to not give him the slightest chance to relax. There was no technique, it was just fast. Brando did not know how someone could practice swordsmanship to such an extent. Those 3 swords were obviously very stiff. If it was anyone else, he could have easily defeated them, but it was Sabers. The 3 swords were like one, and Brando's hands were almost numb before he could block them. He was almost as surprised as Sabers. How could it be so fast? How could the 3 swords that were unrelated be mixed together? Brando thought of his grandfather at that moment. He felt the same way when facing Sabers. It was just that his grandfather's understanding of swordsmanship was beyond that of ordinary people. When facing Sabers, he deeply felt the fear of facing death. Sabers' swordsmanship was the real killing swordsmanship. Brando subconsciously loosened the hilt in his hand. Muscles that were too tight were not good for swordsmanship, but what could he do? The 3 swords from before, each one was faster than the last. If he did not tighten his body, he would not be able to keep up with the rhythm. He could still feel the pain in his wrist and forearm muscles. It was just a moment of explosion, but it was almost beyond his limit. Then, Saint Tassol's voice came, "This doesn't mean anything. No one will go all out in the first attack. Little guy, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If Sabers uses the power of law, I'm afraid you'll have to use the god-slaying magic breaking all. But I have to remind you. Although it's rare, it's not like it didn't exist in our era. Sabers is not a fool. You have to be careful. The level of power he uses is far beyond that of Williams. Comparing Williams and Sabers, it was indeed the difference between a dim star and a bright moon. However, Brando was not a country bumpkin who had not seen the world. He once had a perfect body, and he knew what kind of realm it was. However, Saint Ossoul's words at least dispelled one of his thoughts. For someone with a perfect body, there was no need to use the god-slaying magic breaking all. The god-slaying all was not necessary. The level of power they used was only in a flash. Only in that moment would the lines of law and the extreme plane shine like a net. However, with his current level, he could not grasp that opportunity. Sabers did not immediately launch the third attack, which gave Brando a chance to breathe. He felt Saint Ossoul looking at him strangely, but he seems to want me to show him the inheritance of the Dark Dragon. I feel that this guy has other plans. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to block those 3 swords. It's too scary, you're wrong. Brando, Sabers will definitely go all out. Even if you are Odin's heir, it doesn't make a difference to him. As long as he uses his sword, it will be a life and death battle. He did not hold back in his previous attack. If you reacted a little slower, you would have become a cold corpse by now. Saint Ossoul paused for a moment. Maybe your premonition is right. But you should also face this battle with the mentality of facing a life and death struggle. Odin doesn't need a cowardly successor. You should understand this. Brando nodded. The Wind Empress' nervous tone made him feel a little emotional. I can see that. Thank you. Then what do you plan to do? What else can I do? Brando's voice suddenly became low. He raised his head, and black flames suddenly spread out from his body, starting from his back, extending to his shoulders and arms. The flames instantly covered the Halran Gaia and burned fiercely. They also formed horns on his forehead and a pair of dragon-like wings on his back. This was a phenomenon that would only appear in the world of pure laws and magic. The mark of the blood of the fool that belonged to the dragon of war, Tiamat, was almost completely activated. At that moment, it was as if a wildfire was released from the depths of his heart. His physical strength instantly doubled. He bared his teeth, revealing his white teeth. This was a little different from his usual personality, because Brando only felt the same fire burning in his heart, screaming for him to release his wild nature. He's forcing me to release the power of the blood of the fool. I don't seem to have any room to resist. Brando's eyes were frighteningly bright. The only way is to fight. Very well. Sabers seemed to be very happy to see this scene. He transferred the blood-red sword from his right hand to his left hand and then stretched out his right hand. Brando saw a whirlwind of ice dust appear out of thin air. The whirlwind gathered in the hand of the Frost Night King and then condensed together to form the shining blue longsword, Frost Chant Sinna. Sabers held the red sword in his left hand and the blue sword in his right. His hands were hanging down, and he smiled slightly. Mortal, I'll give you one last chance. Step back, and you will not die. He's threatening you. If you step back, I'm afraid you won't have any fate with Odin's inheritance. But if he says that he wants to let you go, it may not be true. You have the blood of the fool in you, and he won't let the inheritance of the Dark Dragon be lost on the earth. Saint Ossoul immediately reminded him. I know. Brando almost groaned in his heart. Of course, he knew, but the problem was that the floating magic in the air was becoming restless. The lines of law from the 3 elemental planes were fluctuating unstably at the same time. Only the skills of the Frost Night King could connect with the power of the 3 elemental planes. Sabers was known as the Frost Night King in his time, not the Sword Saint. Brando knew the difference between them even if he used his knees to think. Are you planning to step back? Of course not. How could a player step back in front of a mission? This was not in line with Brando's aesthetic. He looked up and stared at Sabers' next move. Even if it was the Frost Night King, it was not impossible to defeat him, if his guess was correct. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the experience when he confronted Ebden. The difference in strength was the same, and it was the same battle of life and death, but there was still a chance of survival in the midst of death. You gained an almost arrogant confidence from the thrill of the sudden increase in strength, Saber said. Life and death is not something that can be changed by determination. He raised his sword, and the floating magic in the air suddenly paused. The lines of law from the three elemental planes sank at the same time. With the Frost Night King as the center, the ground within 100 feet radius seemed to be injected with some kind of magic. The cracked ground slightly brightened, and then with a loud bang, countless ice spikes grew in all directions in a spiral. In the blink of an eye, ice and frost covered the entire ground. Frozen Earth Domain, one of the core skills of the Frost Earth Guard. In the domain, the Frost Earth Guard's mobility would be increased, and the enemy's mobility would be reduced. At the same time, the moment the domain was activated, all creatures on the ice would be imprisoned for half a second, decreasing based on the difference in level. Half a second sounded like the blink of an eye, but for an existence of this level, it was the difference between life and death. Saber's was very clear that the 9 luminaries' sword art was meaningless under such a large area of attack. As long as he stayed on the ground, he would die. Unfortunately, at that moment, he did not hear Brando shouting in his heart, as expected, "This is the moment." Saber still wanted to find Brando's figure in the ice fog, but unfortunately, it was futile. Then he looked up in surprise and saw Brando jumping up high. This, if Sabers remembered correctly, since his race disappeared from the Earth, the Frost Earth Guard should have disappeared from the continent for nearly 1,000 years. Even if it was Sonorso, even if it was the Wind Empress in the eyes of mortals, it would be impossible for her to have seen this move of his. In the loneliness of 1,000 years, the only thing he had done other than waiting was to rebuild the inheritance of the Frost Earth Guard. The Frost Knight was now no longer the barbarian who used the power of 3 dimensions to indiscriminately bombard his enemies during the War of the Holy Saints. But what he didn't expect was that for the first time after 1,000 years, he was actually seen through by his opponent. Brando. In Brando's heart, Saint Tossol's voice was equally surprised. "Sometimes I wonder if you can read minds. Even I have never seen this move of Saber's. How did you react?" "No, I don't. It was just luck." But another answer in Brando's heart was, "Isn't this the standard starting move of the Frost Knight in the early days? Frozen earth to control the field, cold wind to attack, what's so strange about it?" The tactics developed by the Frost Earth Guard in the later days were much more incredible than this. P.S. Okay, I've finally revived. I want to die. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 788. The last blow obviously worked. The world was receding like the tide, turning into spots of light like butterflies, dissipating piece by piece. After the scenery of the endless wilderness under the setting sun faded, what was left behind was the untouched cave under the ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. A gust of cold wind whistled, making Brando and the Shire shudder. "My lord." Before he could react, Medicia's slightly concerned voice came. Another inquiring voice was slightly calmer. "Brando, that thing pulled you to the extreme plains?" This was the deep and charming voice of the female Legion commander, Veronica. Where was the extreme plains? Brando suddenly raised his head, but there was no shadow of the dusk, the setting sun, or the wilderness around him, only the blue ice cave. Faraz and his wife, Veronica, the little female dragon and her foodie little brother, Scarlet, Medicia and the huntress she was supporting, Greysword Saint Mephistopheles, and His Royal Highness and the eldest son of the crew's people, everyone was here, as if nothing had happened. Brando looked around, and finally his eyes fell on Babatha and the witches around her a little distance away. Babatha's eyes were burning with a fanatical light, and the witches who usually seemed to disdain dealing with mortals were exchanging glances with each other, but without exception, they looked at Brando with some surprise in their eyes. Then there was the little female dragon's pair of somewhat puzzled golden eyes, which seemed to have a flame in them. You have a strange smell on you. Alaz sniffed and asked with a frown. Brando took a breath. He was wounded all over and gritted his teeth in pain, but when he heard the little female dragon's question, he was surprisingly quiet. He almost thought that all of this was a dream, but fortunately, the witch's eyes and the little female dragon's doubts answered his doubts. He could not help but clench his right hand, and the thing in his palm was the answer to everything that had happened before. But the others obviously did not notice Brando's subtle movement. The Shire exchanged glances with him, while Veronica and Mephisto's eyes fell on Brando's left hand. Brando's Halran Gaia had long been sheathed and hung diagonally on his back, and he was holding another sharp sword in his hand. The blade of the sword was like a thin leaf, frosty blue, like an ice crystal. Frost Chant Sinna, Veronica's voice asked, Brando, what happened? Were you pulled into the extreme plains just now? What happened? That was a good question, especially for Brendel. He raised his head, but everything that happened before seemed to be replaying in his mind. Frozen Earth Domain. As Sabers raised the slender, bright blade of Frost Chant Sinna in his hand, a cold aura like ripples spread out in all directions with his body as the center. The layer of ice just swept across, followed by the crisp sound of the earth cracking. Countless frosty white icicles broke out of the ground and stretched into the sky like fangs, covering an area of nearly 100 feet in the blink of an eye. Brando finally remembered this move, Frozen Earth Domain Control, Cold Wind Output. He was simply too familiar with it. People would feel nostalgic when they see certain things in the past. This feeling actually originated from the human's reminiscence of the past, and now it was the same for Brando. This retro routine seemed to have pulled him back to the first 3 versions of the Amber Sword. His blood suddenly became restless, and even without the time to react, his body had already moved instinctively. The strength of his muscles suddenly burst out, and he leaped high, with a whoosh as if the air was being torn apart. The icicles that protruded from the ground brushed past the soles of his boots. At that moment, the ancient undead raised its head in surprise. Brando remembered the bright phosphorescence in its eyes at that time. Sabers raised the sword in his hand again, and the blade became equally bright. The ice dust gathered behind him as if it was tangible, and suddenly turned into a cyclone, and then a bone-chilling cold wind seemed to be produced out of thin air. Cold wind, also known as Milo's sword, the sharp blades of the sword were countless bright ice crystals scattered in the cold wind. Those ice crystals were as thin as cicadas' wings, harder than steel, and could easily cut through even the hardest armor. The cold wind swept forward, and Sabers and the sword in his hand were like the general commanding the storm. His sword pointed forward, and the storm swallowed everything in front. What a spectacular scene it was. Brando was like a drifting withered leaf in mid-air, and in the blink of an eye, he was caught in the center of the storm. Countless ice crystals were about to pass through his body, but the imagined scene of his limbs being torn apart and blood raining down did not happen. At the critical moment, he once again used Flash Strike sword art. The pitch-black blade swung out, as if it had been practiced thousands of times. Its speed had reached the peak of what this world could bear. The space around him buzzed and vibrated. The space around him was stretched to the extreme. Those ice crystal fragments that were as sharp as ice spears seemed to be grabbed by an invisible force. They naturally slid to the sides and were pulled behind him, crisscrossing past him. In front of him, the distance of space had long been distorted by the same majestic force. Saber's pale face seemed to have crossed hundreds of feet and appeared in front of him. Brando swung his sword at Saber's waist, the area where the Frost Night King was unprepared. But the moment before Brando's sword reached his body, the soil under Saber's feet seemed to have been given life. It automatically arched and formed a solid wall, allowing Brando's sword to hit it. With a muffled bang, a shockwave visible to the naked eye spread out from Brando's sword in all directions on the wall. Fine cracks immediately appeared on the wall, and the cracks continued to expand. Then, the wall fell apart and collapsed. But that was the end of Brendel's attack, and the only thing he managed to do was to cut down a mud wall. But of course, this was not an ordinary wall. This was one of the life-saving skills of the Frost Knight, Frost Earth Wall. Frost Earth Wall. The Frost Earth Guard draws 20% of his current mana to build a barrier from the ground. The material of the barrier is determined by the environment at the time. If the Frost Earth Guard has the dark ice specialty, then the barrier will have an additional layer of ice, hardness +2. The barrier will automatically block a fatal attack, and then return the remaining HP to the caster. The Frost Earth Guard can only use this skill on the ground. Brando was satisfied that he had exchanged one of Saber's life-saving skills with one blow. At least it proved that his attack was still a threat to his opponent, and this knowledge gave him a boost of confidence. But before he had time to be proud, an iron boot suddenly stretched out from behind the crumbled earth of the Frost Earth wall. It was a pitch-black iron boot with a skeleton pattern on the edge. As everyone knew, the Myrna people had a fanatical worship of death. Because of his blocked vision, Brando had no time to react before he was kicked in the stomach. The feeling was like being hit by a giant dragon, and before he could even feel the overwhelming pain in his stomach, he was already sent flying like a cannonball. This guy was not forced to use a life-saving skill at all. In a flash, Brando reacted. Sabers released the Frost Earth wall just to block his vision. This skill could be used like this. If this was the game of the past, Brando would most likely be overjoyed. In the game era, when all the skill systems and routines had basically been developed, to be able to open up a new way of thinking was definitely something that could shake the entire order of the game. A new way of thinking was really too important for a master, especially for a first-tier player like him who was not at the top. Such an opportunity might be enough for him to set foot on the altar. Even now, this move still gave him a flash of inspiration. Although there were many schools of thought in The Amber Sword, using life-saving skills for offense was rare, and it was even rarer to use it to harass the enemy. After all, not everyone was as confident as Sabers. And Brando had seen too many skills, specialties, and talents. If Sabers was still limited to the limited vision of the Frost Earth Guard, then Brando had already found countless ways to use this move in his mind. But not now. His mind cleared up in an instant and reacted to his current situation. In the next moment, he would fall heavily into the sharp icicles of the frozen earth domain. The damage was nothing to be afraid of, but the frozen state would kill him. Brando was confident that he would not be able to survive a round of Saber's cold wind. Although his will attribute was as high as hundreds, in front of the existence of the perfect body, it was far from enough. Sabers turned in the direction that Frost Chant Sinna pointed. Obviously, Brando was not wrong. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. I must not fall. Brando. The thought in his mind arrived almost at the same time as Saint Ossol's reminder, but what could he do? In this state, there was no way to adjust his posture, let alone use the basic moves of Flash Strike sword art. 9 Luminaries' sword art could not move him. Templar Knight? The skills of Templar Knight seemed to be useless at this time. As for the basic skills of a warrior, such as charge and piercing strike, they were all useless when he lost his balance. The Elementalist, who was only over 20 levels, was not even worth mentioning. Was he going to use his unyielding talent here? No. Brando gritted his teeth. He was very clear that there would be a fierce battle later. Erek was not a kind person, not to mention the fanatics of all for one around him. If he used his unyielding talent in this scene that looked like a trial, it would not be worth it. Don't take the risk, Brando. Saint Ossol seemed to have seen through Brando's thoughts and could not help but immediately remind him. No, I won't take the risk. Don't worry, Wind Empress. Brando raised his head. The whole process of thinking only took a moment. He could almost feel the piercing chill on his back. If he hesitated for a moment, he would be ruthlessly smashed into the forest of icicles, then trigger the effect of the frozen earth domain and be imprisoned into an ice crown. Although it would only be for less than half a second, it was enough time for Sabers to kill him 10,000 times. The only thing that could help him now seemed to be that possibility. His other identity, he knew that the Darkness Dragon also had the same identity, so maybe Sabers was not unfamiliar with it. As soon as this thought came to his mind, a circle of sky blue light appeared in Brando's hand. The threads of the law intertwined in his palm. It was a power that did not belong to any mortals. When the undead knight sabers saw the blue light, the soul fire in his eye sockets flickered slightly. He even let out a soft sound. It's actually this. That was the power of a planeswalker. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 789. Less than an inch away from the sharp icicles, a network of silver lines extending from the ice surface appeared behind Brando. The definition of a wall in the law was to separate the inside from the outside, and it also had the meaning of stopping. Brando landed heavily on the equidistant grid formed by the silver lines, and the corresponding force was transmitted back from the law wall. He used this force to roll back, and at least he did not fall into the frozen earth domain. At the same time, the silver lines bent downward, absorbing the huge impact when he landed. Then, a clear and bright voice appeared in the biting cold wind. In the name of the law, wall, tension, protection, Terathos scepter, lightning counterattack, a 5-foot-tall, 5-foot-wide force field-shaped shield appeared in front of Brando, and at the same time, a lightning bolt tore through the fog condensed by the frost, making a sizzling sound. It was like a long golden snake, snaking towards Sabers, who was standing in the center of the frozen earth domain. However, the Frost Night King was unmoved, and with a casual pull, he tore the lightning beam into pieces. He raised his head, and the frost mist dissipated, revealing the floating figure behind him. The young wizard floating in midair, the Shire. As early as the battle in Ampere Seal, Brando had been studying ways to fight against the ultimate domain. After the Planeswalker card was displayed, it would be connected to the Planeswalker according to the law. Once it was blocked, there was almost no other way to summon it back to his side except for the daily reset time. Therefore, the idea of making Planeswalker cards came into being at that time, as a secondary thing that was separated from Brando. Authority. In the law, there was no doubt that the Planeswalker card was regarded as a part of Brando's body. Therefore, Brando could summon any set of Planeswalker cards to his side at any time, regardless of the distance, the boundary of vision, or even vice versa. In other words, if Brando wanted to, he could even leave the ultimate domain at any time. But that was meaningless. He knew that he could only get the reward of the mission if he defeated Sabers here. He knew very well what it might be. The Frost Night King's silver-white eyes showed a hint of surprise. After the fog parted, what he saw wasn't the Planeswalker card holding a silver staff and wearing a patterned white robe, the Shire of the silver-robed wizard. Instead, it was the man who had returned to 1,000 years ago and was crowned as the dragon of the world, Darkness. However, one of them was facing him, while the other had his back. Sabers, can you see the future of this land? Frost Night King, thank you for your hospitality, but it's my turn to attack now. The two voices intertwined and echoed in his ears. Sabers almost squinted his eyes, and a phosphorescence quietly burned in his eyes. Different answers, but the same ability and presence, the same destiny and pursuit. He could even remember that terrifying power. When the organization still existed, the scene of the 13 Supreme Managers fighting with unknown enemies on the ancient battlefield was still clear as if it was a memory from yesterday. It's just that, the presence of this young man in front of him was different from anyone he had seen before. It was neither Odin, the commander of the Legion, nor Kingston of the Judgment Sword. It was different from anyone. Could there be other Supreme Managers in this world? But there was no time for him to think. Brando borrowed the power of the silver net and charged toward him. At the same time, the Shire that was summoned floating in the sky was chanting a new spell. It was a sonorous draconic word filled with magic, and the pressure was like a sharp claw that pierced through the restless space. Sabers saw all of this. After experiencing thousands of battles, these were just insignificant skills in his eyes. He felt like he could easily resolve the situation in his heart with just a wave of his hand, but he still looked at the scene with interest, as if he was enjoying the process of something interesting sprouting. Maybe this is that person, he thought to himself. Sparks flew in all directions as Halran Gaia landed heavily on the spine of the Frost Chant sword. He was shocked, because he did not even see when sabers moved. It was faster than he thought by a hair's breadth. The next moment, 5 blazing golden red lines had bypassed him and stabbed at Saber's back like a sharp dagger. This wasn't a flame formed by the gathering of elements, it was purely a high temperature. It was the law of golden lines, heat, high temperature, and motion. The Shire's voice was still as sharp as a sword. The golden red flames hit the back of the Frost Night King. Brando could even see the rising flames and sparks, but to his disappointment, Sabers was unmoved. The pale white damage number that was projected on his retina was a huge 0. It couldn't break through his defense? How did this guy's defense suddenly increase so much? Sabers turned his head, and his eyes were filled with anger. White's phosphorescence was a stark contrast to the uneasiness in his heart, and he almost suffocated. "My lord, I feel that the law has been frozen by him." The Shire reminded him hurriedly through telepathy. "The Frost Night King has this ability?" Brando felt a chill in his heart and quickly avoided his opponent's gaze. He used the 9 luminaries sword art to wander around, trying to find a suitable opportunity to cut in. Unfortunately, Sabers at this moment acted like a seasoned swordsman, waiting for Brando's last strike. This made him feel a little discouraged. In fact, at this moment, Brando already had the intention to retreat. He had experienced many battles and understood that there were some chances in battle, but there were other battles where there was no chance of winning. As a wise player, or a swordsman at this moment, he should know when to choose to retreat. He decided to fight for the last time. The Shire's law of protection was still on him. If this attack didn't succeed, he would let Hipamra, Faith Deck, the Shire's priest card, pull him and the Shire out of the polar plane. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Sabers suddenly spoke again. With a soft sound, he used the soul detainer Fingus in his hand to block Brando's sword. Then the heavy and hoarse voice asked, "Young man, I'm curious. What is the purpose of your pursuit of power?" Brando was slightly startled, but he subconsciously thought that this was just a way for the opponent to distract him. He pondered for a moment and did not respond. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 swords clashed. "You may not understand this. Only when you understand the meaning of Odin's inheritance can I pass it to you without worry." This time, Brando was finally moved. He blocked Sabers' sword and quickly asked, "What are you trying to say, respected Frost Night King?" "I'm saying that this power contains the tip of the iceberg of a secret. You may have vaguely guessed it, but only those who truly accept it may be qualified to obtain the final inheritance of the Dark Dragon." While the two were answering, their hands were not slow at all. The 3 long swords crisscrossed like lightning. On the surface, Brando was constantly retreating. He could not help but grit his teeth. At least in terms of swordsmanship, he found that he could not gain the slightest advantage over the opponent. Sabers' sword was becoming more and more skillful. It was as if the Frost Night King was just teasing him. Finally, he found a gap and said, "Secret, you mean the secret behind the Battle of the Holy Saints? The truth?" The soulfire in Sabers' eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly withdrew his sword, giving Brando a chance to breathe. "You are smarter than I thought, young man." This actually had nothing to do with being smart, because for the Battle of the Holy Saints, Brando's understanding of the war was no less than the 2 present, Sabers and Saint Ossol the Wind Empress. And as a bystander, he might even see it more clearly. Although there were many mysteries in the Battle of the Holy Saints, Brando thought that perhaps there was no deep reason behind it. The Myrnas were arrogant and overbearing day after day, and they had no end to the Silver People. The oppression eventually led to war, and the flames of this war burned across the entire continent. The sages led their ancestors through the dark wilderness, and the people of the Silver Race were scattered across the land, was a reference to this period of history. However, the Bugaz and the Mist Elves eventually won, and they established the order after the War of the Holy Saints. It was just that the Black Iron race took advantage of the situation to rise. This was the official setting, and it could not be overturned. Brando took advantage of the moment when Sabers withdrew his sword to support the Halran Gaia on the silver grid, gasping for breath. But he raised his head and couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to say that the four holy saints covered up the truth, and that the dark dragon Odin was actually the righteous side in the battle of the holy saints?" His tone was not trusting, which made Saint Tossol, the Wind Empress, who was quietly watching the battle, a little curious. In her impression, Brando was different from the Flame Empress. The other people under the rule of the Holy Cathedral, when he talked about her, crew, and the other three, although there was respect in his tone, there was no reverence in his heart, which was completely different from those brainwashed believers. But at this moment, Brando's tone was undoubtedly on their side. Although Saint Tossol had a clear conscience about history, there was no doubt that she was still happy for Brando's trust at this moment. "No, not all. I don't want to talk about history in terms of success or failure. That's just the superficial view of you mortals. I don't mean to speak without thinking, young man, I just want to show you something." Sabers smiled and replied, the look in his eyes was clearly very interesting. Brendel furrowed his brows. He had actually communicated with Saint Tossol in private, but Saint Tossol's answer was also somewhat curious. "No, let him continue, Brando. I think maybe he didn't say anything wrong. Remember, Sabers is not one of those glib-tongued sycophants around that guy. He is a real warrior." Brando nodded. He looked at the King of the Frost Night. After Sabers put away his sword, the battle between the two sides came to an end. Although this battle made Brando very unhappy, it was purely a suppression of strength. If he could still maintain his strength at his peak, he felt that he might be able to fight the King of the Frost Night alone. "What do you want to show me?" he asked. "Just a battlefield." Sabers answered faintly. He raised his hand, and the scenery on the extreme plains changed dramatically again. "There is an eternal battle in our world." Brando was trying to figure out the meaning of this sentence, but his eyes had already reflected a scene that surprised him. It was an endless field, but there were more than just meadows rolling in the wind like wheat waves. At the end of his vision, there were two huge armies marching. Even Saint Tossol, the Wind Empress, was slightly surprised. Brando might have understood what she was thinking because the army on the horizon was the Black Wing Legion of the Myrna, known as the right wing of the Dark Dragon, the elite of the Myrna. The Black Wing. "We defeated this army in the Great Swamp at the cost of many lives, and Eloranta lost an eye forever in this battle." Brando nodded. He even knew the story behind this, and the sacrifice of Orthless. This battle was written into a magnificent poem by poets in later generations to praise the dedication and sacrifice of their ancestors. "Then where is this place? Did you have another war with them?" Saint Tossol shook her head blankly. Obviously, she was also puzzled by the scene in front of her. Brando looked at the other side of the sky. He was curious who the enemy of these arrogant Myrna was, the equally large army that was like a black cloud. On the side, Sabers still seemed to be immersed in his own memories as he told the story. "In this war, I belonged to the 7th column of the Earth Legion, and I was honored to become a commander under Lord Odin." "Earth Legion? Isn't it the Black Wing?" Brando seemed to have heard the name for the first time, but he felt that it was vaguely familiar. The Frost Night King glanced at him and did not answer the question. "It's different from what you think. This legion has been passed down for much longer than you think, and even we don't know the origin of the system. It seems that this legion has existed before the birth of the Myrna. Some say that it even came from the era of the divine people, from before the destruction of Babel Fortress. But warriors like us are like a brand in our blood, and we are born a part of this legion. This memory seems to be inherited from the soul, and it allows us to understand our position in this huge sequence. Everyone has such a responsibility. Can you imagine?" Brando opened his mouth slightly. He did not understand what the other party was saying. An army that was born to be a legion? What's going on? But he suddenly felt that he seemed to have heard such a name in the game. "Like I said, this is an eternal battle. It's as if there's no beginning and no end. The Earth Legion also exists eternally, as if it's just a fight against their fated enemy," the Frost Night King replied faintly. "Fated enemy?" "Brando." Saint Tossol's voice suddenly came. "Look over there." It was rare for Brendel to hear the Wind Empress speak to him in such an urgent tone. He frowned and subconsciously turned his head back, but what he saw was a flash of light on the horizon. It was not the light of magic, but some kind of strange refraction. Was it the reflection of the armor? No, it did not seem like it. Brando narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he finally saw where the refraction came from. It was the color of crystals. Crystal clusters. No, it should be the army of crystal clusters. Brando could not help but subconsciously hold his breath. Martha above, whether it was here or in the game, he had never seen or imagined so many crystal clusters. What was that? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 790. The weapons in the hands of the Myrnas and the shining body surface of the crystal clusters were like two shining lines on the horizon, colliding with each other heavily. It was a scene that ordinary people who had never experienced war could not imagine. The earth let out a deafening roar, and the sound of battle was like a tsunami, drowning out the dying cries of the living, and also drowning out fear, hesitation, and all negative emotions. The smoke and dust raised by the war covered the sky, and the dazzling sunlight was also dimmed. The scene in front of them was dazzling and real. However, there was no record of such a war in the history books. There were also no records of such a war under the dust and cobwebs in the white ivory towers of Canada. In the game, the players passed on all kinds of information, but there were still no secrets on the forums of the strange land. The crystal clusters, a species born in the crystal jungle in the player's impression, seemed to be a scattered population isolated from the main historical plot in the game. They existed in the corners of the world where there were few people, and they only appeared occasionally during the journeys of explorers. There was no record of them in history, from the appearance of the divine people to the destruction of Ebabel Fortress, and then to the golden people who started the second era of mortals. The Silver Clans, the rise of the Silver People, the rise of the Silver People, and the rise of the Black Iron Flame on the land, and the erection of the Eagle and the Hydra flag. In this long history, the historians and white-robed wizards only left a few dull and monotonous records of them. They have no wisdom, no consciousness, and are like a kind of crystal derivative, attacking invaders who approach their territory by instinct. The player's knowledge originated from this, and it was not far off. It was as if the crystal clusters were natural soldiers and cannon fodder set up by the system, only adding some mysterious color to this strange world. But who would have thought that there was such a war on the other side of history? On one side of the war were the noble golden people, the Myrnas, the founders of the empire, the ancestors, and the servants of the dark dragon. They were once the enemies of an entire world, but even their hatred could not hide the radiance of their bloodline, the golden blood that flowed within their bodies that the divine people had promised their descendants. The other side was beyond Brando's imagination, or rather, the other half of his soul, Sophie's imagination. It was the crystal cluster, a rarity in her impression. As for the scattered groups, according to the records of the sages, they should have acted like wild beasts, following their instincts. But here, the crystal clusters had formed a well-organized army. They had their own flag, armor, and weapons. They were disciplined, and their organization and scale were not inferior to the descendants of the gods that they were facing. Brando realized that he might have seen another civilization, a strange one that he had never heard of, a civilization that had been isolated from history. The civilization of the crystal cluster. Wait, I should have expected this. Brendel suddenly realized that they seemed to have subconsciously overlooked one thing. Since when did these creatures that were born in the crystals appear on the ground? Suddenly looking back, history was blank. However, from the first line of the Pale poem, when this world was created, these tiny life forms had already existed. At this time, he suddenly remembered the words of the dear demon Helene, Master and that person fought against an unfamiliar enemy together. The Master was Kelsey. That person was the dark dragon, Odin. And those enemies were the crystal clusters. Then, what were they? And where did they come from? Why did they become enemies with the Myrnas, and where did they go after the War of the Holy Saints? He looked at sabers, the king of the Frost Night, and the only one who could answer his question. Sabers sighed softly. Do you understand, Saint Tossel? Brando did not understand what this rhetorical question meant at all. Perhaps only the soul of the Wind Empress in his ring could answer, but the Elf Queen, who had always been strong, chose to be unusually silent at this moment. After a moment, her voice finally sounded, "Thank you for answering a question that has always been in my heart, but this does not mean anything. You want to say that Odin and his Earth Legion protected this world, but the Gold Legion did not. Sabers, it wasn't us who rose up against you. It was you who chose to walk down this path that was bound to fail, thousands of years ago." Brando frowned. When he was listening to the conversation between the two, Sabers sighed faintly. "I also understand this point. Saint Tossel, the Azure Night opened the era of mortals. The stars fell to the earth and formed the earth. After that, the gold folk disappeared, and the silver folk were scattered on the earth, resulting in the rise of the iron folk. You, the Flame King Gretel, built the kingdom single-handedly. I am not saying that they were unintentional. Do you still remember what I said before? It's just that right and wrong is not the main point. Sabers, what are you trying to say? I just want to say that the failure of the Myrnas, the establishment of the Four Kingdoms, my king had already predicted all of this. That's impossible. It's possible, Saint Tossel. You are an elf, and I am a human. Even if I am a gold folk, I can still feel the greed and desire that belonged to this body when it was alive. This is the source of civilization. Standing on the meadow, the King of Frost Night's soul fire flashed brightly and wisely as if it had pierced through the shackles of time. History has repeated for thousands of years, and there has never been an exception. Whether it is the humans or the elves, the dynasties have fallen. But that's all. From the dynasty of the Myrnas, to the empire of the Cruz people, and then to the small kingdom where our little friend is located, the rise and fall of the dynasties. When has there ever been an exception? The struggle for power and profit, the conspiracy, nothing more. Saint Tossel, what about the mist elves who once followed you? The Wind Empress was shocked. Even Brando felt the shock in the soul of the elven royal sister. She did not say a word. Then why did Odin make this choice? Was it out of helplessness? Then after the War of the Holy Saints, where did the crystal clusters go? Brando asked the question that he wanted to know the answer to the most at this moment. I don't know. Sabers' answer was simple and clear. You don't know? Brando was almost going crazy. Since you don't know, then what's the point of letting all this out? What's the point? This land where the war took place is called Myrnas in our language. Today, it should be east of Fanzan and Saint Tossel that you are familiar with. I followed the former king across the Alkash Mountains to fight against these mysterious enemies. I don't know more about them than you do, but the ancient language inherited in my blood tells me that they already existed before the Myrnas. They are our enemies, and this war lasted for a long time. But in my era, the war between the Myrnas and the crystal clusters only lasted for a short period of time. During the war, there were 5 planeswalkers like you who participated in the war. After that, I returned to the Alfalfa Wilderness with the Blackwing Legion. In order to suppress the increasingly violent resistance in the Empire, that war seemed to have disappeared shortly after that, Sabers said tirelessly. Then why are you here, Sabers? Since this war no longer has anything to do with you, Brando asked with a frown. Because I was ordered to wait here. Wait for someone who understands the true meaning of the fool to come. The Frost Night King stared at Brando and answered word by word. The fool. Brando remembered the talent that he inherited from the Dark Dragon. But what did the fool mean? From Sabers' description, was it a savior? Or was it a person with fanatical self-sacrifice? No matter which one it was, Brando felt that he did not have it, nor did he want to be. Other than the Erewhon in his memory, his relationship with this world might not be as close as he imagined. But the question was, why did the Dark Dragon choose him? Or was it just that he was lucky enough to meet it? This answer was not that tenable. Perhaps for thousands of years, there were not many people who could touch the dark dragon's sealing stone. But why didn't Odin choose Amon? Was it because Amon was a priest of the Holy Cathedral of Fire? This reason might not be correct because it could be seen from Saber's description that Odin might not be as prejudiced against the four saints and their descendants as ordinary people would imagine. You're saying that I understand the meaning of the fool, but I don't. Brando answered cautiously. He had to admit that he was still worried that if he answered this way, Sabers would choose to take back the dark dragon's inheritance. It had to be said that this inheritance was still very meaningful to him. Whether it was the great power itself or the support of the witches behind it, especially the former, it had helped him defeat strong enemies many times. But Shaw and her followers were also a potentially powerful force. No one knew better than Brando about the witches' infiltration and understanding of this world. But he had to ask clearly. The scene that Sabers showed today was beyond his understanding. It made him realize that there was a huge secret hidden behind this world. The fool talent might be a hidden danger. What if Sabers told him that he had to inherit the responsibility of saving the world by inheriting the talent of the fool? What choice should he make? Brando felt that he did not have that much ability. Sabers' eyes that were dancing with soul flames stayed on his face for a moment. You will understand, he replied slowly. What? This answer was beyond Brando's expectations. The Frost Night King was playing a riddle with him. This firm tone reminded him of the wrinkled faces under the gypsy tents. The Myrnas advocated a mysterious culture. In their eyes, fate was unknown and certain. There was no chance, only inevitability. But Brando, Sophie's dual souls could not accept this answer. If this was a mission, then he should have the right to understand everything and make a choice, not play hide-and-seek in this language maze. If this was still in the world of the Amber Sword. He stared at Sabers, showing a look that said he would not give up until he got an answer. However, Sabers seemed to have expected this. The fool does not have a fixed meaning. It represents this kind of behavior. I read your past from your eyes. I think you are the one that the late king was waiting for, young man. My past? Some people are destined to be mediocre, but some people can work hard towards their goals from the beginning to the end. Even if they clumsily repeat ridiculous failures, even if they are not understood by others, they may fail. But once they succeed, it will be called a miracle and spread by everyone. Most of them become the fools in the eyes of ordinary people. Their stupidity is not stubbornness, but they know better than others what they are doing. You mean Odin, I mean you, young man. You know what you want to do. Brando was silent. He did know what he wanted to do. Perhaps in the eyes of most people, Erwin was just repeating the history of a dynasty changing. Decades ago, or 100 years ago, it also went through the same history. The rotten dynasty was mentioned by the new soil. After the fall of the Cipher royal family, the new moon of Corvado rose. But its master was always the indomitable people of Erwin. But it was different this time. Everyone ignored the hidden enemy in the east. The dark nobles who had been undisciplined for thousands of years were now united under the one and only Mercury staff. Perhaps in 40 years, history would repeat itself, and the people of Erwin who belonged to Erwin would no longer exist. Perhaps this kingdom was nothing more than a name that represented a certain meaning. However, for Carwins, the silver flag covered many familiar corpses, princesses, Valkyrie, and the memories and beliefs of many people who had fought side by side with him. So he had to be one step ahead. Was he stupid? Perhaps in the eyes of Amandina, the princess, the copper dragon Redo, and all his followers, enemies, and bystanders, there was something strange. Just like how Carglass still did not understand why he always had to prepare for everything. He even agreed with Amandina that this lord had a greater ambition in his heart. He wanted to be like the late King Eric. Brando did want to be like that, but his title was not the king of this land, but the sage who led the people out of the thorns and darkness. This is the fool? Brendel muttered to himself. It's not limited to just that. I can't tell you much, but there's a voice in my blood that tells me that you will understand all of this. Young man, whether it's you, me, or the noble soul in your ring, all of us are searching. The world in the eyes of many is an absurd stage, a vanity fair, a gloomy place full of intrigue and intrigue. They bind their eyes in a superficial cage, and this cage is their desire and thoughts. The Frost Night King smiled mysteriously, but we are not like that. You know what I'm saying, because this world is not as simple as it appears to be, right? Brando was horrified. This world was not as simple as it appeared to be. He didn't know if Sabers was referring to something, but at least from his point of view, it was indeed so. This was because he knew that this world had another name in its past and present life. It was called the Amber Sword. It was a name that only he knew. The people who knew the meaning of this name were now isolated from him in another world. This secret. Brando hesitated and asked, is it related to those crystal clusters? Maybe, but maybe not. There's a voice in the dark that tells me the truth behind the war, but I know very little. Lord Odin can't tell me much. He sealed his life's knowledge in this inheritance. He didn't force you to choose anything, but history repeats itself, and what should happen will happen. The War of the Holy Saints is not an accident. If I'm not wrong, war is about to come to this world again. Brando did not answer, but he knew that the Frost Night King's guess was right. It's just that history repeats itself. Maybe it's not fate, but the repeated selfishness and greed of the civilization. The upcoming war for the slate was a footnote to this. So in the end, it's still the fault of the civilization itself? Brando frowned and shook his head. He felt like his head was going to explode. These things might not be what he should be worried about. He sighed. Although he did not understand what Saint Tossol, Sabers, and Odin were really pursuing, he at least understood what he was pursuing. Whether it was superficial or noble, he had to do it. He stuck to his stubborn character that he developed in the game. He looked up and decided not to play games with the Frost Night King. In his opinion, this might be the Frost Night King's own bad taste. The Myrnas worshipped mystery, and they always played with their agnosticism carefully and delicately. However, Brando had his own way of doing things. He opened his mouth and interrupted Sabers' long speech. You mean, only when I understand all of this, I am qualified to inherit the Dark Dragon's inheritance? No. Sabers shook his head. In fact, the strength you showed at the beginning has already qualified you to inherit the inheritance. I just want to tell you everything that happened behind the scenes of this war. Whether it's the Cruz people or the Wind Elves, it's still far from the time when you can sit back and relax. Brando quietly stared at the Frost Night King. The hidden meaning in his eyes was, if that's the case, what's the point of all the nonsense you said before? If he was alive, perhaps he would feel a little embarrassed facing Brando's questioning gaze. However, Sabers was an undead. Thousands of years of icy wind had already frozen his withered skeleton-like cheeks. Therefore, the Frost Night King's expression did not change, because this is the mission I've been waiting for here. What does that have to do with me? It's impossible for me to follow the path of the Dark Dragon. In my opinion, what I've inherited is merely his legacy and not his will. I hope you can understand this. Brendel hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. I'll never follow the path of the Dark Dragon. In my opinion, I've only inherited his legacy and not his will. When Brando said this, he felt a little praise in his heart. Sir Saint Tossol? He could not help but feel a little puzzled. But the Wind Empress did not respond. Aren't you afraid that I'll take back your inheritance, young man? Sabers' tone was cold. I'm afraid that's not something you can decide, respected Frost Night King. Although I don't know why Odin chose me, this is my will. Brando's tone became firm. If he still did not understand the meaning of this guy after such a long time of probing, then he could really kill himself. Whether you accept it or not, it's the same. I'm Brando, not the Dark Dragon, you're just as stubborn. The Frost Night King was slightly stunned, then chuckled. It was filled with the laughter of the undead's hollow voice. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 791. What are you laughing at? Brando was puzzled by the other party's attitude. The Frost Night King's eyes burned brighter, and a subtle smile appeared on his pale face. You can rest assured that I did not intend to take back the inheritance of the Dark Dragon. Because you have passed the test perfectly. Passed perfectly? Although the strength you showed in the previous battle was terrible, at least your judgment is extraordinary. This shows that you have a fighting mind, and the mind is more important than anything else. Not to mention, you also have the potential to become a planeswalker. Although you're only an apprentice, I can see that you've already found your own path. Becoming a powerhouse is only a matter of time for you. As for my question, you have answered it. Young man, you have made a mistake. What Odin is looking for is not the Dark Dragon, but someone who can bear this responsibility. And my duty is to show you the future of Wond. Vaughn's future is what you call a never-ending war? Are you trying to say that the crystal clusters are the hidden enemies of our world, and they may have even served the Twilight Dragon? I don't know. This is Odin's intention. But at least I know that the growth of our world's civilization is not smooth sailing. The evil cultists, the Black Forest, and the monsters are everywhere invading the borders of the civilized world. This war has never ended. I know this even if you don't say it. No one will wait for death. The enemies of this world are not only the crystal clusters. Even without the crystal clusters, we still have to go through the magic tide. The 12 moons have never shone on Wond with good intentions. We still have the calamity of wolves and the evil cultists to deal with. Sabers smiled and did not explain further. Since you have thought it through, please accept the gift from the ancient bloodline. He pointed at his pale chest that was covered in patterns. Under his festering skin, a heart that was burning with raging flames was beating. The second inheritance of the Dark Dragon, the precious knowledge from the Crystal Dragon, Scorch, is right here. Raise your sword and stab me. This. Brando looked at him and was stunned. Why are you in a daze? I'm not going to wait for death. Sabers raised the frost blade in his hand. The treasure is with me. If you want to use it, use your sword to take it. *CK, the ice cave was rather quiet. Someone had already finished telling the story of what had happened earlier. In his hand, the bright blade of frost chance Sinnoh was placed horizontally, reflecting the ice that had accumulated over tens of thousands of years on top of the cave, forming a cold pond. Brendel stared at his left hand. From an outsider's point of view, it was covered with a layer of dragon scales, the blessing of the dragon god. But under the armor, the skin on the back of his hand was scorched, and the ugly charred wounds were spread out in a radial pattern. In the center of these twisted wounds, there was a black gem that glowed, and within the gem was a flame as bright as amber. That was the Dark Dragon's second legacy. The Ash Sword Saint. Alaz did not speak for a long time, as if she was still thinking about the war described by Sabers. Everyone was thinking about why the Myrna Lord appeared here and only pulled Count Tonagel into the extreme plains. Brando certainly did not mention the Dark Dragon's inheritance, but the future that Sabers showed him was enough to attract the attention of others. A person's voice sounded. How can you be sure that what he showed you is real? The one who spoke was Prince Leneret Aurelius. The expression on the prince's face was indifferent to trust or distrust. It only made people believe that he only spoke out of an instinctive desire to control the topic. He never wanted us to believe that it was real, Your Highness. He just showed it to us. As for whether we believe it or not, it doesn't hurt him at all. After all, that's Sabers. I've heard legends about this person from my father since I was very young. The King of the Frost Night. Such a character really doesn't need to play tricks with us. Not to mention that he was already dead long before the end of the War of the Holy Saints. Veronica denied Leneret's question. Even the Prince of Cruz did not dare to question his mentor's judgment. The female Legion commander looked calm and put away her long sword. When her voice echoed in the cold and sealed underground, she looked at Brando, who was sitting on a rock covered with ice and snow, and joked, "Don't you feel cold?" It was not that Brando did not feel cold, but he was tired to death. "Madam Legion Commander, I don't have the energy to joke." He rolled his eyes. "It's definitely tiring to fight with such an existence, Mr. Brando." Shido hurriedly comforted him. "Yes, it's indeed something to be proud of for not being defeated. But I want to hear your opinion, Brando. Why did Sabers pull you into the extreme plains? I don't think he just wants to show you a picture of war. Or rather, why did he do it? This question is too difficult, can you change it?" "I'm afraid not." Brando wanted to brush it off, but the lady's gaze made him understand. He was afraid that he had to find a reasonable reason today, or he would not be able to convince her. The commander of Azure Skies had already proven her shrewdness back in the loop of trade winds. She wasn't asking her this question because she had lost her ability to discern the situation. "Okay, I think he wants to warn us." "Warn us? What is the greatest enemy of civilization?" "It's the cultists, the dark forest, the monsters, the world beyond the fog. All the creatures who believe in Martha are fighting a long war with the monsters. This war has not started, and no one knows when it will end. This story seems to be written like this, but has anyone ever thought about why it is like this? That's something that the scholars have to explore. Our scholars have unearthed many ancient tablets and documents. One day, we will figure out how to end this war and stop the dusk from eroding civilization. Our scholars are still studying the documents of the Myernas, but the Myernas themselves must know more than we do, don't they? After the Dusk Dragon was defeated by the Knight of the Azure Skies, they know better than us what happened to the world. Brando asked. Veronica could only nod in silence. But why did he want to warn us? History tells us that they are our enemies. We were the ones who defeated the Dark Dragon and ended the rule of the Myernas. Veronica was puzzled. Perhaps this is the reason why Sabers rushed here. When the War of the Holy Saints was at its most crucial moment, he left the Dark Dragon. If this is not the most serious betrayal, then there must be something else. This secret seemed to be to preserve the legacy of the Dark Dragon, but that was not what Brando wanted to say. Otherwise, even his teacher Mephisto would personally kidnap him and bring him back to Cruz's Golden Flame Temple to receive the highest standard of interrogation in front of the Flame King Gretel's holy elephant. Be it humans or elves, although they were at war with each other, no one had forgotten the War of the Holy Saints that ended 7 centuries ago. The terror of the Dark Dragon was like a dark cloud that shrouded history for 1,000 years. Perhaps the Saint Ossol could forgive it, but that did not mean that everyone could. Otherwise, why would the Wind Elves and Fanzan people monitor the border of the Great Glacier day after day? Fortunately, Brando already had an idea in his mind. In terms of history of fighting against monsters, the Myernas have a longer history than us. The Dusk Dragon was killed by the Knight of the Azure Skies, so they must know many secrets that we do not know. Don't forget, this is Milo's breath, the final resting place of the Frost Giant King. In the legends, he fought with the wolves and finally died here. But is there only the remains of the giant's father here? I'm afraid not. The skeletons we saw earlier and the Mercury-like enemy can already explain many things. You're saying that Sabers left Odin at the most critical time of the War of the Holy Saints. It is likely to be related to the war between civilization and the dusk. The tyrant had a premonition that his death was imminent, so he sent his capable men to arrange his funeral. Brando raised his head and found that the one who said this was Prince Leneret Aurelius. He could not help but feel overjoyed. The credibility of his words was much higher than his own. He thought that he would have to guide Miss Scholar to judge for herself, but he did not expect the eldest son of Cruz to be much sharper than he thought. This was simply an unexpected surprise. If the other party was not a prince but a princess of the Empire, he would have hugged the other party and kissed her fiercely. The Dark Dragon, is he so kind? The Ash Sword Saint replied faintly. This is possible, Sir Sword Saint. Academia has long inferred that Odin may have predicted his own demise. In fact, the escape of the Myrnas and witches began long before the fall of the Empire. The Myrnas and witches are loyal to the Dark Dragon. If not for this, they would never abandon the tyrant. This is actually not unreasonable. The tyrannical rule of the Myrnas has already sowed the root of the Empire's destruction. The justice of history cannot be resisted. With Odin's wisdom, I'm afraid he has already seen through their inevitable end, Shido explained softly. Odin is the Dark Dragon, but he also believes in Martha. Monsters and cultists are not only our enemies. Prince Leneret was obviously very dissatisfied with Mephisto's questioning of him. Then what kind of secret is hidden here? Veronica frowned. I think this is what Sabers wants to warn us. I suspect that there may be something sealed here. Otherwise, Erech would have rushed here. They have already gotten the heart of the dragon, they don't need to play hide and seek with us here. After Brando finished this sentence, his face suddenly changed and he stood up straight. He just wanted to find a plausible excuse, but now he suddenly felt that it might not be impossible for it to be the truth. As he said, why did Erech and the others want to enter Milo's breath so badly? They were not a group of ordinary people. They were cultists, the enemies that Sabers mentioned. Moreover, the inheritance of the Dark Dragon could be placed anywhere. It did not have to come to this desolate place. The more Brando thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. His mind was once again filled with his strange dream. Why did the Myrnas guard this place day after day? Oh no, didn't we always feel that something is watching us from behind? He turned around and said to everyone with a serious face. What is it? Alaz squinted her golden eyes and finally spoke. She was not interested in Sabers, but she was very curious about this matter. But Brando did not answer her directly. Instead, he said, I think I know what Erech and the others want to do. Brando, have you guessed something? Veronica asked. Brando nodded, you guys are good. If I'm not wrong, All for One is about to awaken that thing. That thing? Yes, that thing. The hidden boss that was said to have never appeared in the Frost Forest. The awakening god, Sir Ash. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.